This music is far too epic for what this actually is. Welcome to Grim Adventurers beta demo. Now this game is very different from every other game I played because this is a game I've made. Around 2018 I started working on this project and unfortunately it's nowhere near finished. Like I'm still around the beginning part. Like it's a one-man game and I'm only really working on it once a week, and recently I had to put it into hiatus because I had to focus on other things and I was losing a bit of motivation for it. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm actually going to be showing off this game to its fullest, and you can play this game too. I've got a download link for it on DeviantArt, and I'll be posting one on YouTube when I upload it. So there should be one in the link down below if you're watching it on YouTube right now. I'm going to be showing off everything in the game, so if you want to play it for yourself, then don't watch it. Don't watch this. I'm going to play it, see for yourself, and see what you think. If you're going to play it even after I've played it, I'd appreciate it. So anyway, so in addition to just showing this off, I'm also going to be discussing my thought processes throughout a lot of this, and I'm even going to be discussing things I'm going to be changing because looking back, there's definitely a few rough patches that needs to be fixed. And you guessed it. So when it existed and stole it. Alright, so one thing I want to address right off the bat, this is still a work in progress. I'm going to try and make it look like the courthouse from Billy and Mandy. Once I actually get the best references, this is just a placeholder thing. So here's one thing I will say. I'm using the sprites from the Billy and Mandy GBA game and the Ed and Eddie GBA game. The sprites of Judge Roy Spleen, a character from Billy and Mandy, is custom. And the little guy right there is just one of the default sprites. I'll have it changed to I'll have it changed to a proper Billy and Mandy looking monster later. And you guessed it, someone knew existed and stole it. So much for that labyrinth in another dimension. Dumb mortals from ancient times can't even make a dimensional prison properly. I don't know if I should actually keep this up. Amazing. Also, trying to write his Jamaican accent in writing is a bit difficult. What makes things worse is that this evil energy is already flowing across Earth and is making me scythe glitch and not work. Ow! Stupid scythe! Stop it! Alright, I'll stop. Hey, you break anything, you'll have to pay for it. Who the heck managed to get into that dimension and past the labyrinth? Say that it's someone who can cross dimensions to begin with, and must be a very powerful foe if they can get through the labyrinth and back again. As the very master of life and death, it is your task to stop this idiot before he uses the evil's heart and destroys the universe like an idiot. Should I expect me to do that without my scythe at full power? I can't do much. The evil's heart will take a long time to awaken. They need a tremendous amount of evil energy. So if you beat the snot out of him before then, you'll be fine. But just in case, hand him you know what. Box of cards. Wait, these are the legendary tarot cards, the very same ones used by the sorcerers eons ago. Yep, found them in a garage sale a couple 100 years ago. Use these to help you. We pinpointed the thief to a small island. It's uninhabited by anything, not even germs. And in the center of it, the Forest of Evil. Of course, that place will be perfect to awaken the evil's heart. Guess I better bring the kids with me too. Who knows, I might end up dead like... who knows, I might end up dead and I'll be finally free. Knowing your luck? Probably not. Either way, we got a boat ready for you, and we're currently getting a small group to help you out. Fredburger is on his way to send the phone number of the group to our special task group. Oh, great. Just great. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with that green elephant idiot. We got the number stapled to his forehead, so there's no way for him to mess it up. No, boat's waiting for you. Go get your kids and get going. Ow! I haven't included the scene, but yeah, he does screw up. Ed and Eddie's pesky problem fixes. Got a problem that's pesky? We'll fix her for one lousy quarter. Now, once again, this is also a placeholder. I'm going to try and make it look like the cul-de-sac as well. I just... Admittedly, making custom sprites is one of my biggest weaknesses. Yeah, my arm's starting to act up a bit. I'm just going to put one of the straps on. And obviously, like, the pesky problem fixes thing is actually a reference to Grim Adventures, The Kids Next Door, where Billy called the Eds to try to get the trying to get his dad's lucky pants off him. So I just decided to include that, and I will eventually include a cut scene where how Fredburger screws up the delivering the phone number. But for now, unfortunately, this is a beta technically, so it's not fully finished, obviously. Yeah, okay. Forest of Evil. You're paying extra for this if you expect us to travel this far to help a skeleton. 10,000 bucks. Alright, we'll be there ASAP. Pack your bags, boys. Go into the Forest of Evil to help the Grim Reaper. We got 10,000 bucks for this job. And for some reason they get there. I haven't written down an explanation for that, and honestly I think it's more entertaining that you don't figure it out. So like I said before, I'm using the sprites from the Ed and Eddie GBA game. I have edited the sprites so that they have a front and back walking animation. Same with Grim, Billy, and Mandy, but they're not great. If I can get like a proper sprite, if I can get a proper sprite editor to do this sort of stuff for me, I'd appreciate it. But for now, it's a one-man team. Eddie, are you quite certain this isn't just an elaborate prank from your brother? There was a wizard ticking us off. He ain't smart enough for a prank this big. Ow! What's that? Is that Jack Skellington? Shut up, onion boy. I like how I said I'm not going to do the voices and I just went straight back to them. Who the heck are you kids anyway? Well, my name is Edward. These are my friends, Ed and Eddie. Are you this Grim Reaper we were told about? Wait, a bunch of weird kids were sent to help me save the world? Just for honesty sake, they might have had a crossover at some point. Like, I know there's Fusion Fall, and I think there's Ed, and Mandy. But I'm kind of ignoring it for this. Like, this is its own continuity. Not as weird as the two who are with you. I'm also not sure if I got the writing, like, spot on, but I'm doing my best. Hiya, name's Billy. Are you guys superheroes? Maybe they made a mistake. This is Fredburger we're talking about. Well, we'll have to make do. Get to the campsite and I'll explain the situation. Okay, this is getting annoying. I'll probably work on that line but better. See, so if this evil's heart awakens and it's the end of the world, bingo. And the fact that you were sent it by mistake only lessens our chances of success. Come on, I got great skills for this. You should be begging us to help. This is admittedly like this might be considered a little out of character for Eddie. My logic for his line here as to why he'd be more willing to like try and help save the world is that he doesn't quite know what he's getting himself into, so he's more about like boasting for this sort of thing, and not really thinking about the actions and consequences for it later. That's sort of my logic for this, but I could do the writing a little better for this. Normally I'd be skeptical of all this, but given the situation, I'm inclined to believe this. It's been shown up on the news a lot on our way here. People rioting in the streets for no reason, crimes escalating, police force taking advantage of their authority. Basically everyone is obsessed with chaos and their heart is to blame. Once again, I couldn't really show this, you're just going to have to take the word for it. I didn't want to make the intro too long, so I just wanted to get like the gist of it. I understand it may not be of use to you, but if there's any way we can help, please say. Can you even fight? I'm good with a slingshot and Eddie's fast and good with yo-yos. We can also take a lot of punishment. Ed once threw a house on me and I didn't even break a bone. We also fell from low orbit and bounced back just fine. Yeah, those actually happened. 2 different Ed and Eddie episodes. Lots of hurt. Hold the onions. That's true, you might be helpful, but... What about those cards you got? Oh, right, the legendary tarot cards. Tarot cards? What's so special about a pack of playing cards? My logic for this one was that Eddie didn't know that tarot cards are used for like fortune telling. He was just assuming that they're playing cards. This is before I realized that there really is tarot playing cards. They're not just for fortune telling. So it kind of works, but it was also unintentional. Legend has it that the sorcerers who sealed the evil's heart away used these cards. Each card contains a magic power that unlocks the potential of magic depending on who keeps a hold of them. Oh good, well hopefully we can use the magic in those cards. Everyone can use magic with the right training, but these cards will help you use them without it. In case, we should get going. I can sense the evil from the heart up north. Hey, Tweedledum and Tweedledummer, we gotta get going. With that, Grim, Billy and Mandy alongside Ed and Eddie, they travelled further into the forest of evil. The trees twisted and turned all around and the dank musty air filled the forest, but they continued to travel deeper into the forest. It was disturbing to see there was no living things on this island besides the 6 heroes. No insects, not even bacteria. What was the cause of this, and how was it even possible? Anyway, they travelled deeper and deeper, but they soon discovered something that should not be here. Maybe I should try and slow that down. What the heck is this? I bet this tower was built to help speed up the evil heart's awakening. Anyway, it looks like we'll need to get to the top. Is everyone ready? As we'll ever be. Strange. Absent stranger. Anyway, I'm gonna give out the tarot cards. Be sure to equip these. Now, I'm gonna say yes to the tutorial for this. The tarot cards are essentially your biggest game mechanic in this. I'll let this explain. Press escape on the keyboard to open your menu and go to equip. Select your characters and go to equip, then card and select the cards you wish to equip. Depending on what card you equip dictates what spells the character can use. There are 6 types of spells. Black magic is offensive elemental, white magic is healing and defensive, green magic is stat buffing and debuffing, time magic is various involving time and space, weapon magic is physical elemental, and blue magic is elemental spells you learn when struck by them, but not all of them can be taught. Be mindful of 2 things. 1. Not everyone learns every spell. For example, Mandy can never learn any white magic. 2. The power of each spell is dictated by their MAT, magic attack, except for weapon magic, which is dictated by their physical attack. Characters will learn more spells when they level up. Characters who are inactive in the party will still gain experience after each battle. That's all. Have fun and don't die. What's this one? Number 21, The World. That one's radiating so much power. Ah, give that one back. That one's way too dangerous. The World is the most powerful and dangerous of the tarot cards. Unlike the other cards that only unlock 1 or 2 types of spells, the World unlocks every type and gives the user tremendous, uncontrollable power. Only one who is worthy of the World can use it to its full potential. No one else can without going mad. And how do you know I'm not worthy of this all-powerful card? It would have gravitated towards you, idiot. Anyway, there are 2 doors. Which one should we go through? What the heck? Guess someone's expecting us. Might as well split up and go through both doors. Agreed. Good luck to both of us. Ah, my head. What was that just now? Arrow keys to move, space to interact, talk etc., escape to open menu, shift to run. Auto run can also be enabled or disabled in the options. I already have it enabled. Now, here's what I'm going to show you. So, I'm going to show the stats real quick. Grim is perfectly balanced. The Grim Reaper himself also be best friends with 2 kids. Has the power over life and death itself. You notice that on the top right is a tarot card number, Death. Number 13, Death. Every character in this game has a link to a tarot card. This won't play out in this version of the game just yet. This is for later. This is your subtle hint that something's up with them. So you notice that Grim has perfectly balanced stats, but he has more physical attack. This is because of his weapon, his scythe. Grim's scythe can never be removed from his inventory. While everyone else gets more stronger equipment, Grim keeps the same scythe from start to finish. Now, we have the cards. Now, like I said, number 21, The World, is not available to equip, but you do have it. Unlocks the potential of all types of magic, but too powerful to use. Gravitates to the strongest. And each one either has one type of spell or two types of spells. So your gimmick is to try and figure out a good combination. And this is what I would recommend. For Grim, I would highly recommend the Magician card. Unlocks the potential of black and white magic. For Eddie, I would recommend... Where is it? The Devil. Black and blue magic. And for Billy, I would recommend the Empress. Just white magic on its own. Or... Where is it? Judgment. White and blue magic. So, going back to these. Eddie is, he's meant to be the fastest of the group, or at least one of. He's better, he's a little better with his magical attack than his physical attack, and he can take, magic defense a little more. Has poor luck, as you would expect, but he's pretty good in a fight. His card number is 10, Wheel of Fortune. Leader of the Eds and has a love for money. Despite his short status, he is surprisingly quick and athletic. This is actually, kind of true. You'd be surprised how nimble he is for a short, fat kid. Billy is just as fast as Eddie, a little slower. He has a bit more of a physical defense. He can't really take magic attacks well. He's better with his physical attack than he is with his magic attack. But that will change. His number is the Sun. An idiot boy with a hammer, loves to cause mischief and is super carefree. Now... Potion. These chests here, there's a ton of them, and their loot is randomized. It can be one of 4 items. A potion which restores 500 HP, magic water which restores 200 MP, dispel herb which recovers a status element, and stimulant which revives a partner. And gotta fight. So you notice that Grim has fire, Poisona, regen, and Vox. So for this, we're going to use fire, and just attack. Grim's party was victorious. Now, this is something I'm going to bring up. This is admittedly a bit of a flaw with this one. But you'll notice that they didn't gain experience in the fight, nor money. This is because for this area, this is essentially the tutorial area. I didn't want people to be leveling up too high. So for this, you don't gain experience or money from fighting these enemies. So in all honesty, you could probably skip fighting these guys altogether. But you'll notice your SP gauge. Every time you hit an enemy or get hit, it goes up. You see, in addition to spells, characters have special moves. So in Grim's case, Second Chance revives one ally with 25% HP. Don't know why its percentage is 25 HP. Eddie has Stink Bomb. Throws a stink bomb that can either blind or poison the enemy, sometimes both. It doesn't specify, but sometimes it can be both. Now, this is admittedly not that reliable or that good, so I may be changing it in the next release. Billy has Tasty Booger. Billy eats a booger, restoring 30% MP. So this is good for MP restoration, which is actually pretty good because Billy has Cure right off the bat. So my logic around the characters' choice of magic is that Grim can learn almost just about every spell, with a couple of exceptions. Eddie's spells are they're mostly supportive, but they do they're also supportive in the sense that they give the enemies debuffs, and there's also got some offensive magic to them. I wanted their magic list to represent their personalities. Now, unfortunately, I don't know them off the top of my head anymore. It's been a while since I last worked on that sort of stuff, but like, one of the biggest examples that I've brought up is that I'm like, in the tutorial it says, like, for example, Mandy can't ever learn white magic. This is because of her cruel, dark and destructive nature, she never has any form of supportive skills. Instead, all of her skills heavily rely on offensive magic, so black and weapon magic. Weapon magic is something I'll say real quick. All of their magic is based on the Final Fantasy series. So you probably noticed it. When they had black magic, I was able to cast fire, white magic, cure, etc., etc. This is because when I was like working on this game, I wanted to like try and experiment with different abilities, and Final Fantasy V was on the mind. So I tried to grab as many spells from the Final Fantasy series within reason, and tried to implement them in this game. And then I built the tarot card system and the characters and specific level up systems around it. So, and also like Grimm's Scythe not working is the excuse for Grimm to use these cards as well, because otherwise he would still have his magic, he wouldn't need them. How many items do I have? 6. Not bad. So yeah, so I understand that this bit might be a little boring, and I do plan on like having this changed in the future to be a bit more streamlined, because like, yeah, like we don't, yeah, so like we're just fighting like tons of enemies, and we're not really getting anything out of it. Like, it's just being a waste of time, honestly, and I don't blame anyone for thinking that. I do have a story-related reason as to why you don't gain experience from these enemies specifically. But it's not really explained in the game. I was going to explain that once again when I do the re-release. Right, when I do further updates to it, because here's the thing, it's on hiatus, but I have chosen to work on little bits at a time when the mood gets to me. Like, something else I will say about these enemies is that even though they don't give you experience or money, like, these guys are also like from the default RPG Maker enemy lists. Like, if you had RPG Maker MV, you would actually see these enemies. No matter, like, this is... The way this was designed is that it was supposed to act like a standard, like, Final Fantasy ripoff of the way it's acting right now. It will get better, and it will change. But this is this is how it's meant to be for the time being. But I am going to be changing it later to most likely sorry. My idea is that I'm going to be changing it to make it a bit more like linear, less maze-like, and I was going to be cutting out the fights, but like replacing them with forced tutorial fights to teach people how to use the cards, the weapons, and all that sort of stuff. At least that's my thought process. I also thought to myself, like, I feel like with just the tutorial I offered at the start, that might be more than enough to give people a general idea. Plus, if you're playing an RPG Maker game, odds are you know how to play an RPG, so at least like a box standard one, like classic Final Fantasy. Alright, that's it. This is the first major boss of the game. So I'm going to use these potions, magic water. just to get my stuff back. Alright, save your game? Yes. You have 20 save slots. Now then. You shall not pass. Now, the music I have for this is not a generic RPG maker thing that's already built in. This is one I got, and it's one of my favorite songs I've ever managed to get. I'm gonna turn up a little bit, actually. Anyway, this boss here, Veronax, this was submitted by another artist on DeviantArt. I did a contest, like, to design bosses for this game. Alright, so let's start off, So the one thing I'd recommend the most is to use regen. Because I've designed the bosses to be significantly tougher than the box standard enemies. But at the same time, this one shouldn't be giving you much trouble since it's the first boss. And it has a severe weakness to fire. Since it's a plant weakness. Alright, so Billy's been poisoned, so I'm gonna cast regen on Eddie. I'll use fire on Veronax. And use a Dispel Herb on Billy to get rid of the poison. Now, I honestly really like this because, like, I had to work on all the battle sprites for this. So, like, I took the like sprites from the games and like tried to edit them to give them a RPG like esque style to them. Like, these are the same sprites that you could like download from Sprite Resource, no problem. But I still really like it. Now, this is something I want to show off. Billy got hit with Poison Pump. He learned it. How blue magic works in this game is that the moment you're hit with a blue magic spell, you instantly learn it. It is not a case of like other Final Fantasy games where you have to like use some sort of scan when they're at a low enough HP, or get hit by the spell and wait until the end of the battle. Once you're hit by it, you learn it immediately. And honestly, I really like that. That's honestly my favorite thing about it. Alright. So yeah, blue magic is definitely your game changer because like this makes it so that you can learn different abilities that your characters shouldn't be able to learn normally. So like honestly, blue magic is probably the only way you could have someone learn a type of spell they could never have before, like offensive magic or like healing magic, but at the same time, there isn't any healing blue magic because in order to like use blue magic, you have to be hit by it, so it can't be anything that heals you. Actually, I would have used it, so with that, they're down. This party was victorious. 50 experience received. Level 2, Cure in Thunderland. It is now level 2, Cure learned. Billy is now level 2. Yeah, so I guess Eddie does learn a couple of healing spells. Alright. So this is what I'd recommend doing here. Like, this is not required, but it might be helpful. Unequip the spell cards. And step on this button. Now you'll immediately move over to the next team, Double D, Mandy, and Ed. Now the reason I recommended that you unequip them is because you get to get them back, and you can use them for the other team. You don't really need to do that for this bit, but it's recommended. So like, this is something that I will say: items, armors, everything of that sort. If your team is split into two, you still share the equipment between you. So by unequipping cards in so by equipping the cards in one team and you immediately move over to the next, yeah, you can bring them over. So for Double D, I would highly recommend. Well, I'm actually going to recommend Judgment for this. So white and blue magic. So while we're here, actually, I might as well go through this. Smartest encountered the Eds, a brilliant inventor, but quite timid and easily startled. Double D is the weakest physically, and in terms of offense and defense, but he is the best when it comes to magic. He's actually better than Grim when it comes to dealing and receiving magic damage. The idea around this is that because of Double D's high intellect, his magical properties are far greater. Although the majority of his spells are supportive, so in order to get like offensive like magic, you will need to rely on blue magic for that. His tarot card number is the Hermit, which makes sense. Mandy is physically the strongest out of the lot, and her offensive and defensive and her magical offense and defense is not too bad, honestly. Mandy's definitely one of the best fighters, but she's also the slowest of the group and doesn't have the best physical defense. Evil and almost emotionless, this girl will crush anything to get what she wants, presumably a devil child. And her tarot card number is High Priestess. I know some of you might have probably have said deaf, but that is honestly more fitting for Grim, because he is deaf. But yeah, Mandy's probably going to be your go-to character for the most offense, but she doesn't have much in the way of support, so... Not to mention her low physical defense does mean that she won't take as many hits as you think she would. Ed, on the other hand, is the best at physical attacks, but is the worst with offensive magic. He can take a lot of punishment, he can dish out a lot of punishment, his magic defense isn't that great, and he's actually fairly quick. His tarot card number is Strength, because of course it is. Tallest and strongest of the Eds, with little brains to go with, but a strong, kind heart instead. Yeah. The majority of Ed's spells are very supportive, but he gets all the weapon magic spells. Just a reminder, weapon magic is based on Spell Sword in the Final Fantasy series, where it's elemental blades. In this case, it's just elemental physical attacks. Sorry, Double D has Judgment. Mandy's the only one who doesn't have a weapon, because frankly she doesn't really need one. She did originally when I was first making this, but I thought she's kind of strong enough as it is, and I thought instead of reducing the damage, make it that she has the least amount of weapons to get, so she doesn't really start with one. Now, because Mandy doesn't have any form of supportive like abilities, you're better off with the Emperor, Black Magic. And Ed, because of his supportive nature, White Magic. You could probably give him Blue Magic as well, but honestly, White Magic is more helpful for you in the immediate. So much like before, like you'll have to go through 3 floors of mazes. In order to get to the next bits. That is the... Once again, I am considering, like, changing this a bit. Here's the thing, like, what I mentioned before is that I was thinking, like, doing fixed fights so it teaches you how to do, like, certain things, like what cards to equip, what to do in battle. But I also thought to myself, like, I think it might be better off if, the players try to figure it out by themselves. Because on one half, like, I think this is simple enough for them to understand this, and I'm also gonna throw in a couple of like optional tutorial things to like give them tips and ideas for this, because I want it to be I want the game to be hands off, so to speak. Like, I don't want to overload them with tutorials. Especially when an RPG Maker game doesn't ask for much in terms of a tutorial. So like, The only unfortunate thing about this is that the game doesn't tell you what spells everyone knows right off the bat. Oh yeah, and Ed's victory animation is him doing the woodpecker, because honestly, I could not think of a better one. I think I do want to change it to like some sort of dance rather than him just headbutting, because it's the same as his attack animation, just without the helmets. So yeah, I wanted the game to be like a hands-off approach. So like, I gave you the tutorials on how to like handle like a lot of things coming, but I also don't want to bombard you with tutorials and like hey, do this and you'll get this, and do that and you'll get that. It's like, I would rather the player try to figure out themselves, and I like to think that I've made the game easy enough to understand this. Especially if they've had experience with RPGs, like even like retro ones, or like very simple ones. All right. With that being said, however, I know the boss fights are going to be the biggest wall in this game, because I've made, without like trying to discourage people from playing it, I made the bosses like significantly very difficult. Like, there's one in mind, so I know that we'll be coming across, that even I've struggled with a fair number of times. And my biggest issue is that I don't want it to be too powerful, so like I've been considering nerfing it. But I've also been having the mentality of, is this actually as hard as it is, or am I just not strategizing enough, despite the fact that I'm the one who made the game? So it's like, is it too hard and has to be nerfed, or is it me that's just not finding the right solution? And if I do submit it as it is, will players find a way to make it easier, or will it be easier for them in general to begin with? Odds are I might be nerfing it just to be on the safe side, because it's still like I'm at the beginning portion of the game, so to speak. So one other thing, you don't actually have to fight any of these enemies, nor do you have to pick up all the items in the treasure chests. Like, the reason I have them here is like well, the main reason why you get so many items is because this was intended to overload you with the necessities, since you don't have a means of getting items in this section and there's no money to obtain. And just for reference's sake, like I mentioned this before, but I'll say it again, the items in these chests are randomized, so whatever you get in here might be different, but it's always going to be one of the 4 types. Now, I plan on introducing these chests again with a much wider variety in it, because that's admittedly one of my absolute favorite things about like any games, is randomized loot in treasure chests. Alright, here's the thing. Once again, you don't actually have to fight these guys. You can literally just run from every fight and you'll be fine. I'm doing this for 2 reasons. One, I kind of want to show off how the game is intended to be played, so to speak. But I'm also like trying to get my SP up, because your SP is a game changer. Like, it's not as... Is the thing. Right now, the special abilities, I don't think they amount to the magic attacks just yet. I'm gonna be improving these later. Once I can. But my intention is that the magic attacks are supposed to be the game changers, because the idea is that much like Final Fantasy VI, the magic from these tarot cards isn't supposed to be a thing. So like So like it's rare, so it's a lot more powerful than it should be. It's like Final Fantasy VI of how they handled their magic system, which is why I want the special attacks to be more powerful, since you only get so few of them, and they require a build-up meter. Now I'm gonna step away for a minute because I'm gonna get another drink because this is completely out already. All right, I'll see you in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so something that I didn't mention is that this is actually part of the RPG Maker stuff. It's not something I included. You can actually use the mouse to move your characters. Now, this was never mentioned in the tutorial because, frankly, I think the keyboard controls are a little more reliable. But I think the point-and-click thing might be more your thing anyways, so I thought I'd bring it up anyway. I went through the entire thing without showing off the magics. Like, let's show that off real quick. So, Double D has regen, and obviously, like, blue magic, you can't get anything from the enemies. So, well, you can't get anything from the box stand enemies, but you can from the bosses. Eventually, we will be coming across enemies where they can learn blue magic from, but for now, it's basic. Mandy has Arrow, Blizzard, Fire, Thunder, and Water. So she's very diverse when it comes to black magic. And she will learn a fair number of the weapon magic as well. Ed has Dia, Regen, and Vox. Now, Dia is an interesting one. What Dia is that it does damage to undead foes. This is a spell from the PSP and I think GBA remake of Final Fantasy 1. Basically, before you could move your spells over to enemies, like you can cast healing on undead enemies to do damage to them, Dia was the way to go. This is the same here, except Dia is a little different. In the original Final Fantasy game, you can only target one enemy with Dia, but you needed stronger variations to aim at multiple. Dia aims at multiple right off the bat. You shall not pass. Alright, time for the second boss. This is another contest submitted one. I'm a Titanic Golem. So once again, regen. Now, every boss has an elemental weakness. This is sort of the purpose of having a wide variety of spells, so you can cover any weaknesses. This is specifically weak to blizzards. Alright, as you can see, the Titanic Golem hits for an absurd amount of damage. This is the thing I was mentioning when enemies could deal a lot of damage, like the bosses are significantly more difficult. Now, I'm also going to show this off real quick. Special attacks. Every character is going to get 4 special attacks, 25, 50, 75, and 100 that they cost. In Mandy's case, she has Beatdown. Attack one enemy for stronger damage. This is like a physical attack, but it does double. So I'm going to show this off real quick. Now, this is actually something I want to show off. This is a bit of a bug. So, well, it's not really a bug so much as an oversight. See, the way Dia works that it's only supposed to harm undead foes is that idea is only supposed to harm undead foes. It's not supposed to harm anything else. That was an oversight that I've made. I fixed it in the update. But if you're playing this version, which has a download link, you will have that. I fixed it in future install. I fixed it in like for future enemies. But for the stuff around the beginning, nope. Now this is something I'm going to show off. Now, if you guard, you'll take less damage, of course, but that will also boost your SP by 10 points. So I'm going to do that here real quick. Alright, so... Alright, this is something I want to show. Double D special. First aid. Heal all allies for 200 HP, plus Double D's MAT. So, his MAT should be 27 roughly, but this is a big heal. And Ed Special, Mega Fart. Unleash the powerful gas, giving all enemies a 50% chance of being poisoned. This is why I'm considering getting rid of Eddie's Stink Bomb, because Ed has a poison ability as well. I just need to think of something else to replace that suits his character. Oh, 270, okay. Also, a fan was nice enough to donate me, to link me to a site that has a crap ton of Ed and Eddie sound effects, so I've been replacing all of the typical RPG sound effects with it. So I'm going to guard again with Double D because it's not going to do that much damage. Cast Blizzards. And I'm going to attack with Ed. There we go. All enemies have a 5 times weakness to a specific element. Sometimes multiple. Ed is now level 2, Science learned. Mandy's now level 2, Ed is now level 2. So yeah, so not everyone learns spells evenly. And one other thing I've included is Double D will move... Sorry, Billy will move around like an absolute lunatic. That was something. Hopefully that was the worst of it done. Doubt it. Anyway, let's move. Now that you have more than 4 party members, let me explain formations. Go to the formation section of the menu and you can select what 4 characters you have at a time. Don't worry about EXP. Party members who don't participate in battle still gain experience. Yeah, that's the biggest thing about this, is that you don't have to worry about leveling up everyone. Just gonna heal everyone. And let's sort of finish around. So let's have Grim instead of Double D. So you have Grim, Mandy, Ed, and Eddie. Now I actually want to swap. There we go. So here's the kicker. Like, you can have the characters in any team, any formations you want. It's completely up to you. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize about this game is how much you can, how much you can choose to play how you want without consequences. And now that you have 4 members out, battles will go a lot smoother. But once again, you don't gain experience or money from this, so you're gonna need some, here's the thing, you can run from most fights. Like, I believe I reduced their speeds to 1, so running away from a fight is dead easy. But I think once I do an update to this, I'll probably make it so that fights are fixed, like, in linear bits, so that you can't, run away from them, but you only have to fight, like, what, 5 different enemies? Something to that effect. I'm just grabbing these because the next boss can actually be a little rough. Alright. Yeah, this is also the last section. It's not a 3-level section for this one. It's just 1. Nice. So here's the thing, you don't have to collect all the treasure chests, you don't have to fight all the enemies, you just need enough to survive. But, this is something that I'm going to be including in the, final version, of course. While you don't have to collect all the treasure chests, in fact, I'm gonna, like... Oh, I already did it. I didn't even pay attention. Where is it? Palmwood hammer. A hammer made of palmwood, quite tough and light. If you open up all the treasure chests, the last one will always contain a new piece of equipment, one of 5 random ones. So let's give it to Billy now. This wasn't. Here's the thing. This was intended, but I'm going to be changing this as well. So I might as well explain this. You know what? Let's bring Billy out since he's got a new toy. Okay, so the other items you could get is a weapon for Mandy, a weapon for Eddie, a weapon for Double D, and a weapon for Ed. Like I said with Grim, you can't get new weapons for him since he only has the one scythe. Alright, let me just double check the tarot cards because I think... Okay, so Empress... I think... Yeah, I removed Billy, so let's put actually, who has Judgment right now? I think Double D does. Yeah, Double D has Judgment, so I'm gonna replace it with Lovers, White and Time Magic. Although he can't use the White Magic, I'd rather that someone else has it. I'd rather that someone else has Judgment. So here's the thing, with Judgment, with the tarot cards, every character can learn the majority of some spells while the minority in others. One of my plans for this, and I'm going to be updating this later, is have the tarot cards represent their skills. So, like, for example, like here's an example for you. With Billy, me constantly equipping Judgment on him to learn blue and white magic. Because blue magic isn't that prominent, I'm probably going to like have it anyway, but I might change the spell layouts for Judgment to Sun to make it represent more of Billy's moveset. But again, this is still the beginning of the game. Like, you're not seeing like you're not seeing their potential proper. Alright, save the game. Alright, this is definitely the toughest one that I built for the tutorial thing. This one will definitely take a while. Yeah, you should get it by now. No passing. Totemats. Right-handed merge, left-handed merge. So, I actually want you to pay attention. I actually want you to see Eddie's spell casting animation. So, in addition to like preparing for attacks, you'll also have a preparing for spells animation. So I'm going to cast Blizzard on that. Poison Pollen. And Fire. No effect. Okay. And this is what makes this boss unique, is the fact that you can swap his heads around to like get different abilities, and his weaknesses change. So this is definitely your. I hope you're paying attention to weaknesses, because this is where you're gonna like get tested. Alright, double poison. Yeah, here's the thing. Blow darts, the movie just did to poison 2 of my allies. That's blue magic. So, Blizzard. Blizzard on that hand again. I'm trying to destroy the hands because they're going to chip away enough damage to cause a problem. So I'll use Dispel Herb. And I'll cast Cure on Eddie since he's running low on health. Strengata. Attack went up. So this is the thing, like, some of these bosses, like, have the spells from tarot cards as well. I'm planning on changing this because I want to make it that those spells are exclusive to the tarot cards. So I'm going to be designing, like, their own versions of them rather than just copying the spell. Alright. Another Dispel Herb and Dispel Herb. That's everyone got regen on. And he's increased his attack to the next level. Keep in mind, this is just physical attack, it's not magic, so I'm good for now. Alright, so I'm going to try a Mega Thought, see if I can poison him. Now, yellow, I haven't written down the weaknesses for them, and I may include a hint thing later as to what they're weak to. But the yellow head is weak to wind. The blue head is weak to fire, and the red head is weak to ice. Some might be arguing that like Eddie probably shouldn't have Cure on him because like his character may be considered like too selfish to like tend for others. In some cases that's kind of true, but I also think of like Cure as maybe like he would primarily use it on himself, but he also has the potential to use it on others. So that's kind of my logic. If you don't agree with that, then I'm sorry, but I might change it. I don't know. Anyway, like I said, learn blue magic spells right off the bat. So Blow Dart hits 2 enemies and has a chance of casting poison. Now I might as well try Stink Bomb. Totemas is blind, so that means his physical attacks have less chance of hitting. Less chance, I didn't say 0. I love that. Alright, this doesn't change. Like, usually he swaps heads like a madman. I guess he's just in the mood to stay happy for the time being. I can relate. I like to stay in the mood to be happy. Now everyone's been hit by that, so everyone has that spell if they have the blue mage card. So I'm gonna try another Mega Fart. An arrow, Blow Dart, and fire. Nothing. One more time with the Mega Fart, one more time with the Beatdown. I'll have Billy use the Dispel Herb, and actually no. Billy use Blow Dart, Eddie use the Dispel Herb. Still nothing. He's really not changing heads. Weird. Let's try a Stink Bomb again. I want to poison. Actually, he might be immune to poison. I think that might be it. I think I forgot to mention. I think I forgot that I might assist immune to poison. Oh, either way, Ed got an excellent hit and KO'd it. Level 3, Cure learned. Mandy's now level 3, Billy's now level 3, Silence learned. Ed is now level 3, Arrow learned. Ed is now level 3, Cured learned. Grim is now level 3, Arrow and Water learned. Now, I'm gonna start, actually... Alright. So this is the next big bit. So I'm going to swap around the skills accordingly. So I'm going to change this to blue and black. So where is it? Black and blue magic, the devil. So I want Eddie on the team. I'm going to keep Billy on the team since he's got the best equipment. Ed, I think I'm gonna swap out for let's see. Let's swap out for Double D. And actually, I'm gonna swap Eddie out for Grim, so it's actually here we go. So we got Ed, Mandy, Billy, and Ed. Here's something I'm gonna say. I'm gonna try and like include extra dialogue for this bit as well because like the characters aren't really reacting to a lot of things in this, and I feel like Eddie would be a lot more hesitant to like continue on with this after he fought his first monster. It's like realizing like, oh, I'm in way too over my head. This is too much for me. But I could also make the assumption that he's like trying to act all bravado, so he's trying to hide his cowardice. But again, once again, I'll work on the writing like once I continue to work on this proper. Anyway. So once again, Totemouse was another contest submitted boss, and I wanted him to be like the strongest of the 3 starting ones, because like when the contest bosses were submitted, and they gave me like the list of their abilities, I wanted to judge their abilities accordingly and use them like however I see fit. So like, it's why Veronax, Titanic Golem, and Totemats were in the other tutorial bosses, so to speak, because Totemas was definitely like the strongest with the wide variety of moves, which is why I thought like he'd be a fitting of the final of the 3 tutorial bosses. And because Veronax and Titanic Golem were a little bit on the generic side, I stuck them as the starting ones to like help get some practice in. All right. Anyway, let's go through this door. Now this is one of the reasons why this is called a crossover no one ever asked for. No way. It's him. Him from the Powerpuff Girls. Yes. It won't be long now. Who's this weird lady? Once again, I feel like Eddie would be a bit more cowardly, but he also doesn't know what him is like, so I don't know. Oh, you made it. Him. Him who? No, him. Me, him, or you, him? I think his name is him. A little too afraid to refer me by my real name. But a bunch of children being guided by the Grim Reaper himself, and here I thought the Powerpuff Girls were going to be the first to stop me. Then again, I doubt they have any idea what is going on. But tell me, darlings, how did you find out about the evil's heart in the first place? Barely anyone knows it existed. Did the Grim Reaper tell you? He's very naughty if he did. That's not important. What important is kicking your frilly butt and taking the heart. Oh, aren't you just a darling? You're feisty, I'll admit, but kittens hardly have the claws to deal real damage. You're clearly not afraid of me simply because you do not know who I really am. I do not know why you are with the Grim Reaper himself, but it does not matter. To plunge this world into despair and chaos, I must awaken the evil's heart and absorb all its power. As the embodiment of all evil, it is only fitting the evil's heart stays in my possession and allows me to use its power. I will give you one chance to run away and spend whatever time you have with your loved ones left. Fat Chancy, I know who you are and I don't care. It's my job to make sure everyone dies at their right time and not sooner. Big talk for a talkback of Burns, but alright. Let's see what you're made of. The menu will open now. Use this to organize your team before this big battle. Anytime there's going to be a major boss fight, I'm going to have the menu open up so you can do anything accordingly if you can take it. So that way you're not fiddling around with the menu too much, or like you go into a boss fight with the wrong setup. At least that's my logic behind this. Since there's going to be a save point before each big fight, I'm going to assume it doesn't really matter that much, so I'll let you decide that. Anyway, so you can use this time to like sort anything out, but the moment you exit, the fight begins. I'm feeling a bit generous, so I'll skip my turns for a while. Seriously? Gotta take this freak out quick then. Alright, can't run from this fight, and I love this music. I'm glad I got permission to use it. Alright, so I'm gonna start off with regen, cast Blizzard, because here's a little tip for you. This is a reference to Powerpuff Girls Z, the anime adaptation of the show. Him has a weakness to ice. So, nothing I can do really in terms of white magic, but he's got blow darts, so throw 2 of those. I'm going to cast another regen. Now I've got 2 regen casters. Getting regen off won't take as long. My, just a bunch of feisty kittens. I've not fought anyone weaker than the Powerpuff Girls. This will make a nice change. Alright, regen on Billy, cast. So Blizzard didn't work despite his weakness to ice, so let's try Thunder. Go for some blow darts, regen on Ed. 39, 36, not bad. Zero down. Still, I'm surprised you haven't caught wind of my actions. Then again, of how little anyone knew of the evil's heart, it made it easier to get it. Alright, so nothing Double D can do now, so I'm going to try a silence spell in case he decides to use any magic on me. So once again, magic is just not working, so let's try an arrow. If it doesn't work, I'll just guard to get my special attack up. Billy's going to use another poison. I'm going to use another blow dart. Just to point this out, I'm going to be putting in some visual cues for this later. But blue magic spells can be both magical and physical. I haven't got. For now, you're just going to have to experiment to see which one works, or which one is and which one isn't. But I'm going to be putting in some icons to let you know whether or not they're physical or magical later. Alright, so Ed's pretty strong, so let's try attacking it. 135, sick. No effect. I mean, could you believe that a portal just opened near me, not far from my home? And the so-called temple holding evil's heart was supposed to be full of traps and monsters meant to keep intruders out. Just attack, I suppose. Alright, so magic isn't working. Let's do guard to try and get him special gauge up. We don't need to restore any aegis here, so let's just use more blow darts and attack again. Oh. Alright, just got there we go. Yeah, sorry, the game audio might have been too loud. Thanks, Naproxen. How loud am I now? Much better. Alright, yeah. I had the game audio too loud again. But guess what? There was nothing. I went all the way in, and the only hard part was making sure my hair wasn't messy. Wait, no traps? Was he the first to? Alright, so nothing's working. We can't get the next special attack in, so let's just attack. 0 damage. 218. Well, I've had my fun. I think I'll have my turn now. Oh yeah, thanks to Proxon. Much appreciated. And just gonna say this right now, this fight was rigged. You're supposed to lose. Ed's party was defeated. Yeah, you're supposed to lose that one, because let's be real, do you really think Billy, Mandy, Grim, Ed and Eddie could be able to defeat him from the Powerpuff Girls? Oh, what a pity. I think I broke some of you. My everything hurts. I guess you truly were of no help. That's right, pity yourselves. It gives me much glee. You won't get away with this. Hmm? Say, what's that on you? Well, me oh my, is that a magic tarot card? The world. The world, the most powerful tarot card. Well, fancy that, your magic was not your own. You simply cheated with these magic trinkets. And look at that, the world believes I am worthy. Oh, isn't that just delightful? Good going, Bonehead, now he's even stronger. Well, whatever, guess I should get back to work then. You can't control the evil's heart. Poor sweet little skeleton. Guess you really don't know who I am, do you? But I do appreciate you handing me this all-powerful tarot card. I'll be sure to make good use out of it. You're just a big bully. And you're all just dead weight. We gotta get out of here. Just run away like the little cowardly mice that you are. It makes no difference in the end. Huh? What was that? Was that you? What in the... Me, Scythe? Now the heart! If you are playing the alpha demo, this is where the game would end. This is the beta demo. Click the circles next to the characters to see their side of the story. Now, for this bit, I'm gonna eventually change it to probably make it a bit more Billy and Mandy and Ed and Eddie-esque. Like, I'm probably gonna have something like the Raven in the fancy suits telling a bit of the story, and probably replace the shadowy silhouette with Johnny 2x4 from Ed and Eddie. To like make it a bit more like him. Anyway, this portion here was heavily inspired by Final Fantasy VI, because there was a portion in the game where the team got separated into 3. You had to see all 3 of their sides of the story to see what was going to happen. So, you can do these in any order you want, but here's the kicker. All 3 of these story scenarios have 3 different endings. And yeah, this is one of the reasons like why it was taking so long for me to get this done, is because this one beginning portion has 3 separate endings, and depending on the ending you take for each of these portions dictates how the story is going to go. Now, the story itself will always be the same. Like, it will eventually bottleneck into like the true ending, but this is like another emphasis on choice. How do you want to play this game? So, when I was making this game, I did Grim and Ed's story first, I did Ed and Mandy's story second, and Eddie and Billy's one last. So, we're going to do it in that order so I can discuss things a little better. Once you're ready, step into the circle. Ugh. Hey, Onion Boy, a little help? Reassemble me, will ya? Okie dokie, Smokey. That rhymed. Ow, that doesn't go there. Ah, careful, you'll break something. Don't sneeze on me robe either. I just got that dry cleaned. Thanks anyway. You're certainly quicker than those 2 brats when it comes to putting me back together. Thanks. I got my learning from my favorite comic book, Attack of the Jelly Skull Men from Duga 9. I had a lot of fun with the writing in this bit. It's like, I was just making up shit for this. Wait, you like that comic too? Yep, I got all their issues. You and I are going to get along just fine. Now that I think about it, where in the heck are we? I don't think Grim is actually someone who reads comic books, but I know he likes a lot of horror movies, which is why I like kind of mesh that together. I wanted Grim and Ed to have a bromance. Looks like the haunted house from I Was a Teenage Werepire from Tenkaki. Try some out with a mouthful of mush. Oh, I love that one. That is a classic. Hey, do you have the limited Platitudes edition? Wait, scratch that. We need to figure out where we are. Solve that mystery first, then talk about comics. Huh? This next line is not going to make any sense to anyone. Look, it's one of my magic Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This is a reference to Yu-Gi-Oh. Because I usually say Yu-Gi-Oh like as a joke from time to time. I don't know if that's going to translate well into this, so I might have to change it in the final. I might have to change it in the final version. What? Just great. Looks like we lost all of them besides one. Guess we have no choice. We'll have to make do with that for now. Hopefully we'll find the others on the way. Come on, boy. Let's find a way out here. This is the biggest game changer. You lose everything. I still have the old hammer because well, I just do. I lost all of the healing items from the tutorial thing. That was another reason why I was being so plentiful. So it would sting more when you eventually lose them. But you also lose all the tarot cards. They've all been scattered throughout the world map. Which is one of the reasons why you had so many at the start. I was going to get rid of them. Now, Grim can equip it no problem, but I'd highly recommend equipping it onto Ed. Unlocks the potential of white magic, because you know what Ed's like with his white magic. There is another reason for this, and I'll get into that in a bit. Now, here is without a doubt the biggest, most important thing when I was making this game. The world map for this game is in the Mushroom Kingdom. This is a freeway crossover. Anyway, booze. So as you would guess, Grim Scythe can harm them. Ed can't. The idea is that these ghosts can't be affected by physical attacks. So I'm attacking. This is where Ed's Dia comes into place. Does damage to undead foes. Yeah, so Dia is the only way Ed can harm them, which is why I recommend having the Empress card on him. And we're finally getting experience and money from the enemies. What were those things? They're spooky. Well, we confirmed we're in another world. Those were ghosts, alright. Your scythe can harm them, but your physical attacks can't. Actually, Ed, you know the Dia spell, right? Use that against those ghosts. They do extra damage to undead foes. That's also your hint to say, hey, equip that onto Grim. Alright, I'm going to turn up the music just a little bit. Hopefully my voice still goes through. But the music that's playing right now is a remix of Luigi's Mansion. You're in a ghost house, mate. Now, as you can see, we have item blocks, save blocks, so let's show this off. Got Fire Drive Badge. Badges are special equipment that go into other categories. Any red item blocks contain a random badge, so who knows what you might get. Eries from Super Mario World. Alright, just take care of him real quick. Am I still only advertising my games on DA, or have I gone into any fan forums? RPG Maker forums have good community sections where people advertise their games. I've been advertising them on DeviantArt and on Twitter. I might do I'll definitely do RPG Maker forums as well, thanks. So anyway, the badge we got. Adds fire element to your attack. Here's the funny thing. Because badges are random, even I don't know what we're gonna get. And I wasn't expecting to get one of these. Now, all of the badges are from the Paper Mario series, and I've tried to accurately copy them to their original counterparts. But the Fire Drive is definitely the most different one, because like Fire Drive in Paper Mario is a fire-based attack that hits all enemies. In this case, it changes your attack from physical to fire, Problem with DA is that the only people who know so the only people who follow you will find them. Not as most people are DA for art, not games. Yeah, that makes sense. Opportunity Maker forums. Okay. So here's the funny thing. If I equip this fire badge on Ed, let me save real quick. And get into a fight. Ooh, fishing booze. Alright, now if Ed attacks, this changes his element from physical to fire, so now his physical attacks can harm enemies. And keep in mind that badges are randomized, and I'm planning on including more once I can think of some. So, yeah, your playthrough could go very differently from someone else's. Roses are red, violets are blue. Never forget what door you've been through. This is your only puzzle hint. The ghost house is full of puzzles. Now, here's the thing. In the original version, there was no hint on what to do. You just had to go through all the doors. Oh, I got it already. I think I might have bugs this bit, because you're supposed to go through all 5. Oh. Alright, so it's supposed to go up here. I might, since this is still like technically the tutorial section of this game, I might make this a bit easier or like simpler. Since but it seems like ghost houses are supposed to be like kind of cryptic and confusing. But I should probably make this a little easier to understand. Oh, there's actually something I forgot to do. I'll be right back. Oh crap. Bruiser. Might want to make a note of that bug. That's why I'm streaming this as well, so I can remember things. Okay, this is a bruiser. New Super Mario Bros. Fans will know these. These ones are the strongest hitting ghosts. Phantom Punch with 198 damage. These guys are also hard to run from, so if you run into these, you might be in a bit of trouble. Alright, double attack. 154. And that's the other thing with bruisers, they have a chance of counter-attacking physical attacks. So, might want to focus on magic. You know, when I actually, like, sit down to talk about my games, there are times when I think I might be a bit of a dick. Alright. Thankfully, Eries are nothing to deal with. Yeah, I also wanted to include, like, as many Mario enemies as I could, in this game. Alright, so what I'm going to do here... Because there are 3 ways to finish each of these, I want to show off all 3 paths. Because this one is the first, like, path I made, like, because this, like, section is the first one I made, this one's honestly the most straightforward, and in some cases might be the weakest, because it's like, if you do Grim and Ed's one first, then Double D and Mandy's, and then Eddie and Billy's after, you could definitely see, like, where the improvements have been kicking in, because this one is very straightforward. Also, this remix of Luigi's Mansion is something. I ever thought about having a chat box under your camera. It would be nice for anyone rewatching the streams to see a chat there. See, I actually want to do that, but my problem is that A, I don't know how, and B, you're the first talkative person I've had on this stream in months. In fact, You're actually the most regular guy to show up. So, on one half I want to, on the other half, no one really shows up for these. Alright, so well, I said the treasure chests in the tutorial area are randomized. The treasure chest / item blocks in this game are fixed for the time being. Got Sparkle Charm. Charms specific equipment for Grim. These charms update his status as he doesn't get any new weapons. This is his substitute. So, Grim can't equip badges, but he gets these instead. So he increases his attack by 4 and his magic attack by 3. Alright. So, you might have noticed like this little boo guy wandering around here. What's this guy? Hello, ghostly guy. Want to be our friend? Take the boo guy with you? Yay, I'm naming you Spookatula Monstrato the 7th. Spooky for short. Spooky joined the party. Yep, you got yourself a party member. Level 5. Surprised I'm even that high of a level. Anyway, yeah, in addition to like playing as the... You need better advertisements from day. Yeah. In addition to playing as the main 6, you get Mario allies as party members as well. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this off because I want to see what Spooky has. Because these Mario allies can also wield the cards. He has Cure, Confuse, Poisona, Protect, Regen, and Silence. So, since Ed has the Fire Drive badge, which allows him to attack physically, I'm going to keep him the Cure badge on him. So, Spooky. A strange and silent ghost friend. No one knows what he's thinking or why he wants to join the team. For the most part, he's better at defense and magical attack. Not really so good in the physical defense or physical attack as much. His speed's pretty good. He's meant to not be that strong, but he has a couple of tricky tricks up his sleeve. And his tarot is the moon. Just for reference's sake, the moon often resembles uncertainty, unconfidence, like shyness, which suits a shy guy. Alright. So this is where some of the puzzles like well, this isn't really that hard. I think the door one's a little bit more difficult. Long and the short, go through the door with the blue flame. If you go through the door with the red flame, the puzzle resets. So you have to do it all over again. So, not that hard. Then go into the middle, and this is the biggest part. Now, this is one of the healing blocks. For 10 coins, heal yourself up. So, I'm going to save here. So yeah, so for 10 coins, you heal yourself. Now, this is the bit I want to show off. Well, actually, let's show off Spooky a bit. So, because Spooky is a ghost, he can harm ghosts too. But he has a comically large spear for it. Ghostly Lick, and now he's paralyzed. It's basically like the Lick move from Pokemon. Now, I do want to get Spooky's SP up, because he has a very interesting, like, first ability that, looking back, it might actually break the game. Oh, MP plus badge. That's going to be useful. MP plus increases maximum MP. You can't see it on here. You notice that is the Spooky's MP jump from 135 to 185. It's no longer stuck. So you might notice this door, and it has 8 torches on it. So what? Ah. Yep. And you can't even go back to the previous area either. You're stuck here. The bedroom. So this is the trick with this one. Got one up mushroom. You'll see this boo here. It is a big boo, actually. Yeah, I might as well show off a special. Fade away. Become a ghostly shadow and be invincible to all attacks for 3 turns. Yeah, that move is a little bit busted, but it's meant to complement his lack of offense to be more defensive. I might change that to his second tier ability and replace it with something else, but it's also really useful for like this part of the game, so I don't know. Might make a workaround. I might make it a later ability that he gets rather than a starting one. Or you never know. I might just keep it that way and just adjust the difficulty accordingly. Level 4, Silence and Blizzard learned. Poisoner and Vampire weapon learned. So the moment Ed gets a vampire, so the moment Ed gets a tarot card that allows him to have weapon magic, he'll be able to use it. So you notice when we defeated that big boo, one of the torches lit up. This is what you're supposed to do to get through this door. You need to search this mansion in order to find all the boos, all the big boos. Alright. So this is a little Easter egg. Oh, darn it. So this is a little Easter egg here. It's a little difficult to see. Because I'm running around all over the place. I'm not really like giving you time to like take a look, and we keep running into random encounters. But this layout here is a rough copy of the Area 2 map in Luigi's Mansion. So the idea is that you're going through like a copy of Luigi's Mansion. Alright, so I got rid of Alright, so here's something I recommend. Like, if you don't get a elemental changing badge for Ed, keep the card on him because Dia can be helpful. So instead, I'm just going to use this Mega Fart, and I'm gonna stab this guy. Nice, double poisoned. Spectral Flame. Now, most of these enemies have blue magic. But I think I'm going to be making it that every enemy has a blue magic spell, so you get a lot of options. But I also don't know, like, I don't know where the line to be crossed is. Alright, the library. Yeah, keep in mind, just the exterior is meant to be like a reference to Luigi's Mansion. I did think about recreating the entirety of Luigi's Mansion for this. So, like, a bit of a spoiler, but you do get to come back here. And I was thinking of recreating the entire mansion from Luigi's Mansion in this, but I'm not really sure if I should. Nice. Alright, so I think we've got 4 of them so far. We just need 4 more. So if we go up here, this is something new that I've added, the timeout room. You'll notice that there's a dry bones here. Shh, not so loud. Welcome to my secret shop. What are you buying? This is a little shop for you to buy items. You will find them item blocks with items in them around the map, but this is a precaution. Cause it's more or less like just to make sure that you have the right amount of them. It's just to make sure that you've at least got a safety net. So I'm going to buy 2 mushrooms and 2 honey syrups. So like while I have made the battles in this like some of them kind of tough, some of them kind of tedious, I at least wanted to throw in a couple of safety nets. Because in the original version, like before I uploaded this, there was no shop. Save my game. Alright, everyone's fully healed. Alright. This one is kind of the most annoying one, in my opinion. This is the maze room. You're dealing with an invisible maze. Although, this is one thing I will say. It's not that bad of a maze, because there's only one way to go for each path, so there are no dead ends. Honestly, I was kind of running short on ideas, so I just made this. Once you defeat the Big Boo, however, the maze disappears. Alright, the music room. Trust me, I was tempted to have the mad piano from Mario 64, but I thought that might be a too dickish thing to include at the beginning portion. And this is the funny thing, like, realistically, this should be a bit more difficult, but because I ended up getting the Fire Drive badge for Ed, he can use his physical attacks with full power, because, like, he lacks, magic offense, so while Dia hits all enemies, it's not, and all enemies have a 5 times weakness to, well, all undead enemies have a 5 times weakness to Dia. As if every enemy has a 5 times weakness to a certain element, it wasn't dealing that much damage to begin with. So in a way, it balanced it out. Oh yeah, this is something I forgot to mention. Spooky and Grim. I can't remember what Spooky's magic list is off the top of my head, because I never kept the lists. Like, once I wrote them down and put them into the game, I got rid of the lists. Which, you know, not the smartest thing to do, but, you know, whatever. Grim can technically learn every spell in the game, with the exception of Dia. No undead character is capable of learning Dia. Got the upper hand. Yeah, you know what, I'll just attack, since we've got the upper hand. Okay, so we've been in every room, but we only got 7 of the boos. It's because the 8th one's here. Alright, so that's all 8 torches lit. Let me take a look at my list. 3 mushrooms, 3 honey syrups, one refreshing herb, and one 1-up mushroom. I'm not going to worry too much about 1-up mushrooms for this, because Grim also has the ability to revive an ally for 25% of their HP. With that being said, a 1-up mushroom revives an ally for 50%. Alright. Let's go. The entrance. I think we're at the end of this. Yep, maybe we'll find some spooky zombies. Zombies. Always did but alive at the same time. Makes a mockery of me job. What? What's wrong? Do you need the bathroom? Fools! Big ghost! Big ghost! That thing's massive! You got that right. I'm King Boo, Master of Illusions. You came to my house, beat up my tenants, and now you're thinking you'll walk away without paying for the damages? Now prepared to pay for what you've done. With your souls. The boss for this is King Boo. Alright. Gonna start with a Mega Fart. And I've got all these. I'm gonna start off by planting regen on everyone just to be safe, because regen is a very helpful spell to have. It doesn't wear off, that's the thing. Yeah. King Boo has some particularly nasty abilities. I'm gonna try a Mega Fart again. King Boo's poisoned. Alright, we're starting to run a little low on health already. So we're gonna have Ed and Grim use the mushrooms. Spooky use regen again. So now everyone has regen on them. Like I said, regen is a spell that doesn't wear off. The only time it wears off is if you get KO'd. So just for reference's sake, King Boo has all of the abilities from all the enemies you fought, with the exception of the Bruiser's Phantom Punch. So I'm pretty sure King Boo doesn't have the physical capabilities to punch. So now I'm going to show this off. Fade away. Become a ghostly shadow and be invincible till attacks 3 turns. This is one of the reasons like why I kept it in when I was thinking about a lot of this stuff, because King Boo can wreck you like quite a bit. So in a way, this is meant to reduce the damage, because like the enemy AI won't think to themselves, wait, I can't hit this guy, I should attack someone else. Sometimes they'll just constantly attack him instead, even when he's invincible. So yeah, and yeah, he's got Poisona, so he just killed the poison off him already. See what I mean? Like, sometimes he'll just target Spooky specifically, even if he is invincible. You know what? I've never tried this, actually. It didn't work. Okay. Alright, Spooky's no longer invisible. Do another Mega Fart just to like... Oh wait, no, he's already poisoned, so just attack, so... I'll use Fade Away again. I think what I might do instead is make it, instead of 3 turns, it's 2 turns, so it's a little less broken. And Spooky's been silenced, so he can no longer cast spells. King Boo uses Shadow Dance. King Boo's been powered by the Shadow Dance. So you might be wondering, what the heck does that mean? You're about to find out. King Boo casts Dia. Casts Silence. Uses Ghostly Limp. What Shadow Dance is that it is a move where they get an extra attack and they become stronger. So just when you think you're about to win, that happens. Cast Poisona. He's probably going to cast it. Oh no, he's casting Silence again. And Dark. Which thankfully got the invisibility off, so... This is the last time I can use it, so... Right, if it wasn't for the fact that everyone was silenced, I'd probably start casting Cure, because Ed's starting to run out of HP. Actually, do I have a mushroom? I do. I will eventually also put in, like, the typical, like, Mario sound effects for items. Like, for now, it's just the typical heal effects from RPG Maker. I might make it that if I'm going to keep Spooky's invisibility ability in, I might make it that Dia still hurts him. I haven't decided yet. I'm still... the gears on how I should do this are still spinning in my head, even though there's not much I can do to fix it right now. Oh, doesn't matter. He's down. Those players are victorious. 150 experience received. Fine, I see how it is. Come into my home, damage the property, hurt my tenants, and now you don't even have the decency to give out your souls. Get out and take this stupid card and your dumb boo guy. A tarot card? Nice, that makes two. I'm happy. Once again, still working on the writing. That also explains how that ghost was able to use that black and white magic we could use. Just worse than I thought. Anyone can use the cards as easily as we can. That means anyone who has one is a threat. Come on, Ed, Spooky, we got cards to find. And our friends too. They could also be in trouble. Right you are. Double D and Eddie are still out there. What about Billy and Mandy? Meh. Come on. Once again, I'll work on more of this stuff. Like, you're mostly seeing placeholder stuff at this point. Making custom sprites is not easy. Phew. And stay out. Not sure I want to come back. Anyway, didn't even get a mint under my pillow. Well, in any case, let's review what happened so far. Something happened to Misaive back on Earth which caused all of us to get sent here. Thankfully, Misaive stopped glitching, but it still doesn't have the power to send us back. We need to find the others and the tarot cards, but right now our biggest problem is we have no idea where we should even start. What are you looking at, Spooky? I think Spooky's looking at that large thing in the distance. Huh? Well, it's very far away, but it looks like a giant pink and white castle. Say, I bet there's lots of people there. I bet we can gather some info there. We might even find some buttered toast with gravy. I'm going to ignore that. Well, we have nowhere else to go. It's going to be a long walk, but let's get to that castle. Ed and Grim's story is finished. Enter another circle to see another team's story. And that's it. Spooky next to him is to indicate what ending you've taken. This is how every character has 3 endings. So you might be wondering, what are the other endings? Oh, right, I actually can't access the menu from here. The escape key's disabled. Well, got to turn this game off. Hang on. Bollocks, I didn't think of that. Oh, crap. There we go. Alright, so let's show off how to get another ending from this one. So, where am I at? So, I think I did all the doors already. Let's just clear this up quickly. My logic when it comes to like leveling up in this game, or at least like grinding, is that if you fight every enemy you come across and gain experience that way, that'll be enough for you to take care of the enemies that you'll be coming across. At least, that's my logic. I don't know how sound it is, though. I better heal. Whoops. Alright, yeah, I've already done all this. That's good. We can just skip past this. Nope. Thought as much. I know Ed's physical attack is better than his magic attack, but there's also the fact that he can counter attacks. So Grim doesn't have a choice. He has to attack physically. Ed's got a choice. In a way, like, the reason why I made it that you get, like, so few cards now, like, once you lose all of them. So, like, throughout that, like, you only had the 1 card. This is sort of meant to... It's sort of to teach you, like, what works and what doesn't. So, by So, like, in the tutorial bit, you get all these cards, so it's like, wow, there's quite a lot here, what do I do? Like, should I just pick any? That's, so like, it gets a little overwhelming. But I wanted you to have all of them and then scatter them after the tutorial section. So that way it gives you like a lot, but then so little, like to emphasize how much you've lost. And when you eventually get them back, you start feeling stronger again. So it's a case of being like, I'm overwhelmed. So it's a case of like being, alright, I forgot you could fight enemies here. So it's a case of being like overwhelmed, then getting into a more comfortable thing, but when you eventually get back to it, you feel stronger. At least, that's my logic. I don't know if it's sound logic. I also wanted to like give everyone like so few when you like start properly. So that way you learn like the ins and outs. Outriders. So, you might be wondering like, if each area has about 3 different endings, how do I get the other 2? This one's a bit simpler. This time you don't get spooky. You just ignore him. So just continue without him. He'll just stay there. He's fine. And I'm also out of MP, so... Nice, excellent hit. Alright, so just do this again. Grim is just getting his ass handed to him. And I'm out of magic, so I can't even heal him. I don't even think I have any healing items, so if Grim gets KO'd, I might be in trouble. Alright, we're good. Let's just try and get out of here as quick as we can. So this is what different happens. If you don't have Spooky with you when you go through this, a little help. You'll see this Bombo in this little jail cell. You can go through that door and just ignore her if you want to. But if you flip the switch and go talk to her... Oh, thanks, darling. No problem, but who are you? Where are my manners? My name's Poppy. I'm a Bombo. Hello, Poppy. My name is Ed, and this is Grim. Well, anyway, we'll see you later. Now hold your horses, Grim. You saved me and expect to walk away from you without my gratitude? If you want to get out of this ghost house, you're gonna have... If you want to get out of this ghost house, you gotta take on the owner, King Boo. King Boo? That's King Boo? Do you even know who King Boo is? Nope. Okay, you helped me out big time, so I think it's only natural I help you. So I think it's only natural I help you take on the big bad Boo. Well, if you're offering to fight alongside us, then I don't see a reason why not. Great, it's a deal. Thanks, buddies. Poppy joined the party. Yeah, so this is how you get... This is how you get a different party member. Poppy. Poppy's tower is 15 the Devil. A Bombo who loves to party and blow up. A true lady of fire and spectral mass. Poppy doesn't have the best physical defense or speed, but she has some pretty good physical attack. And given that... Just updated OBS and all new features, really cool. Yeah, my OBS got updated, but I haven't fiddled with anything just yet. I'll need to sit down and look at that stuff. Yeah, Poppy's great at physical attack, and she does have a high chance of getting like critical hits due to a high luck. So I must say this: when I was deciding on like the Mario allies, I wanted to go for ones that weren't already in Paper Mario or Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door. Hence why the 2 of them that we've seen so far is a Boo guy and a Bombo. While Boos have been a partner in the Paper Mario series, not a Bombo. Alright, so same thing as before, you need to defeat all 8 Boos before you can proceed. So I'll just try and get this done as quick as I can. Is the main difference between Poppy and Spooky is that Spooky is a bit more of a trickster with his abilities, like having the ability to be completely invincible for a moment. Poppy is more offensive, so and she used to have the fade out ability like Poppy, like she used to have the same ability, but not anymore. I changed it. She has Fire Burst. Just do a mini explosion on one enemy. That is a sorry. It's a hard-hitting fire-based attack. You notice we got through that fight a little quicker because of Poppy's offense. Oh, actually, I should be doing this since Ed's got oops. Since Ed's got the fire drive badge, he doesn't need Dia. So what does Spooky get from this? Because I didn't experiment with this too much, honestly. I probably should have, but I didn't. Oh, she has Dia? She really should not have that. Because the idea is that I know King Boo had Dia, but he's meant to be like the king of Boo, so it's kind of like his shtick is supposed to be like doing stuff Boo shouldn't be able to do. I guess I'll need to fix that later. Alright, I'm going to need to do a comparison here. I imagine it's not going to be as strong as her physical attacks, but let's see. So, 178. So, she hits the same... So, she hits just about as hard as Ed does. Oh yeah, I forgot that Poppy's casting spell animation is her like lighting up, like turning slightly red, like she's about to explode. Alright, so her physical attack did 178. How much is Dia? So it can't be strong. Well, it might be stronger, I don't know. 281. I'm gonna stick to using my physical attack for the time being, just to save on MP. Let's just get one. I need to at least have 10 coins saved so I can buy from so I can at least buy from the healing box. One of my original ideas for it, and I think I might still like try to put it in, is the more you use the heal box, the more expensive it gets. So like it starts off at 1 coin, and then when you buy it, it becomes 2 coins. So like the more you use it, the more expensive it gets. Because like, you know, it's like we've gotten a pretty high amount of coins, but one of my things was to make it that coins is not easy to go by, or like small amounts is what you only really get. Come on. Alright, so what's the badge here? Luck plus badge. Increase. Wow, that is a lot actually. I think that's about 15. Yeah, that increases luck by about 15, so yeah. Well, Poppy has to be the one to equip it, because if I equip it, it's like I can't really equip the fire drive on her, or put the luck plus on Ed, because then he doesn't have his means of attacking ghosts with physical attacks. Longer stunned. That is something to point out though. Most status elements go away after battle. Alright, we've just hit the 2-hour mark of my first of the... I'm sorry. We just hit the 2-hour mark, so after I beat this guy up, I'm going to take a short break. Alright. Actually, I better do it at the save point just in case something happens. Because, like, yesterday when I was practicing this, and I'm working out some of the kinks for the updated version, my computer crashed, so I'm not taking another risk like that. Alright, I'm going to go and take a break. I'm just going to turn the desktop audio up all the way so you can hear the Luigi's Mansion theme proper. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so... Admittedly, I'm actually starting to feel a bit of a headache come on. I've taken some paracetamol to try and nip it in the bud, so hopefully I won't need to stop early because of it. Alright, I'm missing 2. Well, 1 technically. So I did the bedroom, I did the kitchen. I did that one. Oh. Wow, did I seriously just grab the item and run? Alright. So you might notice that this mansion is also like looping. Like, so if you go all the way to the right, you'll end up in the left. This was meant to be like a, you know, trippy. Oh, this is a ghost house. It's supposed to be full of spooky illusions. Yeah, I'm not in a crap. All right. Guess we're doing this. Go. Alright. Good. Alright, deal with this guy, and then let's continue. Ah, crap. Alright, no problem. Poppy is no longer stunned. Okay. Yeah. Hate to use this before a fight, but whatever. Alright. And we're at the end of this. Yep, we'll find some spooky zombies. Spooky zombies, always dead by lines at the same time. It's mocking the job. Graham, Ed, company! Yeah, this is perfect. That's the King Boo guy I told you about. You got that right. I'm King Boo, Master of Illusions. Came to the house, beat up the tenants, break Poppy out of a dungeon, and now you think you can walk away without paying for the damages. Now, prepare to pay for what you've done with your souls. Let's go. Time to settle the score. I haven't thought of a reason why King Boo locked up Poppy. The odds are because the fact that she's an exploding Boo. I think I've got a good guess on what it should be. Alright, so I'm going to guard to get my SP up by 10. So I can use my new special ability. So for the most part, the King Boo fight is exactly the same. You just have a different ally instead. And because this ally can't hide herself like Spooky can, this may be a bit more difficult. But Poppy also has more. Poppy also has a greater damage output. 125. $137. Give me shoutouts. Yeah, we've reduced his HP by a ridiculous amount already. So Poppy is a lot stronger. Like, you'll get through this fight quicker. But again, because Poppy can't hide herself, she's going to be taking damage regardless. Oh boy. Yeah, I might be in trouble here. Yep, trouble. Actually, no. I just saw that King Boo only lost 30 HP. He's at minimum. So get Ed up. And just attack. Now, if I'm lucky, Grim will stay alive. Please be lucky. Shit. Damn it. Oh well. So Poppy misses out on the experience. I also like that KO animation is her as a pile of dust with annoyed eyes. Ah, that sucks. I hate having a party member down in a at the end of a boss fight because it means you don't get any experience. Get out and take your stupid car and your dumb bombo. Alright, so this is pretty much the same. Yeah, he never used spells like those before. Less than I thought. Anyone can use the constants. That means anyone has one threat. The reason why Grim is more adamant on saving Double D and Eddie, even though he doesn't know them as much, is that he. My best bet for this is that he doesn't like any of them, but he dislikes Double D, Ed and Eddie less than Billy and Mandy, and that's sort of his logic here. At least that's the logic I'm putting in for this. Phew. And stay out. You guys are awesome. I couldn't have beaten that big bad boo without you. You're welcome. So what are you going to do now? Well, I think I'll tag along with you some more. Really? Yeah, it's always been my dream to explore the entire world for all its sights and wonders. But I don't really know where to start or where to go. So I'll just be tagging along with you. Besides, you guys rock, so I'd love to roll with you. Alright, guess we could use an extra hand. Stops glitching, still doesn't have the power to send us back. Need to find the others in tarot cards. Best problem is, we have no idea where we should even start. What about that? It's very far away. It looks like a giant pink and white castle. That might be Princess Peach's castle. Say, I bet there's a lot of people there. I bet you can gather some info there. You need some butter-toast gravy. Can ignore that. Nowhere else to go. It's gonna be a long walk, so let's get to that castle. Yeah, let's go. Alright, and once again, Poppy's images there. Alright, so I'm gonna need to close and turn and reopen this again. I think the reason why I didn't want the menu to be opened at this point is because I think my logic was that I didn't want like the character that you're controlling for that point to be there. I think that was my logic. Alright, now for the third one. So to get the third ending, this one is probably a little obvious, but I'm going to show it off anyway. Mainly because, well, A, I want to show off as much of this game as I can because it's my game. A game that I'm working on. And it looks like I'm on Naproxen's left. If you don't know Naproxen on Twitch, he's also my friend Dan from the two-player games that I've streamed in the past, like Terraria, Minecraft, Town of Salem, Mindustry, and Don't Starve. I don't see us doing any more two-players anytime soon. Mainly because like our internet connection isn't between each other isn't that great anymore. And, unfortunately, due to Terraria's updates, Terraria got a massive update. Oh, you're still here? Sorry, it's just because, like, when I'm looking at the Twitch chat on my phone, and it always says one viewer, even though there's no one here, because it's implying me. I don't know why it's not showing up for you. Alright, my mistake. Sorry about that, Dan. But yeah, we won't be able to do Terraria again for the updates anytime soon, because now because of the updates, my computer can't run it anymore, even on the even on the lowest settings. Yeah, sorry about that, Dan. Alright, so for this one's pretty much what you would expect. So for this one, like, you picked up Spooky, and when you ignored him, you got the chance to pick up Poppy. So what happens if you just leave them both? What is my computer? A toaster? It's old, and it hasn't been upgraded. Like, I don't think it's ever been upgraded ever. So for all intents and purposes, it might as well be a toaster. Oh boy. Ah, crap. Stop missing! Thank you. Alright. A little help. So, you can choose to ignore Poppy. Like, just go through this door and don't pay any attention to her. However, the moment you go through that door, you can't go back there. So, yeah, once you leave them behind, they're left behind for good. So yeah, so last time we went through this game, we had Spooky, then we had Poppy. So this time we have Neva. Like I said, this was the first major map I worked on, and I was only like figuring out the ins and outs on what to do for this sort of stuff. So this one is definitely like the most simple. I would like to go back to it to like make some improvements on it, but I also don't want to change the layout too much. I might just add like more little cutscenes, like maybe put in some better work into the puzzles. Because like right now the only thing I've got in mind is like in the kitchen area, like there's just the boo sitting there. Like I suppose much like all the others, like I might try and make it that you have to have a puzzle for each one to try and get a boo out, so you can fight it. At least that's the general idea. I think my biggest problem is that I enjoy puzzles in video games, but I'm never good at making them. I'm never good at coming up with anything. And like, when you have a setting that's a ghost house, and like all ghost houses in Mario games were puzzles, so to speak. A part of me thinks like it may not reflect as well in like an RPG setting. Like it might be a little too cryptic. Because like I don't want to have too much hand holding. I don't know. Like I think this is the biggest problem when you're trying to make an RPG and you're a one-man team. Alright, so I don't have enough for a heal. But I should be okay. Yeah, like, take this one for example. Like, we have to keep interacting with the boo to push it, like, further down. Like, I don't really think that's a very fun puzzle. Like, but I'm also like, I also don't know how to improve it. That's the thing. So it's like, I can criticize my own work, but I also have no freaking clue as to how to change it to make it better. Oh, you might stream something later, Dan? Alright, if I finish and you're still streaming, I'll check out. in all honesty, like when I was making this, I really wanted my brother Martin to stream this game blind, so I could see like his reaction and feedback to it. Pretty lucky badge. That is indeed pretty lucky. Increases evasion for physical and magic attacks. Now, unfortunately, I don't have another partner to equip that, and I think keeping the fire drive badge on Ed is the better alternative, because it gives him a means of attacking the booze with what is his greatest feat, his physical strength. Probably won't start till I'm done. Alright. I'm going for 6 hours, by the way. This is a mega stream, so I'll be ending at 7. I think this is the last one. Look at me doing the big boy streams now. I suppose you haven't been around for a while, but every month I try to do a 6-hour stream. Like a once a month sort of deal. Although I'm almost every Saturday at this point, I've been doing like the 4-hour streams of D&D, which have been going well, but I had to skip this week due to not getting the not getting enough done for the session. Because I was banking on just to explain real quick. My brother Martin, who's one of the players, he has an awkward shift where like he'll have 4 Saturdays where he's free and 4 Saturdays where he's working. I was banking on him, like, the 4 Saturdays when he's not working to write more of the D&D sessions. So yeah, I was banking on the fact on the 4 days where he's not working so I can do more of the D&D sessions. But just before just before he started, he booked several Saturdays off, and he won't be back to work on a Saturday until June. 6 hours is standard. Shouldn't you don't have the time to do it each time I stream? We're trying to people. Yeah, unfortunately, like for me, streaming is like primarily a hobby. Like, I used to stream for 4 hours every weekend, but like, it's a lot of things. Like, I need to focus on like my other works on DeviantArt, and admittedly, like I've had a couple of like health issues here and there where I had to like cut down the streaming. Like, I used to stream for 3 hours, but now that's been reduced to 2. So unfortunately, like, this is like the most I can do for streaming. I can't really go any higher. If I was a dedicated streamer, maybe, and if I was literally doing nothing else but streaming, then yeah. But no. Okay, so this bit is admittedly where I let my sense of humor come in a little bit more. So you might have noticed that it was Spooky and Poppy who gave them the warning that King Boo appeared in front of them. So what happens when neither of them is there? Dinker at the end of this. Yep, you'll find some spooky zombies. Zombies. Always dead but alive at the same time. Makes a mockery of each job. What about the Gusty Wall zombies from Gusty Wall zombies from Saturn's Uranus? Oh yeah, they're pretty good. I love that part where the hero tries to use the chainsaw on them. They don't notice. Oh yeah, that was cool. What did he say? Courtesy your walls or something? He said, courtesy your creatures, I've got to set up new walls. This is meant to be like the cheesy shit, because it's Ed and Eddie and Billy and Mandy. What'd you expect? They're very close to the 90s. That's it. She had no idea breaking the walls and unleash them properly. And King Boo is getting annoyed. Did you ever get the copy of Zombie Tanks on a Plane? Makes sense, like I said, if you were to dedicate a stream, you'd be different. That's how most people get the numbers they do. Consistent days and hours. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do that. Like, this is more of a hobby. and also an excuse for me to like get, and also an excuse for me to play some of the games that I've been missing out on. No, no, every store was sold out. Oh, shame. I couldn't get one either. I was hoping you had one. I was able to get Monster Planes vs. Zombie Tanks. That was pretty good. Oh yeah, the spin-off. I heard it's good, but not as good as the original. That makes sense since the original writers were in charge of it. Say, have you ever read... Would you pay attention? Got that right. And King Boo, Master of Illusions. Get into my house, beat up my tenants, ignore me, and then you think you'll walk away without paying for the damages. Now, prepare to pay what you've done with your souls. So you might be wondering, how are you going to do this fight without a third party member? This guy shows up for no reason. His name is Whirlon. It's meant to be like a parody of Merlon. And yeah, he's just here. They haven't yeah, he's just here. So what makes him interesting is that he has Shock Spell, casts an electrical spell on all enemies. This does like some pretty hefty damage. But he's also got Shadow Dance. Perform a dance that boosts all stats and allows you to attack twice. This is what King Boo was using. There is a story-related reason behind this, so I'm going to try and get that up as high as I can. So I'm going to try and get that. So I'm going to start guarding with him constantly so I can get the spell ready. Okay, 3 more times. Alright, Mega Fart again to get that poison back on. I'll use Cure actually. Realistically, I should also be setting up my regens, but it's also that I'm like, honestly, it's just quicker to get this done because this isn't that bad, plus I don't have 2 regen users. There we go. Alright, attack. You got rid of the poison, so Mega Fart. And Shadow Dance. Empowered by a dance. Like I mentioned, this is the skill King Boo has when his HP is dropped by about 50%. There is a reason he has it. I don't know if attacking is actually going to do... Yeah, it does jack and shit. I don't know if it's because that counts as a physical attack or if his attack is that low. Shadow Dance, powered by a dance. So I'm going to do guard twice to get my magic up. Well, my special up. But because Whirlon is not a ghost, Dia doesn't affect him at all. So that's sort of the upside with having him, is that unlike Spooky and Poppy, who can be harmed by Dia, Whirlon can't. Cure. Shock Spell and Guard. 243 damage right off the bat. Poisoner to get rid of that. Silence on Grim, which doesn't do anything. And Dia again. Alright, Dia again, Shock Spell and then Guard. Nice. Fine, I see how it is. Come into my house, damage the property, hermit turns, diabetes, give your souls. Get out and take the stupid card and you're senile old cooked. As it makes 2, I'm happy. I also experienced that Ghost is able to use the black and white magic. Just not for anyone can use the cards as we can. That means anyone has something to threat. And that's why they'll be a valuable asset to my world-conquering plans. Ah! Who are you? Grandpa Gus, Grandpa Gus. I'm not your grandfather. Yeah, throughout that they didn't even notice he was there. There's honestly no logical reason as to why he shows up when you have the other 2 party members. It's just a thing. Where the heck are you even? Where'd you come from? I am the all-powerful Whirlon, the original overlord of the Mushroom Kingdom. Mushroom Kingdom? Thanks to the powers coming from nowhere, I have achieved the strength and might to escape the retirement home. And with it, I will reclaim my right to rule this kingdom with an iron fist. And consider this your lucky day. You've proven yourself worthy to be the first new minions. Proud to serve you, great-grandpa. Ed, shut up. As for you wrinkle old prune, we don't have time for your silly little games. We've got work to do. You dare talk back to the great Whirlon like that? Now listen, my new minions. In order for me to rule the Mushroom Kingdom, we first must obtain the new powers that have scattered across this land. Those magic cards. And the source of all this power, I saw it in my dream, a demonic entity in the shape of a heart. The evil's heart. Well, consider yourself lucky, you old bat. We just so happen to be searching for them too. Guess we gotta drag this old coot around. Either way, we gotta make sure those cards don't fall in the wrong hands. Yep, and our friends are still out there. Yeah, let's get moving. Come on. Yeah, so the dialogue is a lot different. If you have Whirlon with you, like, in some cases he has a higher story emphasis, but I also wanted the idea of a senile old bat. In the party. Stay out. Not sure when I come back anyway. Didn't even get a mint onto my pillow. In any case, let's review what's happened so far. So I'm empty side back on Earth, which has caused all of us to get sent here. Frankly, Miss I've stopped glitching, but still doesn't have the power to send us back. We need to find the others and the tarot cards. Right now, our biggest problem is no idea where we should even start. What are you looking at? That castle in the distance is a perfect place to set up my ultimate base of operations. Looks a little too pink. So yeah, I bet there's a lot of people there. I bet we can gather some info there. And find some butter toasted gravy. I'm gonna ignore that. We have nowhere else to go. It's gonna be a long walk. Let's get to the castle. I'm the leader here. I'll say let's go. Yeah, so... Okay, so I'm going to throw in a bit of trivia here. When I was making this, I had a lot of ideas for, like, Mario-related partners. So, like, Spooky, the Boo Guy, was heavily inspired by the ghost in the Ghost Train from Final Fantasy VI. If you saw my playthrough of that, I got, like, really attached to one of the ghost partners you can pick up and fight alongside you. So like, but yeah. In Final Fantasy VI, like, when you go on the Ghost Train, you can recruit one of the ghosts randomly to help fight alongside you, and he leaves before you get to face the boss of it. Because I liked that so much, I made a partner based on that. Now, for Poppy, I wanted another ghost character. Like, here's the thing, in one of the original, like, makings of this, it was actually a toad, who was being, terrorized by ghosts instead. And if you picked up Spooky without picking him up, you'll see a, you would see a toad-shaped hole in the wall where he just ran out of. But I got rid of the toad partner because, admittedly, I wasn't getting many good ideas with him. So, that did get scrapped. Oh, not necessarily. There is going to be a toad partner in this game. Well, high chance of there being one. I might change my mind later. But I moved the location, so to speak. Poppy was pretty much inspired by, like, Bomb Kirby, because she has, like, the same type of hat Bomb Kirby has in, like, the newer games. She's meant to be like a party popper sort of character. Now, I know that Paper Mario did have a Boo ally, but not a Bomb Boo, and I went for a Bomb Boo because they're honestly one of my favorites, and I thought it might have been interesting to have a fire-based partner. Alright. Now, as for Whirlon, it was originally going to be Ashley from the WarioWare series. But, I couldn't get any good sprites for her to work with, and I really did not want to make any custom ones, so unfortunately that idea did get scrapped. There were some good overworld sprites, but I couldn't find anything that would be fitting for battle sprites, so that's why she got scrapped. She will be appearing in the game, just not as a playable character. Which is why I replaced her with I'm with Whirlon. If you know the Paper Mario series, there's always been like a wizard type guy called Merlon, Merlon. This was sort of meant to be like a parody of that, like sort of like the whole Wario thing to Mario, where you just flip the M upside down. But yeah, that's pretty much that. He does also learn sorry, compared to Grim, Merlon also learns every spell as well. But once again, like, you weren't really able to get much of him, and I can't even show you his stats because you don't get to play as him outside. You don't get to play with him outside of battles. So, unfortunately, that's something I can't show off. Anyway, so now for this bit, I was gonna go back to the I was gonna go back to the original file, but I'll just do it here. So now we've done all three for Grim and Ed's side of the story. Let's show off what Double D and Mandy's one is like. Now, this is honestly where my creativity and and ideas for like building dungeons got a little bit better. So like in the last one it was a bit more linear. This one's a bit more interesting. This one is also the most story-driven one. Where am I? Mandy? Finally the world awakened, huh? Where are we? I did a quick look around while I was waiting for you to get up. We're in some kind of cave with sand. I wager we got sent to some kind of desert or something. But how? Grim's scythe. It can take us to other dimensions, and that's what happened to us. Another dimension? Don't be such a big baby. We can get back. All we gotta do is find Grim's scythe and we're good. I see. Have you done this before? More than I care to count. But now for something more important. What the heck did you do back at the tower? I'm sorry? Don't play dumb with me. After him kicked our butts, some kind of light came out of you. That reacted to Grim's scythe, and that's how he got here. Yeah, if you remember from that cutscene, there was a white light that glowed around Double D, which caused like the major reaction that happened. There's a huge story-related reason behind that, and I'm not saying what it is. I really don't know. I fell unconscious shortly after. Whatever. Let's just find a way out. Agreed. We need to locate the others. That reminds me, I found this while I was looking around. A tarot card. Yep, bad news. We lost all the others, so we'll have to make do with this for now. Now, come on. We gotta move. This dusty air is getting to me. Agreed. So, the reason why this one, looks very similar to that of, Oh, yeah, right. I forgot to mention. Items in these, stick around. So, you could actually take your badges off your characters before they're about to end their part of the story. And you could take them over to other teams, so... Here's the thing, there's no way I can actually fix this, so this is something that has to stay. So, increase evasion for physical and magical attacks. Actually, that'd be probably better off on Double D. Listen now, unlocks the potential of time and blue magic. I'm gonna give that to Double D to give him a bit more of an edge. Because just a reminder, Mandy has pretty good physical and magical attack. So she'll get by just fine without the card. Well, she has better physical attack than Double D does, so Double D's gonna need the assistance. So all of this is set up the same, just for the fact that you might not do them in order of what I'm doing them as. So this is meant to be like a sort of surprise thing. So, and he doesn't have any blue magic. Okay. So despite Mandy's great attack, she's going to last. And because I got hit with that vampire, I've got it now. Although I think vampire is actually physical because it's like a bite. And either way, it does piss poor damage. I was hoping to have picked up some of the other spells from the tutorial place, but I guess luck just wasn't on my side for that. What were those? They look like bats, but whatever, they went for it. Although that tarot card we got, I think that one lets us use their abilities if we get hit by them. That doesn't make much sense, but we should go over it anyway. I can patch us up if we get hurt too much. That's pretty much like saying, like, take advantage of the ability to use blue magic. Alright, so Desert Cave. So, much like the last one, this one also has 3 endings. But you don't get... But we're not at the point where you can get to the 3 endings yet, which is why I'm not making 3 save slots yet. Oh! Kill it! Kill it! Damn it. That is a coin coffer. If you manage to kill one of those, I think you get 1,000 gold out of them. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but you get a ridiculous number of coins. They're also rare to come across, so... They're meant to be the typical RPG enemies that are hard to fight, will run away quickly, but you often get very much rewarded for your troubles. Alright, so this one is pretty simple. You just need to... I really can be kind of a dick when making these puzzles, can't I? Because this is just tedious. I should probably rework this to make it a bit less. Yeah, so the gist of this puzzle area is plain and simple, like, just find all the blue torches and press the buttons on them. A part of me thinks that maybe I should have, like, some sort of, like, message board to say, hey, in order to escape, like, press the buttons on these torches. But I also think, like, with so many little things to interact with, it might not be necessary, since, like, they'll eventually just, like, there's nothing else in the room, like, they'll see the torch, so they'll probably, like, just click it and see what happens. I don't know, if I think it requires, like, a tutorial thing, I might include one. Or really, like, just amount to, like, a message board saying, hey, do this. Actually, no, I've got beat down, so... We're also running a little low on HP, so... Damn it. That's the problem with beatdown, is that it's got the same attack percentage as a regular attack, so it can still miss. Sounds a bit too hand-holdy. Yeah, alright. I think that's just me, like, trying to cater to, like, all of the audience, but I don't know, like... It's admittedly very difficult trying to find that balance. Although, I should probably, make this room less tedious. Ooh, dry bones. I'm getting really unlucky with the blue magic, because like, when I was fighting the Titanic Golem with Double D, Mandy, and Ed, one of the abilities he could have used is called Earth Shaker, which is an Earth type attack that hits all enemies. Cold Touch badge. I just got another element, adds ice element to your attack. I just got another one of the elemental change badges. I guess I'll equip it for now, because, like, it won't change Mandy's it won't change the power of a physical attack. It'll just change it to it'll change, like, physical ice, I think. Let's see. 117. Yeah, I think that's the same as last time. So here's the thing. The way RPG Maker works is that physical doesn't just mean physical. It technically means no elements. So non-elemental. So like it doesn't matter like what element you put on it. It won't change it to to like rely on like the magic attack instead. Think of it as like as like physical and special attacks in Pokemon. Darn it. Next fight I get into, I need to use first aid again. Nice! That was helpful. Refreshing herb. Nice. Alright, got the upper hand, so that just means we get another attack in. There we go, nice. Yeah, here's the thing. Normally Double D is supposed to have more blue magic. But for some reason the enemies are being very stingy on it, so this is not exactly the best example of this. Of like just how good blue magic is. Which is admittedly kind of annoying. Alright. Go for a heal. I'm just gonna... Never mind. Right, I forgot. Because of Mandy's slow speed, running from enemies is difficult. Oh, I got Bone Throw. Hits one enemy with bone, can harm ghosts too. This is basically a means of hitting like undead enemies or a physical attack without needing an elemental badge. I think it does a bit more. It does about the same damage as a regular attack. Alright. Heal up. Got the upper hand, nice. Oh, I guess Bone Throw. Oh wait, no, it might just be that enemy in particular because it might have more defense. Yeah, I'm gonna say that is the case. Nice, Edlin Poisono. Oh, kill it, kill it. Damn it. Twice I ran into... Twice I ran into one as well. That sucked. Oh well. Alright. Flick this switch. All the flames are gone. Alright. Health's not the... Actually, I've got one mushroom. I'll use it. This is kind of nerve-wracking. Get used to it. Urgh. Is this where I expire? We gotta help him. He might be of use to us. Red bones emerged, dry bones emerged. That red one looks the toughest. Should we defeat that one first? No, aim for the weaker ones first. They'll chip enough damage on us if we ignore them. Get the weak ones out of the way so their leader has no extra defenses. Alternatively, you can just fight the red bones, but honestly, it's recommended against. Darn it. Double darn it, jeez! Yeah, this is also why it's recommended to take the little guys out, because they can chip enough damage to like just wreck you. Thankfully, Mandy's beatdown ability can one-shot him. Going to use this again, unfortunately. Thankfully, every time Double D takes a hit, it increases his SP. So it gives him more chance to use First Aid. Like, First Aid is technically a broken ability, but when I've been designing this game, I've been sort of building around it being more of a necessity than something that's broken, so that's good. I hope. Nice, that's a miss. Yeah, use it again. Get good, yeah. Redbones cast Team Revival. Brings them back. These guys are too tough. Your Highness. My deepest apologies. I'll never falter my duties ever again. Another skeleton thief. You're on our side? I may be one of them, but I'm nothing like them. Stand aside, children. I'll eliminate these vile beasts myself as punishment for harming the king. Forget it. I have a grudge against these boneheads too. Let's fight together. We'll surely win if we work together. Very well. Let's hope your words are as strong as mine. This is Turquoise. One of my favorite ones that I've made when designing this game. Turquoise is heavily inspired by a Final Fantasy VI character, Cyan. As you can see, Turquoise does not take crap from anyone. In fact, he doesn't even take damage from the dry bones. His defenses are that good. But the red bones can still cause some damage to him, so... You know what, I should probably just guard so I can use more of the first aid ability when I need it. Darn it. I'll use it because I'm running low on health. A little. No, save that. Redbones uses Shadow Dance. Yeah, the same Shadow Dance that King Boo used. Gee, I wonder why. Alright, full on offense now. Alright, Double D can't do any damage to this guy. I don't even think Vamp Bite will do anything. Beatdown, First Aid, Twin Slash. There we go. ATA experience received. Phew. Sir Turquoise, children, thank you. Come on, no doubt more will appear. We must return to the castle at once. Save your game? Yeah, this is a bit of a hefty cutscene coming up, so this is why I said this is more of a story-based event. I cannot thank you enough for saving me. Although I do not doubt Sir Turquoise's capabilities, I was uncertain he would make it in time. Your help was invaluable. I would not have known what to do with myself should I have failed in keeping the king safe. Oh, but where are my manners? I haven't even introduced myself yet, nor have I asked for your names. My name is King Sultan, ruler of Desertland. Okay, I know the name sounds kind of dumb, but but let's be real. Like the Mario series has always had like kind of silly names. But I'm gonna share this bit of trivia. When I was designing this game, I wanted to include as many Mario like games and references as I could when making this game. This one is actually a reference to the cartoon, the Super Mario Bros. 3 cartoon. It's like in the one episode when they shown off Desertland. Well, they've shown Desertland off a few times, but like, when they had the King of Desertland, he was a Sultan and he was just called the Sultan. I redesigned this Toad to look like that particular one. So all the kings in this game actually look like the ones from the cartoon, but they're all toads instead of like more human-like. Anyway, Desertland. Well, anyway, my name's Edward, but my friends call me Double D, and this is Mandy. Look, we helped you out. Maybe you should thank us by giving us information. Mandy, please don't be so rude. No, that's quite alright. You saved my life, and if that is all you desire, then I will provide you with what I can. However, I need to know something first. How in the world did you end up in the deepest part of Dusted Ruins? We had only unlocked it recently, and we kept a sharp eye on any intruders. We even closed the ruins entrance behind us. There was no way you could have snuck past us. I'm only asking not only is the ruins forbidden to enter for the public, it would have been impossible to get ahead of us. Yeah, I know that Sultan only has one L. That's that was done deliberately. It was meant to be like a it wasn't meant to be spelled properly. Well, it is a long story. I have time. I see. So not only are your friends in our world too, but this evil's heart. I'm afraid so. It caused so many people in our world to suddenly go mad just by existing. Sadly, this does explain a lot of oddities that's been happening around here. You see, the reason Turquoise and I entered the Deserted Ruins is because he sensed this strange evil presence. Being a dry bones, Turquoise can sense evil energy, but because of his age, he can sense it much quicker and better than most others. It was very faint, but it wasn't like any other energy I'd sensed before. But I had not anticipated it would be coming from that red bones. He was able to cast magic he should not have been able to cast. New spells. No one back on, well, Earth could use any powers from the evil's heart, could they? The laws in this world must be different. So ask me this, how's the crime rate been? Has it increased since we arrived? Yes, in some manner. Bad guys have been acting more aggressive, and we've heard from other lands that they've been attacked more frequently. But that's only applied to actual criminals. Our citizens seem perfectly fine, same in other lands too. So bad guys have gotten worse, but good guys have stayed the same. This is a relief. Yeah, sure it was a likely story. Hey, I know how to spell, Dan! Even good people in our world have gotten violent to a degree. It's possible that the evil's heart targets the evil in people's hearts. In our world, no matter how good a person is, they still have some sort of evil in them. Laws of good and evil must apply differently here. Maybe the good people in your world have no evil in them, or is kept suppressed so the heart can't touch it. I'm honestly not sure, but I know one thing. This evil's heart you speak of is the cause of all this. Can you destroy it? Beats me, but we can at least contain it and bring it back to our world. That's good enough, but the Mushroom Kingdom is gigantic. You'll need the best help you can get. You need to make your way to Grassland and find Princess Peach. She is the ruler of the entire Mushroom Kingdom. Aren't you a king? Yes, but her authority is greater than mine. I only rule one section of the kingdom. She rules all 7 of them. Okay, so how do we get to Grassland? Can you escort us? Sadly, I cannot. Because of the attacks, I cannot have any of my guards leave their posts. Worse still, all the warp pipes leading to other lands have been closed off by Princess Peach's order. Too many criminals have attacked travelers in them, in addition to them using them to attack other lands. I know you know how to spell Dan. Until we can pacify every crook and criminal, the entire kingdom is practically in quarantine. I should emphasize that I made this sort of plot in 2018, and like using the term quarantine. So, unfortunately, it's a bit of a bad timing. Yeah. Can't you make an exception for us? Sadly, no. Her orders prioritize mine. However, there may be another way. Come with me. What's this? A boat? Close. It's an airship. This is one of King Bowser's older models. He had his... This is one of King Bowser's older models he had his Koopalings used to try and take over every land. Ever since it crashed, we kept it preserved in case of emergencies. So that is the airship that Morton used. Did you spell quarantine wrong on purpose too? No, that was an accident. I didn't know how to spell it, so... The problem with typing stuff out in RPG Maker, there's no spell check. But yeah, this airship here is the same one from Super Mario Bros. 3, the one that Morton uses. And the idea is that King Sultan kept it instead of destroying it. So we're using this to get to Peach's castle? Exactly. I'll gladly give you permission to use this airship as much as you want. However, it's in need of repairs, isn't it? King Sultan, we did a full checkup. And the results? The old engine is fried and the sand cracked too many important joints. It needs a new one. The oil to fuel it is dried up and is unusable. We need more oil. Finally, one of the propellers is busted and needs a new one. I see. Thank you. You may return to your posts. Thankfully, all 3 components can be obtained within this land. One of our guards recently spotted an airship engine illegally smuggled into a campsite filled with bandits. I know there's an abandoned oil refinery not far from here that will most likely have some left. Finally, I know a guy who just so happened to know the location of a spare propeller in the Lime Oasis. It'll take some time to get all 3 components, however. Your Highness, I'm not sure if there'll be enough toads to gather them, and the bandit camp will be very dangerous. Quite right. So Turquoise, can I trust you in going to the bandit camp to obtaining the engine? That's how beta tests work. Yeah. Might want to make note of that. What needs to change as you play? Yeah, don't worry. I'm mostly keeping mental notes. I'll write them down next time I take a break. Can I trust you in going to the bandit camp and obtaining the engine? It would be an honor. The only snag now is trying to get all 3 components within one departure. I can only send out so many guards to achieve the components. I have to my guards make 2 departures, and that will take too much time. King Sultan, what if we were to help? You must be joking. I don't work for anybody. Besides, you already helped him out. Why should I even lift a finger to help him again? But because what? Spill it, double dweeb. But because the longer we wait around, the higher risk of him awakening the evil's heart. Fine, we'll help too. I thank both of you. With your help, I can send my guards to focus on the other 2. So which one should we attempt to find? Whichever you like. Lime Oasis for the propeller, the oil refinery for the oil, or you can accompany Sir Turquoise to the bandit camp to get the engine. I'll have the guards wait for you by the gates. Just be mindful, we can't exactly let you return to our city empty-handed. Again, resources strained. So I guess we should choose carefully. We might have to go to all 3 areas anyway. Not only do we need to find Grim and the others, but the tarot cards we lost too. Tarot cards? Would this be what you're talking about? A tarot card? Where'd you find it? Not far from Dusted Ruins before Turquoise and I entered it. I imagined it was something important, so I kept it safe. May we have it back, please? All yours. Because you're not at all forgetful, are you? No, I remember everything. Where am I? Well, that's 2 out of 22. A small start, but we're making progress. In case, when you're ready, go speak to one of my guards by the entrances. But don't be afraid to shop for some gear and items first. I'll give you some coins to help. So there isn't actually a cutscene for this. We just suddenly got like, I think it's like 100 coins, 50 coins. I don't remember. Either way, you get a lot. And we got our next tarot card, Emperor. Put this one on Mandy immediately because Double D doesn't have any black magic. So just throwing that out there. So this area was designed to like be like an expanded version of Dry Ruins from Paper Mario. Like you'll even see that the toads here are all wearing like robes and turbans, like to look like the ones from Paper Mario. In fact, I'm going back to here real quick. You notice that the toads here are wearing the same types of robes, but they're white. This is to like make them different from the others, which I took the color references from the games. These ones are supposed to say that they're the gods. And you can speak to a lot of the toads if you want. A lot of them have different things to say, and you've got these 4 knights in turquoise here. So I'm going to take a bit of time to talk to all of them. Actually, I don't know, should I do that? Or... you know what, screw it, I've got time. Don't think I've seen you before. Welcome to the Outpost. Like, they don't really have much to say. Doing the shopping. I recommend one of the new shields we got. You know about shields, right? They're all arranged for adventurers. They give you a big boost in defense. Yeah. The sign reads, Gone Fishing, Merly. Merly was one of the characters in Paper Mario. I couldn't get any sprites first, so I did a cop-out. That's turquoise. I wonder where he came from. Just appeared one day and already became King Sultan's best knight. I wonder what his story is. You lot from the Metro Kingdom? Sorry? What about the Luncheon Kingdom? Oh, again. Lake Kingdom? Snow Kingdom? Bean Kingdom? We must depart. There's a lot of kingdoms in this world. Oh, it's a real funny one. There was a bunch of sand sculptures shaped like witches in my lunchbox. You said enjoy your sandwiches. Love it to the ends of the earth, but jokes get pretty annoying. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, most of them don't really have anything important to say. Feel that heat. I should go to Iceland once the pipes are accessible again. If I walk around this tree enough, I'm sure to find a secret. Please do not bother me. This is a reference to the original Paper Mario, where you had to go around a tree to unlock a secret. So you've heard about the pipes in other lands being closed off? I can't blame them. What with all these monsters running rampant all of a sudden? They'll call me crazy. I swear I saw a big piranha plant unleash lightning on my way back home. No kidding. I saw a big Monty Mole summon ice from its hands. Yeah, what's going on? It's as if larger or more fierce enemies are somehow gaining new powers. No kidding. It's been crazy. I had to leave this outpost. Not that we're doing any better. The guards are getting tired from all the random attacks. It's chaos. Where's Mario when you need him? Must be off saving Princess Peach from Bowser. Again. You think he'd learn his lesson? He's persistent, I'll give him that. The thing about it, the other lands are in just as much danger. So odds are Mario's gonna help those worse than us. It makes sense. Wait, I hope he comes over soon and deals with our problem. Then I hope to get an autograph from him for my daughter. Yeah, that's one of the major story things. Like, you probably like King Boo had like the shadow dance thing, and he was using the tarot cards. When you're fighting the dry bones, this is something that the Evil's Heart is doing. It's giving bosses new abilities. I worry about Desertland. There's so many bad guys being much badder. We've gotten less than usual supplies. Since very few are brave enough to travel these roads alone. I am Error. Yeah, I couldn't resist. Think you've actually gone to the houses? Yeah, you can. Ever heard of Moustapha? He's the leader of the band of Honorable Mauser Thieves. No one's ever seen what he looks like though, but I've seen little to no activity involving them for ages. Yeah, most of these are just like funny quips, bits of lore and whatnot. So, welcome to Dry Outpost. Might as well talk to all these guys. I've got time. Oh, I get it. Waltzing to someone else's house about their consent and just expect them to bring up a conversation like everything's okie dokie, huh? Well, make yourself at home. Name's John T, local gossiper. Yeah, that's all I have to say. I'm still learning how to be a gossiper. Come back later and hopefully I'll improve. Yeah, this was meant to be equivalent, like, you know, how in typical RPGs you go into like people's houses and talk to them. Don't tell anyone about this. I totally saw a big burly man in yellow with a toothy grin and a crooked mustache. He ran out of shop with a bag of coins the other day. I wonder if he's donating to different charities. Nah. It's locked. So this building here is supposed to be like a reference to Moustapha's place. I don't have anything for that yet, so I've left it locked. And finally the shop. The sun is high, but my prices are not. Alright, so this is where you can actually finally get equipment. This is the only intro section that has equipment. So, you get shields in this game. Made from a barrel lid, cheap but effective. I don't think I'll be keeping the shield concept in this game. I'll probably be replacing it with something else, but yeah, it's pretty much just extra defense. And dry robes. So, if we click optimize, we'll get these right off the bat. Keep in mind that optimize will also affect badges and tarot cards, so try to remember that when I'm when buying stuff. Alright, anything else I can... No, I can't buy anything. Anything I can sell? Yeah, I can't sell the old hammer. I should probably have allowed, like, selling the starting equipment. But I think the reason why I didn't is because it's got 0 gold to it. Did I try this house? Locked. Strange looking you two are. Yeah, that's all he has to say. Can I go in this house? Yeah. Alright, so much like before with Grim and Ed's story, this is 3 different endings. This one is a bit more obvious. So like, you get a choice of 3 different places to go. So like the bandit camp, the oil refinery, and the oasis. If you talk to Turquoise, you'll get asked if you want to go to the bandit camp with him. And just gonna say this, Turquoise is your partner for this one. These 2 guards, let's see. Oil refinery. This is where you can get a different partner. And the oasis, this way you can get a different one. So, hang on. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go and turn on the light. Alright. So, we're going to start this off by doing Turquoise's side of the story. He's technically like, much like Spooky, he's kind of like the first one, but he's also like one of the, better party members, I would say. Like, he's also like one of the more story relevant ones, but you don't have to have him if you don't want to. Like, he has story relevant stuff, but it's optional story relevant stuff, if that makes sense. Here we are. Bandits are a subspecies of Shy Guy. Unlike them, however, they are hardly shy. Shy Guy? Oh, right, I forgot you're not native to this kingdom. Either way, bandits are tricky and love to steal anything that isn't nailed down. They usually work alone, but they can be surprisingly dangerous when working together. If that's the case, we should try a peaceful route and just ask for the engine. Somehow I doubt thieves will give us back what they stole. You're not exactly wrong, but I do agree with asking peacefully. I say we ask them, but prepare ourselves for a fight. So, did you watch the game? Did you watch the game last night? Yeah, seriously though, 6-2. I knew the Wiggler Stampeders were good, but not that good. Might have also been a bad day for the Blooper Troopers too. Pardon me, good sirs. What? Oh, jeez. Look, this is a bandit camp. We don't like visitors. What do you want? We have heard that you've acquired an engine for an airship recently. Is this true? So what if we have? We've been sent by King Sultan himself to achieve said engine. Would you be willing to part with it peacefully? And if we refuse? Then we'll be breaking into that camp and taking it by force. So you're going to surrender, or are we going to have to beat the crud out of you? Nah. Instead, how about you give us all your stuff and get lost? Yeah, let's be real. There was nowhere else that was going to go. So, I believe these bandits are weak to fire. Now, bandits themselves aren't that tough. They're mostly better off in numbers, which what makes them dangerous. Bandit tries to steal. Mendy has her special slot stolen. This is what makes bandits dangerous. Like, the blue bandits can actually steal your special gauge, meaning you'll be temporarily disabled with your special attacks. Ah, crud. These widows are tough. I understand that we do not wish to fight. If you give us the engine, we will leave peacefully. You already chose to fight by coming here. If you want that engine so badly, then come and get it. Saw that coming. Sorry, children, we'll have to fight. Prepare yourselves. Now, you can't leave, so you're just kind of stuck here. So yeah, what makes bandits tricky is that they can actually like disable your disable your certain abilities. The idea is that they're pretty much just stealing the attack or special or magic command. Like, that's how they work. Blue bandits will always steal special. So you got the guts to do that I can. Alright, let's rumble, kiddies. Alright, so I want to show off what the red bandit is capable of doing, so I'm going to focus my attacks on the blue bandits instead for a bit. So the way it works is that the bandits will always do a regular attack, then try a steal attack on their other turn, so they swap between the two. So steal has their attack slot stolen. Special slot stolen. So now Turquoise can't attack, so his attack gets wasted. I think they're still weak to fire? I don't remember. Bone throw. But yeah, the bandit steal ability is not a blue magic attack. You can't get that. And unfortunately I can't attack. I also don't have any tarot card magic. And I don't have no special, so I have to guard. Yeah, they're weak to fire too. Here's the thing, the disability thing only works for one turn. Who's this one? I guess it's the head honcho. So you think a bunch of heavies, huh? And yes, I'm the leader of this bandit camp. Bit of an error there, that was supposed to be on the top screen. Please, give us the airship and we will leave quietly. Forget it, you bonehead, lanky lizard and walking tree stump. That engine is mine. Can you even use the stupid engine? What's the point of having one if you can't even use it? I don't care. It's mine. Anything under my 5-finger discount is mine. I apologize, so we must engage in combat then. Oh, really? Oh, you really think so? Well, check this out. What on earth? Check it. I got new powers out of nowhere. Good luck getting past this, losers. Alright, so I've got a save point here, so I'll just save real quick. And you notice that this random coin here, this is a bit of a placeholder thing that I forgot to take out. But there are coins in this game. If you collect it, your coin count does actually increase. If you get 100, a 1-up super will be put into your inventory automatically. So like, once you get 100, you'll hear the 1-up jingle, and you'll get a 1-up. Sorry, you'll get a 1-up super in your inventory. It's this thing. 1-up mushrooms revive your ally for 50% HP. 1-up supers is 100%. So yeah. I forgot to take that out when I uploaded this game, so I'm probably going to put them into the final version, like in the tutorial area as well. And much like the inventory, that also gets passed along. So, yay! All right, so this is a pseudo puzzle. How do we get past this? Bandits aren't Bandits aren't able to create fire walls like this. It's just like the red burns from before. It is just fire. Can't we just put it out? Well, yes, but how? I didn't bring any water. Wait, you didn't? We're in a desert. Why would you not bring water? Look at me. I'm a dry bones. Dry bones. I don't need water. And, I guess I should have brought some for you. My apologies. I usually travel solo. So now what then, bonehead? How should I know? Tree stump. Hang on. Brainwave. Mandy, are you able to use water magic? The black magic spell? Well, yeah, but not about the tarot card that provides it. We're in luck then. The tarot card King Solomon gave us has black magic. Oh, what fortune. We need to equip it, and we can drown these flames as many times as we like. Oh, here goes something. Water. And presto, no void seed magic we use in a practical manner. Well, I just never void seed magic, period. Let's do it. These magic cards are kind of very intriguing. I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Got a sparkle charm. Charms specific equipment with turquoise. Yeah, much like Grim, Turquoise does not get any new equipment. He gets a sparkle charm. He uses charms like what Grim has as well. And yeah, 1,000 year katana, an ancient sword that has never lost its edge. So let me just go to the stats real quick. Turquoise's main tower is the Judgment card. The Samurai of the Desert, a noble heart and strong loyalty, not good for machines. He has the highest attack. And very good defense, although he lacks magical attack and magical defense, but he's pretty quick on his feet. I might also say this, Turquoise was heavily inspired by the Final Fantasy VI character Cyan. the samurai from that. He was one of my favorite characters, and I wanted to create a character based on him. So I went for like a So I went for like a dry bone samurai named Turquoise, like because like it's named after a color and it's a turtle joke. So, all right. Thankfully, you don't have to like interact with this every time. You just need to like walk up to it. But these events are not specific. Like you have to interact them with Mandy equipped with the with the Emperor Tarot cards. There's no other way around it. Thankfully, however, this doesn't consume magic when you use it. So, no matter what, it doesn't cost anything. So, don't worry about using it outside of battle. Probably have Mandy focus on one, and then I'm gonna have the other two focus on another. Eddie, Double D had their special slot stolen. Now, this map admittedly took ages to do for all of the animations of the bandits running away every time you beat them. But yeah, this map has no random encounters. It is just these, so you'll know when you're going to get into a fight. Most of the time. You're not getting any farther. Alright, green bandits. So blue bandits steal your special, red bandits steal your attack, these ones steal your magic. But second verse, same as the first. I'm going to use first aid because Mandy's running a little low on health, and that's real. Like, first aid is admittedly like a bit of a broken skill up to this point, especially since that you can get a critical with it, so heal even more. But the idea is that it's always 200 plus your magic attack, so it will eventually start to slow down compared to better healing spells. And it always costs 25 SP, so you can only use it up to 4 times unless you take enough damage to restore some of your magic. Alright. I'm going to leave that bit there, because that's actually something a little unique, so I'm going to leave that for the time being. Honey syrup. Mushroom. One-up mushroom. Yeah, unfortunately, this bit might be considered a little tedious. Sneak attack! Guards, and use Twin Slash on another one. Special attacks stolen. Oh, nice, a crit. I never get tired of that, honestly. A barrel lid shield. This is why I didn't buy a third one, because my turquoise can equip one of these as well, and we were going to get one for free. Alright. I think this is one of the ones I like. No, it's this one. Ha! Didn't see that coming, did ya? Alright, that's that taken care of. I loved all the animations I did of having the bandits run away. Dodge Master Badge. Oh, that's a good one. Let me just reread it real quick. Increases evasion for physical and magical attacks, which is the exact same as the Pretty Lucky badge. Dodge Master is... I can't remember if I made it like a stronger or weaker version. But I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on Mandy since the cold touch isn't really necessary. Ha! See, I told you I could stay underground for six hours. Where's my 50 coins, guys? Ah, intruders. Yeah. I did a bet to see if he could stay underground for 6 hours, and they just left him. This is admittedly like when my humor was starting to get a bit bizarre around these points. I can't tell if that was an Ed and Eddie styled humor, a Billy and Mandy one, or a Mario styled one. One up mushroom. Bandits, attack! So now you're dealing with 5 bandits. This might get a little rough since you don't really have any AoE abilities, but shouldn't be too bad. Sorry, these ones like steal special, so if you just don't use any special attacks, you should be alright. First thing is that fire can practically one-shot them. Darn it. Alright, special got stolen. Special slot stolen again. There we go. Nice. Double D has learned Confuse and Blizzard. So this is where Emperor could actually work on Double D a little better. Like, if you want to switch tarot cards, but you need to keep the tarot card on Mandy in order to get the flames away. You know, I'm good for now. Yoink! You think a cheap shot will let you win? Mandy, the card! The Emperor! He swiped it! After him! Yeah, he literally just stole the card from Mandy, so we can't, like, get rid of any more of the flames. Thankfully, he's in a spot where I'm, yeah, he's... Oh, wait. Yeah, there was a flame guarding here, I think. Wait, was there a flame guarding here? I'm gonna need to double check that, because, if there was a flame actually guarding here, and... Yeah, that could have been a softlock risk. Shit. I'm definitely gonna need to look into that one immediately. Give me that card back. How about no? Pilfers keepers, losers weepers. You're gonna start weeping. Oh, no. Oh yeah, I can't use magic in this fight, so. Get back here. It's alright. You dropped the card. We got it back. Good thing you didn't think to use it against us. Alright, yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to double check it, because if there was a flame behind that, yeah, that would have been a soft lock. Alright. Oh wait, no, not this yet. You'll see. You'll see. Good lord, this one's more fierce than the others. Move it, I'll get rid of it. Huh, this one's tougher. Any ideas, Sir Turquoise? I think I've seen this flame before. Let's hear it. I remember a long time ago I witnessed a similar magical flame. In order to extinguish it, it requires a bottle of freezy water. Do you think we'll be in this camp? Most likely, otherwise how would they get rid of it? Let's start searching, I guess. Yeah, that iron block has what you need. There is an additional cutscene, like, well, there is an alternate cutscene if you had it before you got to that bit, saying that they've already got it. But I wanted to show that off anyway. Alright. Four big bandits, so... Frankly, they all get one-shotted by the flames anyway. Alright, guards. There we go. Oh crap, Mandy got a magic stolen, so she can't cast spells. Actually, no, this would be a good point to use beatdown. Oops. Save this. They really go all over the place now. Alright, so I got the freeze wall. So I'm got a bit of a boss battle coming up. So I'm gonna go and save. And let's go and deal with it. Now, I actually want to show something off with this boss first, so you know, it's better if I just show you. Alright, hopefully this works. It worked! Alright, let's find that chief. Be prepared for anything. You don't know what else the bandit is capable of. Did you really think hiding in a corner would help you? Backed in the corner is when a bandit strikes harder. I will say this one last time. If you just kindly give us the engine, we will leave. You'll never hear from us again unless you choose to attack King Sultan. Fine. Wait, seriously? Sure, as long as you give me all those shiny magic cards you got, all those coins and items, and even that nifty sword you got there. I reckon an old rusty sword like that would be worth a couple coins. Know any good junk shops? This sword has served my life and afterlife, and you dare speak ill of it? Surrender that engine or I'll tear this place apart until I find it. Whoa, geez, simmer down, Skelebro. You've angered me, you common petty thief. Surrender that engine now. I think not. Check this out. What is that? Is that a bomb? A bulky bomb? Where'd you get that? Not talking so tough, are you? Let's rumble. Bandit Chief, 5 big bandits, and a bulky bomb. Alright. So, alright, so what I want to do is, well, actually, there is something you should do, but I'm not going to do it because I want to show it off. So, we're going to focus our attacks on the best thing. So, Bandit Chief has Firebomb, which is a three-way fire ability. Well, it's a fire attack that attacks all enemies, and it is blue magic. But I'm not going to use any fire attacks here, or at least not proper. Welcome as a defense, because I want to show something. So, unlike the big band, unlike the individual bandits, which can steal only one thing, the Bandit Chief can technically steal all three, but it's random as to which one he takes. And I'll be honest, like when I was doing a bit of practice work on this, and I'm fixing any bugs for the modern one, which I wasn't able to put into this one, just throwing it out there. The big bandit, the Bandit Chief kind of wrecked me. Also, I should probably heal. Bogba Bomb prepares to explode. And I can't heal. Oh, Bogba Bomb explodes. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Game over. You suck. And that's what happens. So you're probably wondering, how do I defeat that thing? Well, how do I stop it from exploding? Technically, you can't. However, this is actually what's supposed to happen. So I'm just going to fast forward this. If you hold down the space button, you can skip past dialogue super fast like this. So, what you're supposed to do, plain and simple, cast fire on the bulk of a bomb. So, there's honestly not a good logic to this. The idea is that because it's prepping to explode, it'll explode on your side. But if you do, but if you hit it and do the lit fuse thing, sorry, if you hit it with fire, you'll get it to detonate early. So I'm just gonna guard. I'm gonna attack the bandit chief. Welcome bombs has been hit with fire, so it'll still do that bit because that's unfortunately a limitation of the RPG Maker itself. But however, Double D now has fireball. Throw a fireball at all enemies. However, I'm going to use first aid because Turquoise took quite a bit of damage, so I'm going to have him guard this one. Bomb explodes. So it takes all of them out, and the bulk of them, just leaving the bandit chief on his own. Now, it is resistant to fire, so you can't use your fire attacks on him. Well, you can, it just doesn't do much. Alright, Twin Slash. Yeah, for some reason, the bandit chief gave me a lot of crap when I was testing this the other day. And I think the reason being is that it got lucky with the attack and special steals, and it stopped me from healing a lot. Actually, you know what? I'll just use this. You know, I might as well just show you. Attack stolen, magic stolen. 1 damage. Ooh, nice. Shadow Dance. Oh, I can't do it. Okay. So, yeah, so unfortunately for most situations, it's better to have Double D guard and focus on healing, because his offense is just not that good. Okay, good. Oh, nice. Alright, that's him down. Fire shield badge found. Took us on level 6, silence learned. Zoinks! Fine, take the stupid engine. Good luck dragging it back, though. Alright, it is an engine for an airship. How on earth are we supposed to get it back? We just need to drag it out of the camp. The carriage will pick it up. The carriage will pick up for it. It should hold its weight just fine. Alright, but elbow grease will never hurt. Well, that's my exercise for the year. I'm sorry to hear about the carriage breaking halfway. You must be exhausted. Yeah, the carriage broke halfway and they had to drag it back. Exhausted doesn't even come close. How I long for muscles again. It's no fun being all bones. Well, the good news is all parties were able to get everything. The oil, the propeller, and you got the engine. Still, I knew the bandits had an engine, but I didn't anticipate one built by the genius Professor Elvin Gadd. This will make the airship fly even better than before. My men will finish the job. Why don't you go and get some rest? With pleasure. Sometime later. Phew. King Solomon said the airship should be ready by now. Let's grab some supplies first and then we'll talk to him. So, you now have an opportunity to get more supplies. So, nothing has really changed in the town. So, just grab your stuff and go. So, I'm going to buy one more one-up mushroom. 3 more mushrooms. There we go. That should do. Alright, save. And let's just leave without the engine or the airship. Why do we do that? If you're bad, it's just go on our own. Let's hit the airship instead. Yeah, you get force back. We're just about finished. Are you ready to depart? Thank you for your help. You've proven to be very valuable. We should be the ones to thank you. If you hadn't been so kind, we'd have been lost in the desert. Please, you saved my life. It was the least I could do. Yeah, Your Majesty! What's the matter? There's a big scary monster down below deck. What? Guess we got one last cleanup to do. Sir Turquoise? Don't worry, Your Majesty. You get to safety. We'll check it out. Now this is the biggest wall in the game, and I'm probably going to be nerfing this in the final version. There it is. It is a boom boom. What is it? Shush. That's a boom boom. Be very quiet. Stupid name if you ask me. You wouldn't be saying that if you knew what they're capable of. Those bandits we fought, they're nothing but flowers compared to this brute. It's safe to imagine this one got new powers just like the bandit chief. And I forgot to equip the fire shield badge. This is gonna suck. So what are you doing? Fighting it should be out of the question. These guys are far too strong. What is it even doing here? Boom booms often serve Bowser. Maybe this one never left the airship after it crashed. Still, however, the thing has been hiding here the whole time. Had it left the airship, it would have had a direct line to the king. You have to get rid of it. I'm not letting that guy stow away. Oh dear. Dust on my nose. I should wait for it to wake up on its own. Tell it it's free or gently lure it out of the castle. You don't have time for such stupidity. The longer we wait, the more time him has to awaken his heart. No, don't cease! Achoo! Nice going, Double Dark. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Darn it, now we have to fight. Let's go. Boom Boom. Alright, so much like in the games, Boom Boom is weak to fire, so be sure to use this. Yeah, he's got Cyclone Punch, which attacks all 3 enemies. Oh, nice. He's got a standard attack. Like, this guy hits a lot and hits hard. Actually, first aid. Firebomb. Attack again. Boom Boom uses Shadow Dance. This is where it gets rough. Well, I'm glad I got that crit. So it may not be so bad. Alright, I'm gonna guards this time. Remember. Cyclone Punch, which attacks all 3. Thunderclap, which attacks everyone for lightning damage. He's being very generous for some reason, and I'm not sure if I like that or not. Because usually I have a rougher time with him. Then again, I can't remember if I already nerfed it. Mind you, that crit helped a lot. And there it goes, running off. That was scary. Well, he's out now. I just hope it doesn't cause any trouble on the way out. Thankfully, the Boom Boom caused no damage running out here, but he certainly gave the locals a fright. Well, that's fortunate. Has the ship sustained any damage? Thankfully, no. You're ready to go now. So we need to speak with this Princess Peach, correct? Yes, if you explain your situation, she should help. But just in case... What's this letter for? It says you've helped me and you've received my approval. Basically, it's proof you can be trusted. Once again, your kindness knows no bounds. Well, we should go now. I look forward to seeing you again. Actually, Sir Turquoise, I'd like you to accompany the children. What? Excuse me? Come with us. But, Your Majesty, there are far too many dangers for me to simply leave. Sir Turquoise, we haven't known each other for long, say a couple years, but every time I see you, I can sense a looming sadness and regret in your eyes and posture. You must be mistaken. I have no sadness or regrets. My eyes never deceive me, Sir Turquoise. However, after your endeavour with Double D and Mandy, you've shown signs of ease. I do not know what has happened to you, and I doubt I'll ever know the truth. Something about those children must have brought something good deep inside you. It'll be better for you to go out into the world and improve your body and soul. Besides, this is a kingdom-wide threat, maybe even worldwide. They'll need as much help as they can get, and you're the best soldier in my land. But... Very well, Your Majesty. I'll accompany Double D and Mandy. I thank you, Sir Turquoise. You're pretty good at a fight, so I can't complain. We'd love to have you on board, Sir Turquoise. Will you be alright without me? You'll be fine, Sir Turquoise. I'm sensing dark times. I hope your journey yields success. Agreed. I hope your land remains safe. We should go. I'll pilot the airship for you. I know the way to Peach's castle. Thank you. Will you be alright, Sir Turquoise? I'll be fine, Double D. Besides, the King's orders. Too late to change your mind anyway. Indeed. Besides, I've barely had the chance to see the world outside Desertland. It might be fun. We're ready to depart. Unfortunately, you don't see the airship, like, leave. So, I'll see if I can include that in the final version, but that's also a bit difficult to do. Anyway, so that was one of the endings. Now, you might notice, like, this one was significantly longer and more story-based. This is definitely where I was, like, starting to, like, get my, like, skills in. Like, I was definitely starting to improve at this point. But, once again, can't just, reset the game from here. I have to close it and turn it back. Oops. I have to close it and turn it back on to, reopen it in order to, like, show off the others. So, that was Turquoise's path. Let's show off another. So for this one, we'll be heading out to the oil refinery. You coming with us? Yes. This place has been abandoned for quite some time, so I can't guarantee a safe trip. We'll keep guard of the cart. If what Turquoise said about you is true, we'd only get in your way. Good luck, kids. I did have the idea of having the guards, like, be temporary party members to help you out, and I may go back to that if I think this might be a little too rough, but should be alright. Huh? Little bit there. This should do it. Excuse me. Ah, you're very late. Here I am getting these ready for disassembly, and you lot arrived later than late. But you're too late. I've gotten everything under control, so your services are not required, and your tardiness isn't even appreciated. But you can make yourself useful. You can make yourself a little useful by preparing me a cup of tea. 2 sugars, a little milk. What exactly are you talking about? Oh, must I spell even this out? 2 sugars. You get a teaspoon. They're little. Very little, and how about instead of assuming who we are, you turn around and find out, you dolt? How dare you? Oh, children. Get out. Get out at once. This is no place for delinquents such as yourself to be playing in. This is an abandoned oil refinery, not a playground. Delinquent? This is abandoned, and why are you here? Instead of assuming why we're here, how about asking us? Your manners are appalling, and I have no reason to waste my time asking silly questions and explaining myself to children who don't belong here. Let's get us nowhere. Let's just find that oil and leave Dr. Bottlelens here to do whatever. Dr. Bottlelens, you little... I am Professor Basil Beetleless, genius engineer, genius scientist, and super genius. And you're a couple of... Wait, why are you looking for the oil? Why would you kids be after some? King Sultan sent us. We need oil to help refuel this airship. The king sent you? Yeah, why? Don't believe us? Because we got a couple... Because got 2 of his guards outside who can confirm our story. You should have started with that and not waste my valuable time with such rude nonsense. But fine, I guess I should introduce myself politely and properly. I'm Professor Basil Beetles, a top-grade engineer and scientist who specializes in the Mushroom Kingdom machinery. My name is Edward, but my friends call me Double D. This is Mandy. She doesn't have a nickname. To cut a long story short, the king agreed to let us take his airship, and to take the airship he's got stored, provided we get some oil for it. He still has that old airship? I'll never understand why he didn't dismantle the cursed thing and use the parts for more useful machines. Nevertheless, despite my comments about you arriving late, you've actually just arrived in the nick of time. Was that spelled correctly, actually? I was just about to dismantle these oil pumps, but I can help you acquire the last of the oil in this refinery. You're pretty helpful to someone you consider delinquents, and those who shouldn't be playing around here. Don't start with me, Missy. In any case, give me 1 second. Done. So where's the oil? How's it get pumped out? Are you really not familiar with Cooper Kingdom technology? What are they teaching kids these days? This is a pump indeed, but the oil is taken to what is called a main pump. There's no nozzle for the oil to escape this one. There are several more in the refinery. There's so little oil left, we'll likely need to activate all of them to get enough for an airship. Alright, well, lead the way then. Alright, this is your other partner, Basil, a Buzzy Beetle. Number 4, the Emperor. He has absurd defense. Like, his defense and magical defense, he can take a crap ton of punishment. But his magical attack, agility, and luck is not really that good, and his attack is okay. He's meant to be like a massive tank, and unfortunately I didn't get a bio written out for him, and I forgot to read out Turquoise. Oh no, I did read out Turquoise's bio. He doesn't have one, unfortunately, because I couldn't really think of one. That or I forgot to do it, one of the two. Either way, I don't remember what I was going to write for him. As you can tell, he's a bit of a pompous character. So to point out for these things, like this is something that originally these Bowser oil machines didn't move. So like you can see like jittering from left and right. They didn't do that. So like there was no tell when you actually had them when you actually had them on. So it's a good thing I included that in the release before I did. So yeah, also Bowser oil, reference to Mario Kart. Did it get colder all of a sudden? It tends to get much colder in the desert at night, but the temperatures dropped definitely. What the heck? Why are there snowmen here? Well, this explains the sudden temperature drop. It doesn't explain why these snowmen even exist here, and even standing strong. Whatever, it's just snow. A good punch will slash pieces. Hiya! That's some thick snow. It must be enchanted if it can withstand the intense heat and physical blows. So the idea is bottle lens? That's Professor Basil to you, and no, I specialize in machinery, not magic. Magic. Oh, brainwave. Andy, can you cast fire? Amanda, can't you cast fire magic? Well, yeah, we don't have a tarot card or black magic. We're not that tarot card King Solar Game has black magic. Tarot card? Care to explain? Watch and learn. Well, here goes something. Incredible. Cards let you cast magic. Alright, let's just find the oil pan to get this over with. Yeah, so this is pretty much the same puzzle as like the bandit camp. Instead of taking out fire with water, you're taking out ice with fire. Sleep strike badge. I don't know if this badge actually works. I'm just gonna be like completely clear on that. Has a chance of increasing exhausting enemies from attacks. It's supposed to be increased. I put in decreasing. Oh, that's another note. Also, I'm going to take this off in advance. You'll see. Honey syrup. Yeah, so much like the fireballs, every time you approach a snowman, you get rid of it automatically. Yow! Yow! Hot! Hot! What the heck? It's alive! Why you? Mr. Blizzard. As you might have guessed, weak to fire. And we don't have the fireball spell. But as you can see, Basil has a cannon on his back. You don't see it in his overworld sprites. It's like it folds into his shell. Although what makes Basil like kind of unique is that I'm, hang on. That was a Mr. Blizzard. It's strange enough there are magically enchanted snow in here, but actual living Mr. Blizzards as well. What about the massive cracks in the ground? These Northern snowmen were here less than an hour ago. I wager the Monty moles around here are causing the cracks, but why are they here too? How long were you here for? 90 minutes. And you didn't notice any of this? I was at the entrance the entire time. I was preparing and cleaning my tools. That's not the point. What's the point here is that I think whoever behind this might also be after the oil. He's right. I better hurry and get to it first. So no oil pump looks like the Mr. Blizzard didn't damage it. Were they guarding it? Believable. Now hang on, let me get this working. So, you were actually supposed to encounter some enemies before you got here? I thought I made the steps high enough. Apparently not. But yeah, this is what you were supposed to see. Like, the cutscene kind of gave away that you were supposed to be fighting Monty moles. Even though you were supposed to have been fighting them already. Alright, definitely gonna need to heal. Yeah, I'll explain this later, but Basil has the ability to, like move twice. And the Monty moles are, of course, weak to blizzards. Hang on. That was weird, I couldn't swallow there. Yeah, so anytime you come across a snowman, like, you'll auto get rid of it. Oh no, it's got Rock Chuck. Throws a rock. Shell Shield. Using his machines will boost an ally's defense and magic defense for 5 turns. And because he can cast things twice, he's actually pretty good at buffing defenses. Excuse me. Alright, so we're actually approaching the second 2-hour mark, and geez, I don't think we're gonna have enough time to finish all of this. Alright, so I'll just head to the next save point, and I'll take my next break. Alright, enjoy the music while I take my break. Alright, I'm back. I got a throat sweet, so I felt my throat closing in. I also wrote down I also wrote down some of the things that I need to fix. Like, one is that the sleep strike badge. I need to replace the word decreasing for increasing, because it's increasing the chances of that. Second is that I've misspelled quarantine in one of the dialogue texts. There might be something else I'm forgetting, but those are the two I remember off the top of my head. Soft lock and bandit cap. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, thanks. That's the bigger one. I should have remembered that one. Also, Monty must have a chance of dropping rocks, which is pretty much the same as the rock chuck, but without being a spell. One up mushroom. Okay, so there's 3 more here. All these Mr. Blizzards that are guarding the Bowser oils are, well, they're Mr. Blizzards, they're enemies. You know what, might as well do this. Rock. Rock. Just for the sake of getting rid of them. Alright. There we go. Alright. By the way, I've noticed you've been able to attack more often than us. Why is that? Ah, that would be my speed shell. It grants me additional turns in battle. At the cost of losing MP gradually. It's sadly broken and I don't have the skills to fix it. So you say you're a genius, yet you cannot fix something like that. Pipe down, this is far more sophisticated than anything I could build. It was a gift from my father when I was a child. Anyway, let's just find more of those old oil ponds. He sounded like he was emotionally hurt. So admittedly, there isn't really much to this. It's just find the oil machines that isn't shaking. Darn it. So yeah, that's some of the thing with Basil, like being able to attack twice, but you notice his MP's been dropping despite the fact I haven't been casting any spells. So for this, like, Basil isn't really recommended to have tarot card magic on him unless you choose to de-equip the speed shell that he's got. You might have noticed it, like, when I was talking about his stats, but he's got what's called the broken speed shell. Allows Basil to attack twice with the cost of MP gradually reducing. You do get a chance of being able to fix this, but that's not in this game. That's further on. My phone's at 10% now, and that's the only way I'm looking at the chat, so... You know, I'll be back in a minute. I need to charge my phone. Now that I've got an active chat in the chat. So, back in a tick. Yeah, just to explain, my phone's battery is kind of buggered. So I'm, like, it drains faster than normal. I should normally have it plugged in always when if I'm using it for, like, chat. But hey, my streams don't normally last this long, so it's not that big of a deal. And I usually don't get people in the chats who stay for the whole thing, so... Not to mention, it takes up like a USB slot. So I can't have anything else plugged in for the time being. So the last thing is my my mouse, so kind of need that. Barreled shield. I think... Yeah, you can equip these. Make his defense even higher. Oops. Realistically, you probably shouldn't be able to since he doesn't have any arms, but, you know, whatever. By the way, that's also the reason why I de-equipped the cold touch badge, is because we're dealing with enemies that are resistant to cold. Let me guess. Main pump? Correct. This is connected to the others via underground pipes. The old pump up the oil into the main pipes which leads to this one. This is where we can extract it from. So I've noticed the pumps all say Bowser Oil. Who is this Bowser guy? I think Sultan did mention the airship was once owned by this Bowser guy. Okay, just who the heck are you kids? There's no way you cannot know about King Bowser. Look, the story's too long and hard to believe. Let's just say we're not from around here. We know nothing about anything in these parts. Fine. King Bowser Koopa, King of the Koopas, ruler of Darkland and arch nemesis to the Mushroom Kingdom. To cut a long story short, during the great battle with Bowser's airships, his troops set up this oil refinery to steal as much of the King Sultan oil as possible. So why didn't the king have this place demolished after the battle? Same reason he never had the airship dismantled. He used this refinery to his advantage and extracted almost all the oil for his people. Makes sense to me. They do the work, the king gets reward. My kind of system. King Sultan is a little too nice for his own good, but he isn't afraid to use his enemy's work for his own land's gains. Anyway, we should get back to reactivating the other pumps. Yeah, so that's one of the things that I wanted to mention. Like, basically, like, it's not just a case of like the kings got transformed, the airships flew over the place. They did more stuff. Like, this is like I'm essentially trying to expand a lot of the lore and story of the Mushroom Kingdom through the various games. Cause sure as shit, Nintendo's not gonna do it. Just throwing that one out there, yeah. A little bit of shade. I love Nintendo. I'm a Nintendo fanboy. But even I can admit their flaw. Even they have their flaws. Alright, so there's 2 more, 3 more here. I don't think that's the last of them. Nope. Blizzards. You're gonna tell them what I said. I'm gonna get banned from ever playing Mario again. Look, if you want me to be perfectly honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo gave me a copyright strike once I eventually upload this. Once I eventually upload the full version of EDventurers. I literally would not be surprised if in the many years after I finally finished this game and like I perfected it, 2 days after I upload it, it gets taken down by Nintendo. I would not be surprised if they did that. Which is admittedly one of the reasons like why I've put this game into hiatus, because like I'm admittedly like worried for that. Yeah, they have a nasty habit doing that. Yeah, I feel so bad for the guys who worked over 10 years on Metroid Other M. Like that must have been like so heartbreaking for them, but at least they still managed to get it out. And it's spread across the internet faster than they could yeah, and they have thousands of fans. I feel so bad for them, honestly. But at least that work didn't go unnoticed. Yeah, Other M was a Nintendo game. I'll admit, I did recently play through Metroid Other M again, and I still have a bit of sympathy for it because it was the first Metroid game I ever played, and I did like what they had, but it is easier to see like why people didn't really like it as much. Oh, sorry. Oh, I realized I said the wrong thing. Yeah, yeah, I meant AM2R, not Metroid Other M. Sorry. Yeah, AM2R was the game I was on about, not Metroid Other M. Sorry, I got the names mixed up. I should really heal as soon as I get the chance to. Oh, you played the Prime 2D demo. It was amazingly good. Yeah, I saw it on YouTube, and I know I linked it to you, but I didn't know if you knew about it beforehand. Yeah, I knew that'd be up your alley. That's something I might try, honestly. If it's fully released, of course. Because I really did enjoy AM2R, and this one and the Prime 2D demo does look really good. You did be and played it, but it's really good. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be honest. Like, in some one of the main inspirations for EDventurers, or at least like the fact that it's in the Mushroom Kingdom, and the fact that you got like Mario allies to fight alongside you. I have two reasons for that. The first reason was that there wasn't enough Billy and Mandy or Ed and Eddie sprites for me to make a full game out of. They only had like the main characters. And in order to like make the game, I would have to make like a sorry. So try the demo while I still can. Has a boss in it and a lot of secrets. Alright, I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, like one of the main reasons like why I made it like set in the Mushroom Kingdom is because like there wasn't enough sprites to like sorry, there wasn't enough like sprites to like make the game. It's like have the game take place in like either of their like shows or cartoon or worlds or whatever you want to say. So that's kind of the main reason like why I set it in the Mushroom Kingdom, because they have a ton of sprites for me to work with, both overworld and like a 2D battle and all that sort of stuff. So I had a lot more to work with it. But my other reason, and this is like honestly the more like, this is honestly like the bigger reason, was that I started work on this in 2018, so the only Paper Mario games like we had were Sticker Star and Color Splash, at least as the newest ones. Like Origami King wasn't announced yet. And admittedly, I made this like, all right, that's all of them. Let's get to the main part. So admittedly, like it was sort of done, so I was like, all right, they're never gonna make another Mario game with like an expansive world, Mario allies, like an RPG and all that. I wanted to just make one myself. Oh, thanks, Dan. I'll be sure to try to demo it later. All right, check this out. Huh? Where'd these barrels come from? Hey, hey, hey! It's those moles. I should have known. You're working for Bowser, are you not? You catch on fast, Four Eyes. The big boss is in a big bad mood, so you thought we'd grab the last of this oil. Still though, we gotta admit, you turning those pumps on helps us a lot, so we'll leave quietly with this as thanks. Wait, if you need oil, why didn't you just turn the pumps on and get it yourself? Why guard them and not use them? Much like the king himself, his henchmen are a bunch of brainless dolls. Makes you wonder how he's been king for so long. Hey, you cannot understand the complexity of our master plans. Well, here's something you'll understand. You better give us all that oil, otherwise I'll turn your stupid teeth into a pair of earrings. Urgh. Boss, we could use some help. So, a couple of shrimps think they can take Bowser's oil. What a joke. The bigger they are, the harder they fall? Ha, let me tell you, I've been itching to give my new powers more exercise. Let's have some fun. So, unlike the battle against the Big Bandit, there's no time limit and there's no, like, special trick to, you know, to even the playing field. This is, like, a bit more legit. Alright, so I'm gonna cast Shell Shield twice to boost Mandy and Double D's defenses. Yeah, we're dealing with a Mega Mole from Super Mario World. Alright, that's one down. And Double D's almost dead. Oh, phew. That was close. Yeah. Now, their defense and magic defense have been upped by 2 stages. So, Shell Shield can stack, but only up to 2 stages. I have Rock Barrage now. Throw several rocks at random enemies. Alright, so I'm going to do Blizzard on this Monty Mole. I'm going to try Rock Barrage. I'm just taking out the mooks before I take out the big one. Of course, the all attacks the one. Mind you, it says 3 random enemies, so... Double D's not looking so good. First aid and... Good. Alright, now to deal with this guy. Now, you notice he's been using ice magic, so don't use ice on him, try fire. Rock barrage. Alright. Alright, that's our defenses back down. Now, I'll attack once, guard once. There we go, now it's up by 50. Alright, first aid. Attack twice. He hasn't even used Shadow Dance yet, so no, I'm not even halfway. Oh, there we go. Now we're halfway. So just a reminder, when enemies have Shadow Dance, not only do they get an additional attack in, they're stronger. Crap, now Basil's not doing any damage. Alright, heal. This is the point where I'm thinking that maybe I should, like, nerf these guys, because, like, even with all that fighting and grinding, I'm not doing a lot. Oh, there we go. Ice shield badge found, and 2 rocks. Baz is now level 5. Zoinks! Retreat! Well, that's that. How on earth could that Mega Mole use ice powers? It's completely impossible. King Sultan did mention that the bad guys were getting new powers because of the Evil's Heart. Evil's Heart? What is that? We'll explain later. Let's just get the stuff back to the palace. That was certainly an interesting event, and that's an understatement. Now that I think about it, I owe you, kids. I would have been attacked if you hadn't come along. Pay us back later, Dr. Bottlelens. That's Professor Basil. Well, the good news is, all parties were able to get everything. The engine, the propeller, and you got the oil. Still, I hadn't anticipated some of King Basil's men coming back for the rest. It's a good thing you got there on time. Pardon me for asking, but where's Sir Turquoise? He got injured reclaiming the engine. Don't worry, however. He's making a full recovery. And that's the main reason, like, why he doesn't come with you on the adventure and you bring another party member instead. He gets injured. Your Majesty, with all due respect, you must have those oil pumps dismantled and recycled properly, now that all the oil is gone. Professor Basil, is it? Don't you worry. Once I get some free hands, I'll get some men to dismantle them. I'm sure my people could use a spare parts. My colleagues should be arriving to the refinery soon. I'll give them a call and tell them to start about me. You're on your way to dismantle them yourself. I don't recall giving you permission to do so. I was commissioned by a Mr. Axum who claimed to have already had your permission. Though judging by your expression, I say I was fooled. My apologies. It rarely happens. Well, no harm, no foul. I'll overlook this. In any case, my men will finish the job. Why don't you go and get some rest? With pleasure. Sometime later. King Solomon said the airship should be ready by now. Let's grab some supplies first and then we'll talk to him. So what are you going to do, Professor Basil? I've given it some thought and I've decided I'll accompany you for a little longer. Why'd you come to that decision? If you were to told me about, what you told me about the evil's heart is true, then I should use my great intellect and use to help stop this madness. Besides, you said you were heading towards Princess Peach's castle, correct? I have some business to attend there as well. What's your call? Just don't slow us down. Alright, so 130 coins from all that. Alright, let's buy some more. Listen now, I don't need any barrel-less shields or dry robes, so... I might as well spend all my coins, because I really should. Like, for this part of the game, it doesn't matter. Just about finished. You ready to depart? Yes. Thank you for your help. Should be the ones. Thank you. Alright, this is the same. Your Majesty, what's the matter? There's a big scary monster down below deck. Well, get it out. We can't. We're not tough enough. Guess gotta do one last cleanup to do. If only Circuit Turquoise wasn't recovering right now. Just have me settle with support and we should be good. Here it is. Aha! Silence. That's a Boom Boom, biggest brutes in Bowser's army. Stupid name, if you ask me. Try saying that after his clobbered you 6 weeks from Sunday. Just like the Monty Moles, they serve King Bowser and they're among his strongest. And I'm willing to bet he's got new powers like the Mega Mole. So what do you do then? Well, I'm not fighting it. If you want to, be my guest. What is it even doing here? I've heard these guys are the main defenses in Bowser's airship. Perhaps this one didn't want to leave. Okay, here's the plan. You distract it and I'll bring the airship to flight, and you throw it out the window when we're high enough. Oh sure, make us do the fighting where you hide like a chicken. Oh dear, dust in my nose. Alright then, how about we find a crane and lift the big guy out? You know, time for such speed. The longer more him has to awaken the eagle's heart. When the heck are we going to get a crane? You're going to build one out of wood and sand? Huh? No, no, sneeze! No matter which ally you have for this, it's pretty much the same. I'm not a fighter! Alright, so last time this guy was really nice on me. Like, he did not give me any trouble at all, so I'm wondering how this is going to go. Alright, I'm going to guard twice to try and get my shell shield up. Ah, crap. No damage. Ignore that. Alright, let's try Icy Mist. Actually, first aid to heal. Because I'm already low on health. Right, guard. Alright, heal again. Alright, now let's try Icy Mist. 167, nice. Actually, I think Icy Mist does the same power as Snowball, since I think the idea that when I designed it, Snowball was like the hit one, Icy Mist was the hit all. Yeah, just about the same. Yeah, Basil's really not going to be doing anything in this fight. Maybe I should have given one of the costume. And I forgot to equip the Ice Shield badge. Great. Batting 1,000 today. When we use a Shadow Dance, this is where things are going to get rough. Chilly Bite. Yeah, so last time he had Thunderclap, he's got all 3 elemental attacks. He's got Fire, Ice, and Lightning. It's like, the Thunderclap hits all 3, Chilly Bite hits 1, and the last one hits 2 random enemies. Actually, I think Beatdown will do even more. Assuming it hits. There's the last one. Fire 1-2 punch. However, fun fact, Basil is immune to fire. Alright, so fire. 1-up mushroom on Double D and a mushroom on Double D. Actually, let's just keep spamming this, because I really want to see if it does do more damage. $355. I think that actually, I think the fire was 400. So. Oh no, I look like... No. Okay, this is definitely stronger then. Oh, they're about the same, actually. You know, screw it, just keep using them, just keep using Beat Down, sorry. Yeah, you can see why I was considering nerfing this boss, because this is kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Alright. That was scary. Well, he's out now. We'd better go check for any damages. Thankfully, the boom boom caused no damage around out here, but you suddenly get the locust fry. Well, that's fortunate. This ship's seen no damage. Thankfully, no, you're ready to go now. So you need to speak with this Princess Peach, correct? Yes, if you explain your situation, she should help, but just in case... This is letter 4. It says, you've helped me and you've received my approval. Basically, it's proof you can be trusted. Once again, your kindness knows no bounds. Well, we should go now. As to you, Basil. Yes? Once you get to Peach's castle, you go your own way. Why? Why, you need me, my intellect. We don't need your stupid brains. We need someone who can fight, not a coward. I told you not to slow us down. You insist on making us do all the work while you find a way to chicken out. I told you I'm not a fighter, I'm a professor. I can help through other means. And we don't need help through other means. Double D's already smart enough, and our other friends are more helpful than you. You could barely harm any of the enemies we fought. We'll let you come with us to Peach's Castle, but after that you're gone. Mandy, wait. You're seriously not considering defending him, aren't you? We know nothing of this world. If Basil is a genius, we could use a guide. Besides, he can take a lot more punishment than I was, and just like me, he's better supporting than fighting. Gotta fix that as well. Fine, but you better start pulling your weight around. Fine. I'm sensing dark times. I hope your journey yields success. Try to remember that you two are not enemies. This him is. Agreed. Hope your land remains safe. We should go. Part the airship for you. I know Peach's castle. Thank you. So what's the business you had at the castle? Truth is, I wish to meet someone. Someone who's far more intelligent than I. Perhaps you may be able to help with my problem. And ours too. Just remember you're on thin ice, Bottle Lens. I get it, and please stop calling me Bottle Lens. I'll settle with Basil if you do not wish to address my full name. I'm ready to part. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit more hostility for this character. It's mainly because, like, in terms of Basil's, like, design and appearance, gotta close this and restart. He's, he was inspired by Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory, like, someone who's, like, super smart, kind of arrogant, but, like, a bit of a wimp and a coward. That's sort of where I got the idea for his character. Alright. So now, let's show off the third one, the Lime Oasis. Let me head out to the Lime Oasis. You come with us? Not many come here with the exception of a bunch of pokies. Pokies? Cactus-like critters. They can be quite territorial, but the ones who hang out here are quite docile. The guy who knows where the propeller is somewhere in the Oasis. Since the pokies are friendly here, don't be afraid to ask for assistance. And should we come across any aggressive ones? Well, pokies have spikes on their bodies. You can attack them physically, but there's a chance they'll counter with their spikes. That's just using magic instead. We'll keep guard at the car. If one circles, we'd only get in your way. Good luck, kids. You have a bunch of pokies. Propeller? No, sorry. Propeller? Saw one the other day, but I don't remember where. Sorry, kids. Not from here. Not from here, right? Kind of think about it. I think I saw someone else not from here. Were they human like us? Nah, she was another Poke like us, but it looked like she was made of snow. What's up with that? Hint, hint. It's been chaotic in the outside world lately. Hope Bobo's okay. Huh? No, sorry. Ain't seen anything like that. You can guess where this is going. This oasis is just lovely. Yeah, this oasis is based on like the same oasis from Paper Mario. We had to find them lemons and limes for Moustafa. Just expanded upon. Fella? What's that? Why would this fella talk to me? It's a cactus trying to make a conversation with another cactus. Oh, nope, sorry, but I did see some bandits in the distance of an engine. Fella? Never saw anything like that. Sorry, kids, no entry. I heard the entire kingdom's had their pipes blocked off because of attackers. Search for my vacation to Giant Land. I've seen bigger, badder guys unleash powers they normally couldn't use. How are they doing it? Can I? I'd love to shoot lasers from my eyes. The Pokies here are surprisingly friendly, though I've heard of some turf war going on between them and some green Pokies. Turf war? Yeah, crazy stuff. I heard the green Pokies are trying to drive out the flower Pokies to get their water. Makes sense. Water's precious in the desert. Exactly. Either way, you two kids better stay safe. Now, I believe you have to talk to this guy, or is it this guy, in order to proceed through the game. Have you heard of Professor Basil Beetalus? He's a freelance scientist who's known for disassembling machines to recycle them into better machines for the people. His goal is good, but I heard his head's too small for his ego. Guess everyone has their flaws. So, and now you'll notice this little fella. La la la, freshly fresh water. Where'd this one come from? Oh, hiya. Are you visiting this oasis too? Something like that. You look at the other Pokies here, but why are you different? I don't know. Why do you look different from other humans? Touché. Anyways, I'm a snow Pokie. I'm from Iceland. Desert land? Iceland? How many more lands are there? Should I even ask what's a native from Iceland doing in desert land? I'm on vacation. Maybe young, but I'm very dependent. But, phew, it's a lot hotter than I thought. But I've still been enjoying myself. Speaking of which, why are you here? Well, we're on business with the king. Have you seen someone with a large propeller? Propeller? Out here? I'm sorry to say I haven't seen one around here. Give us that water! You'll go no further. Didn't that guy say about a turf war? A turf war? Guess we might get pulled into this. Beat it, kids. We're taking this water. We better take these guys out. Despite the ominous music, it doesn't play any boss music. Alright, so these guys are weak to ice. And luckily, Snowkey has Icicle Smash. Blast ice at all enemies. And you might have noticed that Double D's Bone Throw got countered. It's a physical attack. Here's the problem. Even if it's a ranged physical attack, you can still get countered. I'm gonna try and fix that. Lord knows how. But Snowkey also has that same counter attack. Since she's a Pokie just like them, she can use her spikes to counter as well. Many spiders features for experience found. Zoinks! Scram! Phew, hard to fight in this heat. Looks like the other green one's left. Let's get back to our search. How's he keeping this oasis safe? I only fought them because they picked a fight with me. Well, either way, how you help me out? How about I make up for you? How about I make up for it by helping you find this propeller? Well, if you insist, we can use as much help as we can get. Just don't slow us down, okay? So, Snowkey is a snow Pokie. I believe they made their first appearance in Super Mario 3D Land or 3D World, one of the two. The only difference is that in terms of a design, is that snow Pokies have carrots for noses. I did try to give her one, but for some reason it just didn't look right, so I just went without it. Old Helm. A young cactus wanting to have a vacation on her own, so hyperactive and charming, but tough. She has excellent physical and magic attack and magic defense, not so great in defense and agility, so she can't take physical attacks too well. Which is a good thing she has that counter, which has a, I believe it's a 10% chance of, it's either a 10 or a 20% chance of countering. So, if we talk to the Pokies again, they'll have something different to say about the turf war. How many times have to fight those green Pokies before they eventually call it quits? I tried looking for a propeller while fighting, wasn't a smart idea in hindsight, got nipped 10 times. Phew, another day, another fight. So that snow Pokie can make ice. Maybe we should hire her to make the. Maybe we should hire her to keep the drinks cool. I think I'll head to Isle Delfino for my next vacation. Getting sick of fighting these green schmucks. Did you see me climb that punk from here to Sunday? I'd like to see it myself. All I saw was stars. I forgot I wrote that. That's pretty good. Should have made my trip to Giant Land sooner. If I could shoot lasers from my eyes, I would have kicked that green guy's butt. Glad we keep winning our fights, but sooner or later we're going to wear down. Nothing like a good fight to really get the spikes sharpened. Why would he talk to me? Alright, do these guys have anything different to say? I don't remember. What was that noise? Is there another turf war? Sound like another fight start. Wish I saw it, but I didn't want to get involved. So you might notice that the Pokie that was guarding this bit is gone. This is why. Sheesh, it's bad enough to keep trying to steal our precious water, boy. Why are they gonna make fun of the way I walk? Oh, hey, you're the kids who helped us. Thanks a lot. Happy to help it. Mind if I might ask a question? Sorry. We were told a guy who found a propeller for an airship was hanging around here. Have you seen him or his propeller? I haven't seen it, but what? You know who does know? When I got over, some guy with a propeller actually sold to the green pokies. Seriously? Aye, this cave here is the entrance to their hideout. I was going to seal up the door again, however, if you kids really need that propeller, then I'll let you go through. I'm almost warning, there's a lot of green dudes in there. You might get overwhelmed. Don't worry, I can make ice that'll give them a major chill. We can also take those goons, no problem. Alright then, if you insist. Good luck, kids. About your leaves? Wait, water? Aren't the green pokies fighting because they want the oasis water? Something must be different about this water compared to the oasis. Let's take a look around. Got a mushroom. See? So water's flowing from the ceiling. I've heard rumors that Desertland has several underground rivers that come from the ocean. So these guys have an endless supply of water, yet they fight for a limited amount. Let's inspect the waterfall. Looks like it's salt water. Hey Snooky, can Pokies drink salt water? I can't, but my parents said desert variants can, no problem. It must taste different or something. Instead of worrying about what they like, we should focus on that propeller. These rivers are in the way. I got an idea. Can Mandy use ice magic too? Yeah, only when I have the right tarot card. If I combine my ice powers with Mandy's, we could freeze the rivers so we can cross. Huh, good idea. These folks might not be happy with that. So, to activate that, you need to leave and go back. Here goes something. Ready, Snooky? Ready. Freeze. Goodness. Sweet, let's go. Alright, so this is the third section of the the elemental puzzles. I'm gonna guard, and I'm gonna attack us. Once again, I shouldn't be attacking physically, but there's also a 20% chance, I believe. Not to mention, I don't exactly have a choice. Yeah, you see. They still not got that airship working. Oh, Dan, I'm guessing you haven't been paying attention. I'm showing off all 3 routes. You only need to do one of the routes to get the airship working because the idea is that someone else will get the other 2 parts. You basically choose which part you want to get, and the part you choose is depends on the ally you pick up. Another waterfall. Yeah, let's freeze this one too. Let's go get a cup of tea. Yeah, I don't blame you. Alright, so we go this way. This is just this bit, so... Basically, this is probably, like, the least, obvious one. You need to go to, like, the edge of a waterfall to activate the freeze. So this is a great bridge. You're essentially, like, trying to make a path all the way to the exit. This isn't a case of, like, trying to find all the oil things, or like defeating a bunch of bandits. This is honestly the most linear one, but you're also dealing with like poke enemies and like trying to find the source to freeze the lakes. Realistically, like if we're talking about a realistic setting, you could probably like put them anywhere, like freeze the water anywhere, but I didn't really have that luxury in terms of like making that system work. So it has to be at the waterfall points. Windshield badge. All right. Reduces wind damage by half. Nice, a crit. Yeah, so this one's definitely the quickest of the lots. Although... Well, found another bug. To think I actually uploaded this without doing a proper test like this, that's bad. Yeah, as you can see, we've already finished. Oh boy. I don't think we can take that many. Darn right you can't. We'll take that water and you won't get in the way anymore. Look, we don't care about your stupid turf war. What? Then why are you here? We heard you had a propeller? What bug, Dan? The door, going back doesn't work. I just step over it. I forgot to add the door event on it. Well, we do have one. You do? But why? Actually, could you answer my question? If you have plenty of water in this cave, why do you insist on fighting the orange pokies for their water? The truth is, there's a huge nasty piranha plant at the source of our water supply. It's not only drinking a ton of water, but it's poisoning the remaining stuff. We can't drink it. So why not get rid of it? It's too big and fierce, and it shot lightning at us. We tried to feed that propeller we bought from it, trying to see if it could upset it enough to leave, but it did nothing. So in other words, if we need that propeller, we'll have to take out this piranha thingy. We'll have to take out this piranha thing. We'll have to solve your problem. Pretty much. Alright then, leave it to us. We'll get rid of it. You really get rid of it? Oh, thank you. We won't cause the other pokies any more trouble if you do. Whatever. Now move it or lose it. Alright, let's clear out for now. Yeah, I'll show you real quick, Dan. Oh, alrighty. Yeah, this door here, I'm supposed to go back. It doesn't work. Whoops. And despite the fact that you've made truce with the pokies, they're still going to pick a fight with you because you're really not supposed to like come back. Alright, come on, just leave. Thank you. Alright, let's get back and finish this off. We've actually only got about an hour left, so I don't know if I can finish the whole game in time. Huh, where is it? I don't see anything piranha-like or plant-like. But those darn cacti tricked us. Wait. The water source. It's up above. Mandy! Above you! Huh? Whoa! When they said big and nasty, they weren't kidding. Come on, we got a weed to remove. The bungee piranha plant from Yoshi's Island DS. It's weak to fire and ice. So I'm gonna use first aid now. I'm gonna guard to get my SP up so I can use some icicle smash. Big Bunny Piranha uses zap attack. Well, thankfully, I've got zap attack now too. Shame it's resistant to lightning, so it only takes 1 damage. Also, I think this version of the song is a bit too quiet. I'll definitely have to fix that. But now I have Poison Shot. Fire Poison Shot when aiming 50% destroy of poisoning. I think he's immune, so I'm not even going to try. Big Bunch of Piranha uses Shadow Dance, so now he's even stronger. Guard, special, Icicle Smash. Music sounds fine to you. I think what it is actually is that I'm like, when I'm using this song for the others, I think I set it to be a little quieter compared to it being used in other boss fights. That's what I'm getting at. Nice a crit. First aid, Icicle Smash. Yeah, I'm not responding to that, Dan. Yeah, I should really have a chat window for this as well. I'll see what I can do. Wait, that's it dead. Zap shield badge found. Well, that's that. And hey, there's a repel you were looking for. I don't think I'll ever get used to this. Well, you better. Anyway, let's get this back to the palace. Shit! I forgot to put the sprite into that as well. Oh, how did I seriously not? How did I miss that? So yeah, the green Poké said they won't bother the yellow ones anymore. Not now that the water's no longer poisoned. Pretty cool plot twist, that's for sure. We really had no intention of settling this, but it worked out in the end anyway. Oh. You can show me how I feel? Oh yeah, I'd appreciate that, Dan, thanks. My good news is all parties were able to get everything. The engine, the oil, and you got the propeller. So I hadn't anticipated a big bungee piranha poisoning the water supply. It's a good thing you got to there in time. It might have had an impact on our town. Pardon for asking, but where's Sir Turquoise? You got injured from cleaning the engine. Don't worry, however, he's making a full recovery. Oh, shame. I wanted to meet this out-of-nowhere famous samurai. Which brings me to an important question. How on earth did you manage to get here? The entire kingdom has all transport shut down. You couldn't have made it in so easily. Oh yeah, you did say that, Snooky. I completely forgot. Alright, I was already on vacation. I was traveling the entire kingdom before the shutdown. Oh, I see. Regardless, unless you accompany Double D and Mandy, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here until the kingdom's safe again. In any case, I'm in a finish stop. Why don't you go and get some rest? With pleasure. Son of a bitch, he got me on. Dan set me up for a D's nuts joke. Can you tell us at the issue? Sure, scrap some supplies. So what are we going to do, Snooky? Travel with you, of course. It will be dangerous. That only makes it more exciting. So you told me about how bad this evil's heart is. That's big time. The last village was so much fun, so I want to tag along and help out. Besides, I can't stay here anyway. This heat is becoming too much for my snowy body. When you're cold, just don't slow it down. Alright, gonna go and get some supplies. Yeah. Now, there is one problem with this, and this is honestly one of the reasons why I'm considering like nerfing the Boom Boom fight. Because you'll notice that like Snooky has low physical defense, and I didn't bring this up, but Snooky has a weakness to fire, and that Boom Boom just so happens to have a physical attacking fire move. You do the math. So in other words, this fight is actually going to be the roughest. Your Majesty, what's the matter? There's a big scary monster down below deck. What? Oh boy, another big fight. I wonder if it's another big piranha plant. Hope not. Let's go one last thing to do. If only Secretary was come around. Don't worry, you got us. There it is. What is it? Shush. That's a Boom Boom. We gotta be quiet. Soon if you ask me. It is, but their strength is no joke. If this guy fought the plant, the Boom Boom would have won 300 times over, no problem. And I bet it's got new powers like that piranha plant. So what do we do then? I was eager to fight, but looking back, bad idea. What's he even doing here? I don't know the full details, but apparently these guys often serve the big bad Bowser. And has it really been here the entire time? I'm surprised he never tried to run off. Let's get rid of him. I'm not letting that guy store away. Oh dear, dust on my nose. If you get some hot dogs, you could use the smell to lure it out. Everybody loves hot dogs. You don't have such ability. What's having? No, sneeze! Let's go and double dog. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Here it comes. Right, this is definitely going to be the roughest fight, because if Snooky gets hit by one of those fire 1-2 punches, she's immediately dead. Although, I got poison shots, so I think I can poison it. Maybe. I don't know if he is immune to poison or not. I don't know if I set that up or not. Alright. Nice, a counter. Alright. Let's try a poison shot again, because I think I can get away with another one. He can still be poisoned, even if he does take 0 damage. Nice. Right. Okay, just making sure. Try poison shot again. This time I'm gonna guard to try and get my SP up. Alright, Shadow Dance. This is where things gonna get rough, because that's when he like starts using the elemental moves. He's poisoned, nice. Chili Bite immune. Yeah, Snowkey is immune to ice, as you would expect. But the moment she gets hit by a fire hose, she's dead. Oh, phew! She got a counter in. Alright, I'm gonna guard. Ooh. This is making me sweat. Well, not really. I'm gonna risk it. Phew. Here's the thing. I'm probably still going to, like, either nerf that fight or have Snowkey take less damage when she gets hit by fire. And I forgot to equip the Zap Shield badge, so that's great. Because I just got lucky there. That was scary. Well, he's out now. I just realized he's heading into town. This might get ugly. Thankfully, the boom boom caused no damage running out. That's fortunate. Has the ship seen his eyes? Thankfully, no. This is pretty much the same. He's playing just in case. It says you helped me and you received my approval. Proof you can trust it. Let's get your kindness to somehow. Check go now. As for you, Snowkey. Yes? Remember that this isn't a vacation. If we let him awaken the evil's heart, then it's game over for everyone. Got it? Of course I know the situation. I love to adventure, but I'll take any and every fight seriously. Fine. Besides, I wouldn't bet I can fight better than you. That's rich coming from someone with no arms or legs. They'd only slow me down. You seriously want to make a contest out of this? This isn't a game. You're right, because if I'd know, I'd already win. Fine, I'll show you I'm way tougher. First one to defeat him, the losers must buy dinner. It's on. Anyway, I'm sensing dark times. Hope you're going to yield success. Try to remember that you two should prioritize defeating him. Agreed. Hope you'll let him. Gotta fix that text box as well. I'll park the airship for you. I know the way to the Peach's castle. Thank you. I've never been on an airship before. This is exciting. First time for me too. Just remember who's going to defeat him. Who's going to defeat him? Got it? Oh, I will. Let's part. Alright. Edit Mandy's story is finished. Alright. We have one left. And we've only got about an hour left, so hopefully I can beat it in this time. I don't think I can. If I can't beat it before the time limit, I'll either, like, if it's by a few minutes, then I'll probably just go a little overtime. If not, then I'll dedicate a stream tomorrow to finishing it off. Anyway, the last one, Eddie and Billy's. This is where I was the most comical. Where the heck am I? Oh, hey, all those cards. Well, at least I got someone to defend myself. Where the heck am I, anyway? Is this a jungle? How did I go from a giant monster tower to a jungle? Yeah! What was that? This place is awesome. It's got all these weird trees, this weird grass, this weird fruit. This is the best. Oh, it's just you. Where are the others? Well, I bet there's someone nearby. Maybe they're having a nice picnic. I doubt that. Much I hate this, because we've got to go out there and see what there is. I can't gasp, but my throat's a bit short. What? You're freaking me out. We're going on an adventure in this awesome weird jungle? Oh boy, I can't wait to go on this adventure. There's so much cool stuff. Good food, awesome battles, saving princesses, defeating dragons, eating muffins, collecting treasure, wearing funny hats, being snails, licking doorknobs, making scrapbooks, finding lost cities, rearranging teeth, blowing up bases, walking on beaches, watching rivers blue, finding the mountains, the couch, punching brick walls, and so many other things. This is going to be a long day. Yeah, this was definitely where I was the most, like, comical. So I've got the Zap Shield badge, so I don't think I'm actually going to be dealing with lightning in this one, but let's equip it anyway just for the fun of it. Now we got some classic Goombas. Weak to fire. Now, I'd also recommend, like, Eddie has the tarot card for the fire spell, because Billy doesn't have any black magic. At least, I don't think he does. What the heck were they? They were so cool. We're in another dimension again. Another dimension? What do you mean again? You done this before? Oh yeah, lots of times. This is going to take some getting used to. I don't fight like this much. I better use that card's magic to pick up the slack. You know, I'm curious. Yeah, Billy doesn't have any black or weapon magic, so this is useless on him. Billy's a little bish. Yeah. Welcome to Yoshi's Island. Got Power Plus badge. That's going on, Billy. Increases attack. It increases attack from 29 to 44. Also, this remix here, this remix of Yoshi's Island, I'm going to turn up a little bit. I actually, there was a musician, a remix on Newgrounds, and, he agreed to, and he agreed to, make some remixes for this game for a price. This is one of the ones he made, and I absolutely love it. Anyway, so got a river here we can't cross. You need to go up here. What is that? What is what? Monster! It's so cool. It's some kind of giant doggy. I want to play Fetch the Doggy. But that's not a dog. It's actually, it looks like a dinosaur. What kind of dinosaurs have you seen? It's a doggy, you dummy. Can't you tell by its collar? Look at its collar and who an idiot. Even I can tell the difference. But yeah, it does have a collar. It's got wings too. Is this someone's pet? Hey doggy, wanna go for walkies? Well, it seems friendly at least. Maybe there's a name on this collar. Sky? Well, it seems you have guests by Boogity. And I see you've taken a liking to Sky. Introducing Toadbert from the Mario and Luigi series. Who are you? My name is Toadbert by Boogity. I'm a researcher who specializes in Yoshi nature and culture. Yoshi? This thing? So, care to introduce yourselves? My name's Billy and this is my friend Eddie. Could you tell us where we are? We're extremely lost. I'm surprised you don't. It's not easy to get on this island. Well, you're on Yoshi's Island, homeland of the Yoshis. I come here frequently to study the lifestyle of the Yoshis. I find them so fascinating. Sky here is a very special breed I've raised from an egg. It's common for Yoshis to obtain wings, but to be born with wings for life is outstanding in every way. Oh, but look at me, Bad Boogity. Here I talk a lot, but here I talk a lot about what you're probably not interested in. So how did you end up on this island? Oh, you got sent here by an evil red lady shot lightning from an evil-looking heart inside this big nasty tower that smelled badly but had nice snacks. Billy, if you're going to tell a story, you don't abridge it. It's a long story, but you see, I may have exaggerated like Billy's like personality in this a little too much. If it needs to be toned down, I will. But like, it's absolutely ridiculous. I see. You don't know where your other friends are, by Boogity. Yes. How'd you get off this island? I hate to tell you this, but you can't. At least not normally. Is this some kind of magical prison line we have to prove ourselves worthy? Oh no, nothing like that, by Boogity. You see, no boats make their way out of here regularly. It isn't known for its tourism. So how did you get here then? From Sky, of course. Under the right circumstances, you can fly me anywhere in this kingdom. Yeah, that's simpler. In that case, let's go then. Sadly, it's not that easy, by Boogity. What do you mean? You see, Sky is still very young. She can't make long-distance flights that easily. I had to use a special blueberry to give her the strength she needs. Just for reference's sake, Dan, I spelt blueberry wrong on purpose. It's like the King Sultan thing. So that one was deliberate. Alright, where do we get one, by Boogity? Don't you start. See that sign over there? Beside it is the entrance to the jungle depths. Somewhere there should be a blueberry. The problem is that it's very dangerous. So bad critters live there, and they love to attack intruders. I can't fight for beans, by Boogity, but if you can fight off the monsters and get this blueberry, I'll gladly take you off the island. Let's go fight monsters. Heck no, I'm not doing that. But Eddie, no buts. Isn't there a more safer way off the island? Well, I just see a ship docked near here. Huh, even better. Where is it? Should be to the east of here, but I wouldn't recommend it. Let me guess. No snacks on ship? No, it's a pirate ship. I'm dead serious, Dan. I spelt that wrong on purpose. It's called being funny. Look it up. Oh, great. If you can somehow convince the pirates to let you on, by Boogity, then I wish you luck. If not, then I'll be waiting in the village for that blueberry. One last thing. What? Regardless of which path you take, I highly recommend trying to make your way to Toad Town. It's the main town in this kingdom, and it's the safest place to hang out in, if your friends ended up in friendlier situations. Odds are they've been advised to make their way there too. Alright, got it. Toad Town. Alright, come along, Sky. It's time to go now. So, I actually forgot to talk about the partners for Double D and Eddie's section. Basically, with Turquoise, I mentioned that he was inspired by one of my favorite characters from Final Fantasy VI, Cyan. Basil, admittedly, I needed when I was creating the characters, I needed a more tankier character, which is why I went for a Buzzy Beetle. He was originally going to be this big bruiser guy called Buster, but I ended up changing it to a more passive one, just for sake of differences. Snowkey, I wanted to have a Pokey partner for a while, but I couldn't really think of one, and honestly, when I remembered about the Snow Pokies from 3D Land or 3D World, I decided to just go for that. Anyway, these Yoshis. Yoshi. 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 Yosh. Yoshi. Yoshi. Sup, my homies? Yoshi. I couldn't resist. So anyway, if you go in here, you'll see Toadbert and Sky hanging around. You can't speak to Sky, but she'll always gravitate towards you. So, have you decided on getting that blueberry? Not yet. We're gonna find this pirate ship first. That's pretty much your hint. Hey, go find the pirate ship. The sign says no entry. Okay. Oh, such depth of dialogue. Hey, it's Yoshi's. They don't say much. This wasn't here before. Let me get this. A mushroom. Whoa, it's a real pirate ship. Yeah, let's get on. Billy, it's a pirate ship. They're not known for being nice. This is another world. Maybe they're nice pirates. Come on, let's call them. Billy, wait. Ahoy there! Billy, shut up! What's all that racket? And who are you loud scallywags? Georgie's trying to sleep and you better not wake him. This is another original character. A red paratrooper with white scales. Oh, hi. Are you the captain? Aye, that's I am. Captain Silverscale's my name. And what do you want? Can you take us to Frog Village? Billy, shut up. Let me do the talking. Pay no attention to him. He's an idiot. I already got that. Look, I'll cut to the chase. We need to get to a place called Toad Town. Any chance you could let us on? You got guts to be asking me a charitable favor. I assume you got something to pay for such a trip. Actually, yeah, I'm a professional merchant. I have some rare, never-before-seen red polka dot mushrooms. And I'll gladly give these to you for permission to board your ship. Ha 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 ha! Your lack of brains is laughable, and your silver tongue is just painted bronze. Hey! We have hundreds of those mushrooms. They're common as grains of sand in the desert. This is the Mushroom Kingdom, after all. Just because it's called the Mushroom Kingdom doesn't mean it's full of mushrooms. Maybe it's full of pumpkins. Billy, shut up! No, fine. What do you want? 100 gold each. What? That's like 50 40s. Ignore him. How do you expect us to get that money? Not my problem. Oh, come on. I'm an expert in dueling. I'm a black belt in Tai Chi, Gokwan, and Origami. Surely you want someone as capable as me on your ship. Yeah, you're right. 200 gold each. What the heck? Are you nuts? Keep it down. George is asleep. Look, you're clearly a bunch of scallywags whose heads are as hollow as coconuts, and frankly, you'd be causing as much trouble as that skinny guy we brought on board. Skinny guy? So unless you can get me 400 coins total, you can forget even thinking about going on my ship. Jerk. So yeah, once again, I wanted to create as many original characters as I could since Nintendo didn't want to. Alright, so once you speak to Captain Silverscale, then you go back to talk to Toadbert, and you'll get a more detailed idea of what to do. Ah, you're back. How'd it go with the pirates? So have you decided on getting that blueberry? The captain says we can't enter unless we fork over 400 gold coins. That won't be as easy as you think. You see, Yoshis don't need money, so there's nothing like shops or banks. I got it. We teach them the values of greatness of money and how great candy stores are, and then we make them. I'm going to decline that right away, by Boogity. The last thing these darling Yoshis need is economy. I have a better idea anyway. There are some barrels by the ship. If we hide in those, we can sneak aboard. I guarantee that won't work as well as you think, but if you need money, defeating enemies in the jungle depths might earn you some coins. There's something in there that'll help big time. There are gold Koopa Troopers in the jungle depths. They usually carry a massive amount of coins. Defeat them, you might earn enough to buy you your permission. But they run away a lot, so you'll have to get the lead out to catch them. So either way, we'll need to get into that jungle. Afraid so, by Boogity. Now that I notice, Sky seems to like you, by Boogity. Ah, I like him too. Her, Sky's a go. Just trust me on this. Either way, it's your choice what you want to do. But I'll have someone move the sign so you can enter the jungle. By the way, are you by chance missing a deck of cards? Don't think so, but I have lost some marbles years ago. What kind of card is it? This. I've never seen a card like this before. Awesome, a tarot card. Yeah, that's ours. Well, I'm glad you found it. Sorry. Well, I'm glad I found it. It's all yours. Well, I won't hold you here for any longer, by Boogity. You better figure out what you want to do to escape. Alright. Equip that onto Billy. Unlocks the potential of white and blue magic. So those are our choices. We can go to the jungle. Either find this blueberry and fly off, beat up these golden coop thingies to get cash, or hide in the barrels and sneak onto the ship. These are really that good, but we hardly have many options here. Yeah, so that's pretty much your objective. Oh, not enough coins. That's pretty much how you're supposed to get off this island. So with Grim and Ed's one, it was like a linear dungeon, and regardless of like what you did, you always got to the end. But it depended on who you brought with you. For Double D and Man's one, it's 3 different dungeons, 3 different bosses, but you always fought Boom Boom at the end. And in this one, it's 1 large dungeon, 3 ways to get out. So, and I'm going to show off one of them. Now, I'm going to be fixing this in the I'm going to be fixing this in the next version. But this is a giant maze. Actually, no. Let's take a look at Billy's attack. 157. Shit. That power plus is doing some serious work. Oh well. Refreshing herb. Alright, so the problem with this maze, and this is a big problem, is that you need to find the gold Koopa Troopers in order to you need to find the gold Koopa Troopers in order to get the money you want. In order to get the money to get onto Captain Silverscale's ship. But the problem is that when I was testing this, and admittedly I should have done this sooner. It's actually hard to navigate. Like, I called it the maze, and it's not wrong. Koopa Trooper. Alright. So, like, but the best way I've learned... Oh, the best way to, like, get out of this place... or, like, if you want to find the blueberry, in order to get one exit, just keep going up. And you'll eventually find it. In order to, you need to go out of your way a little bit more in order to find the gold Koopa Troopers. But it's not a case of, like, they're just random encounters. They are overworld sprites. You can see them on the field. Oh yeah, I've got blow darts. Alright, there's also like a crap ton of item blocks. So if you ever like ooh, kikis. So like if you ever want to stock up on items, this is a good place. Like, there's actually like more item blocks here than everywhere else in the game. In this like bit of the game. Oh yeah, I also need to up the attack on the Ukikis because they actually do 0 damage to Billy for some reason. See? Like, that's something I'm definitely going to need to do. Actually, I'll write that down now. We've only got about half an hour left, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and show off 2 of the endings, and I'll show off the last one in another session. Well, there's one of the gold Koopas. The problem is that the AI is designed to always move away from you. Problem is that they're not very good at it. It's also a fight you can't escape from, so you have to do it. In fact, I've got Yukiki's ability Scramble, which is attack an enemy 3 times. Yeah, 100 coins, so... See, here's the thing. I don't technically need to make multiple save slots this time because I won't get locked out, but so I should be okay. All right, let's show off the ending for this one, and then let's continue. I think this one is actually the shortest one. Dead end. Where the heck is this fruit? Hey, look, there it is. It's way up there. How the heck are we supposed to get that? I got a great idea. Yuck! You messed. Roar? Monster! Red underwear! PD Piranha. Sky? Yay, good doggy. Sky is a para-Yoshi, a winged Yoshi. She is completely immune to Earth-based attacks. And despite being like, as described, very young, she's got some potential. Like, she's pretty strong. It's like if you've ever played Yoshi's Story, you'll know that baby Yoshis are actually very capable. scramble again. Can use a mushroom. I've got so many mushrooms. Right, because items transfer over to other to other areas. So all the ones I bought from Double D and Mandy's one, they're here as well. Right, Flutter Kick. It's pretty much the same as Scramble, except Sky's better with it. Well, actually, I think because Billy's got that Power Plus badge. Billy could use a heal, so I'll have Sky heal Billy. Shadow Dance. Wait, what did it just do? Eddie's the only one to actually take notice of like P.E. Piranha, well, of the bosses using Shadow Dance. Just for reference's sake, this is like very story relevant. Oh boy. Eddie's almost down. Nope, not anymore. I'm not doing so good. Damn it, Billy's down. Actually, mushroom on Billy. Sky uses one of mushroom on Billy. Because I think Sky's gonna. Nope, never mind. Eddie's faster. Damn it. Well, thankfully he's not down, so. I can also hear my stomach rumbling because I'm really hungry. Damn it. Get my ass handed to me. There we go. Eddie's party was victorious. Level 4, Regen and Silence Land. Level 4, Deer Land. Phew. That Seymour knockoff is no match for us. But seriously, thanks for your help. You're such a good doggy. I love you. Billy, she's a dinosaur. Oh, whatever. Dinosaurs are way cooler anyway. Anyway, we got this fruit. Let's get the heck out of here before that thing comes back. I can't believe you, By Boogity. You ran in after those two. You never fought before. You really scared me, By Boogity. I'm just glad you're alright. I suppose you have been growing up faster than I can keep up. Look, we got the fruit. Can we go now? Ah, yes. I apologize. Come here, Sky. I'll feed you this, By Boogity. Ha! It's working. Sky's flying. Yay, good doggy. Alright, boys. Let's take to the skies. Wow, this is really high. Higher, higher. Alright, Sky, let's take Mace to Toad Town. Let's go, By Boogity. And that's that. Eddie and Billy's story is finished. Enter another circle to see another team story. So this sign appeared. This is gonna show like the end, like the credits and everything. We've got 2 more things to show, and we might be able to finish this off because I remember that one of them is actually really short. If I can find the other 2, if I can find the other 3 Koopas. So we're gonna try and. Here's the thing. I would rather of do the paying for one last, but that one is technically quicker if we can get the money for it. Also, Jesus Christ. Alright. Enough item grabbing. Like, all of these are either mushrooms, like honey syrups, like they're all the same items that we've got plenty of, so we should be fine. So it's just a case of trying to find the other 3 Koopas. Coin coffers are in this area as well, so if you're lucky enough to find one of those and defeat it, then you should be alright. I think I saw one just before that encounter happened, but I could be wrong. It was an item block. My mistake. Yeah, this is the biggest problem with the maze. It's a maze. There's one. And down. So that's 233 coins. Crap, this is one way. Nice going, Billy. Batting 1,000. Alright, he's also got like the palmwood hammer as well, so he's... Sorry, his attack is stronger, plus with the power plus badge. So at this point, Billy's a little overpowered. I might have to nerf the scramble ability, like make it weaker, or like add a bit more of a rotation for the badges, so you're less likely to get that one so easily. But at the same time, I think I've got like 50 badges, so actually I think it might just be 30. Either way, like this kind of combination can kind of break the game. I'm gonna start running from these fights because we don't have a lot of time left. Normally I would be fighting all these guys, but I'll be real, we don't actually need the experience for this bit. There he is. Alright, so just one more after this guy. Now, to be frank, you don't have to defeat these gold Koopas to get the money. You can technically grind off all the... Oh yeah, badge. Cold touch badge. You don't have to get all the gold Koopas to get the money for it. You just have to get the money for it. But the gold Koopas were implemented to make this easier. But at the same time, it's also developer assumed that you would go after the gold Koopas to get the money. Because a cutscene dialogue says so. I mean, I know I technically wrote that because I would assume that no one's crazy enough to actually go and fight hundreds of enemies just to get the coins up by a little bit. Although I imagine someone is going to do that now that I've said that. Alright. So now that we've got all of them and got the money, let's leave. About 20 minutes. I might have to go overtime. Come on. Thank you. Alright, I'm just going to go and save real quick. Yeah, I've still got enough. So here's the thing. You don't have to do this. Like, I can technically do both now. Well, I can just hide in the barrels and sneak onto the ship. But that's technically the longer one, so I want to show off the shorter one. Actually, no. I'll show off the longer one first. Because I know the shorter one won't take as long. So just interact with any of these barrels. Alright, these barrels is nicely. We can hide in them, no problem. Hide in the barrels, you can't return here once you do. Alright, Billy, get it. Alright, get this lot on the ship. Cripes, this one's heavy. Come on, Evo. These chumps have no idea. 5 or 10 minutes later. Are we there yet? It has gotten quiet. It might be safe now. Okay, on 3. 1, 2. In a jail cell. Hey! Ha! Nice try, Miguel and Tulio. You didn't think I'd fall for the oldest trick in the old pirate book, did you? You jerk! Let us out! Yeah, I demand snacks too. I'll let you out once we set foot in the seaside kingdom. I'm sure potential servants like you could fetch me a pretty penny. Yar har 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 har. We gotta get out of here. Ooh, I got a great idea. We gotta hide in the barrels again. If we do, we'll end up back on the island again. Billy, that doesn't work. Well, I do have a great idea. My hair's long and thin and very sharp. I can use them to pick the lock. So like pick my nose, huh? I bet you'll find some great boogers in there. Billy, shut up, stand back, and let me focus. Got it. Alright, let's blow this popsicle stand. Pretty slick hands there, boy. Perhaps you were a thief in your past life. Ah! Plant monster! Ah! Fat kid! See? Not so funny when it's done to you, is it? Name's Tox. You could say I'm a traveler. I'm Billy and this is Eddie. At least you got manners. Hey, how's about letting a partner out? Why should we? You're locked in here for a reason. And I bet it's the same reason as you. Let me guess. Tried to sneak onto their ship? We took some magical teleporting barrels. What did you do? Look, you want off this ship, right? Open the cage for me and I'll gladly help you. No strings attached. And you're not going to stab us in the back? Despite being a traveler with no home to call my own, I hold my own codes to live and die by. But I take it that just a few words from a piranha plant leaves you skeptical. So let me add this. Captain Silverscale is tough. Real tough. And he's got a powerful partner. I tried once to fight them off, but both of them were too much, and that's why I'm in here. And I wait you won't get past them either. Let me out, and the three of us might be more than enough to take them on and escape. Fine. Thousand thanks, partners. Let's just get out of here. Right. There should be some lifeboats we can procure in the back of the ship. Before that, let me just offer you something for your help. I have some refreshing herbs in case of emergencies. Thanks. Let's go. Alright. Tox. A putrid piranha plant. Admittedly, this was inspired by the piranha plant being a fighter in Super Smash Bros. And I chose a putrid piranha because I really like them. They're my favorite variations. so number 14, Temperance. He already has a barrel lid shield and dry robes. I'll probably update these to sound a bit more realistic rather than him just going to dry lands. Desert land. He's pretty balanced, all things considered. He's definitely got the most speed. A lone ranger of the tropical islands, traveling the world to seek new adventures and treasures. Yeah, he was a bitch to make in terms of spriting, because he was so difficult. Attention crew, the prisoners escaped. Keelhaul their butts or I'll keelhaul yours. Guess they expected us to break out. Come on, let's go. Alright, this one is technically another dungeon. You have these pirate Cooper enemies to fight. They're just the same. They're just the same as the regular Coopers, easy to take down. Actually, oh wait, no, they might actually be no, they're a little stronger. Never mind, I'm full of it. But anyway, Tox, being a putrid piranha, not only is he immune to poison, his regular attacks can dish out poison. Honey syrup. So a lot of his stuff is very poison based. Now, I'm not gonna lie, like, the poison status is honestly one of my favorite things in RPGs. I like the idea of whittling down an enemy's HP automatically over time. So that's another reason why I chose him. Well, like why I chose a putrid piranha. I also wanted to add as much variety into the team as into the list of choices you could have. Yeah, this one is technically the most difficult because I think this is actually more harder than the Forest Maze and Petey Piranha, but we'll see. Mushroom was found. Now this is interesting. Ooh, a mushroom. That doesn't look a thing like the other mushrooms we saw. Is it safe? Of course it's safe. It looks like Grim, and Grim's nice. Billy, you just let him. He needs to learn from his mistakes. Hey, chow time. I feel really bad. That, kids, is a poison mushroom. It contains all the necessary nutrients and vitamins to give your stomach the worst feeling in the world. Is he gonna die? Nah, he'll be fine. It'll pass through eventually. But sure as the full moon, he won't be fighting as well as he would. Please, heal me. I don't know, he does need to learn from his mistakes. And what was that mistake, Billy? Purple mushrooms bad. Very bad. Don't eat them. Good. Well, we have one, but talk about a waste. It's for the best we keep him healthy. Better than dragging a sick kid with us. One last thing. Next time we find one, keep it with us. Sure, but why? Poison mushrooms are bad for you, but are an excellent source of food for us, who practically breathe poison. If I eat them, I'll heal from them. Billy does have the poison status. You do have to use a refreshing herb. Yeah, what I was saying there is, what he's saying there is true. Poison mushrooms will poison anyone that uses them, but they will heal Tox instead. This will also apply for Grim and Turquoise as well. They'll recover from them as well, and it's a pretty decent amount. I think I made it either 1,000 or 2,000 hit point recovery. But at the same time, that might be a lot, but I also don't think they're in the randomized item locations. Item things for item blocks, because like right now all of them are set, but like in the full game, like when I eventually get around to it, it will like items will be randomized. Pirate queue is found. This is what you need to proceed. Coin coffer. Right, immune to fire. Right, I think it's weak to wind. Oh, am I gonna get it? Nope. Just attack. He's not running. I might actually get him. It's a 50% chance for him to run and fight each time. I got him! 5,000 coins. I got 5,000 coins out of it. Pirate key was found. Here's the best part. If I'd have played this first and did the others... Life mushroom. Okay, this is important. I'll explain later. Sorry. This is important, but I'll explain later. If I'd have taken the, if I did this one first and transferred all my stuff over to, like, one of the other story events, someone would have just randomly had 5,000 coins. Alright. Honey syrup. So, funny idea. If I don't pick a fight with you, I don't have to leave my post if I lose. So I'm not budging, and I'm not fighting you. That leads to the next floor. The escape boats are on this floor anyway, so let's not bother messing with this guy. Okay, so life mushrooms. These only work in battle. Doubles max HP until the end of the battle. This is based on the life mushroom in Super Mario Galaxy, where it gives you 3 additional hit points. In this, it doubles your HP. Once again, this may be... I'm introducing a lot of things that can make you feel a little overpowered. But in some cases, I think my logic for this, like, it's been a while, is that the boss fights are going to kick your ass. So, take advantage of them when you can. Nice. Alright, I'm running out of HP and MP fast. Refreshing herb. Mushroom was found. So I go up here. Yep. Here, pipe same coins. It won't open. Maybe if we say pretty please? Surprised to even lock the way to the lifeboats. I guess the cats knew what we were after. And I see 4 large keyholes. Ah, great. So I gotta find 36 keys in order to open the door. Did you hit your head or something? All the time. I'm going for a record. At least you're honest. Alright, let's just find these keys. I've got 2 of them, I think. Yeah, 2 pirate keys. Honey syrup. Walnut mushroom. I think over here is another key. Nope, it's a mushroom. Save the poison breath for the boss fight. And yes, there's a boss fight. Alright, that's them taken care of. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be cutting it close. Stand back and let a pro handle this. Ah, you jerks! Right, this one's a forced fight. You can't run from this one. Okay, this is where I'm going to use my poison breath on. Poison breath does damage and has a chance of poisoning. So in a way, it's a... I'd say it's a better version of Ed's Mega Fart, but at the same time, it only poisoned one of them. that scramble ability is really helping. I think it's a low percentage for Tox to poison someone out of a bite. That's real, since it doesn't cost anything to do it makes sense. And might as well talk about this. One of the original ideas I had for the poison status, and yes, there was an original idea. Another Power Plus badge. Alright. Refreshing herb. In Paper Mario Sticker Star, like, I hate that game, I will admit, but there's one concept that I thought was really interesting. Was that if you were poisoned or an enemy was poisoned, if you hit them, they got poisoned too. Like automatic. So you could spread the poison around and make it more manic. And that was one of the original plans that I had, but I ultimately scrapped it when it got a little too chaotic. Hey Billy, this looks delish, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. I'm fine. You eat it. Remember what I said before? Yeah. Just gonna make sure only you eat it. By the way, it's not just me. Those undead or resistant poison can benefit from them too. Yeah, so that's also a hint that Grim and Tox can heal from... Sorry, Grim and Turquoise can heal from it as well. One-up mushroom. I should probably start fighting these enemies because I don't think I need to do any more leveling up. I'll just finish these guys off, then I'll stop fighting. So with that in mind, I do want Tox's SP to get up, so... Alright. Yeah, no more fighting. I'm running low on time, so... I'll just try and finish this. Okay, is that all four? Sure is. We can go to the boss now, but first... Are you serious? I don't need another 5,000 coins. So I usually sell my stuff to passerbys, and technically you're not an exception, and I'm increasing my prices for you, stinkwads. He's not joking. Alright, so Life Mushroom. Doubles max experience at the end of the battle. You can afford a couple. One-up mushrooms? Why not? Thanks for stopping by, jerks. Alright. Shit! Oh well. I'm gonna save it in a separate slot because this is a pretty tough fight. What open? Oh, right, whoops. Use the pirate key. Use the pirate key. Use the pirate key. Use the pirate key. Ahoy there, turtle boy. You got guts, I'll give you that. That's what you get for underestimating us. Don't go getting a swelled head, brat. You only got this far because of that blasted piranha plant. Next time, you should have thrown me overboard. Aye, Captain Silverscale never makes the same mistake twice. I guarantee it. So, you gonna let us go? Warren here has a point. It's 3-on-1. Forget about his partner already. And unlucky for you, Scallywags, my son Georgie's had his nap and he really wants to play. Son? How old is he? He's just turned 4. Aye, he's grown up so fast. You're really sending a 4-year-old after us? You must really be stupid if a baby's gonna kick our butts. Kids, his son will be young, but yeah, very young. I thought older. This'll be a snap. Georgie, my boy, come down here. We got new playmates for you. Coming, Captain Daddy. Heh, you're in for it now. Get ready, you two. Why? How tough can a tiny turtle be? What is that? That's his son. That's a big baby. See these colored clowns, Georgie? Let's play Smash the Bros. Yay, I love Smash the Bros. Most likely, his son Georgie takes after his mother. Anyway, this is definitely the roughest. This is definitely one of the rougher fights. When I was playing this for the first time. Captain Silverscale and his son Georgie. They are susceptible to poison, so take advantage of that. Also, I forgot to do this. I should probably do this right now before I forget. Use the life mushrooms. Remember, they double your max HP. It's only for the fight though, but they do also fully heal. 1980, 1680, 1232. Wow, he doesn't have much health. Yeah, one of the reasons why I include the life mushrooms here is because I remember this being one of the most roughest parts when I was making this bit. Alright, he's not getting poisoned. This is getting kind of... Mind you, it's still a low percentage, but like they're a bit more. Oh boy. They're a bit more susceptible. Silverscale uses Shadow Dance. Wait, what did he just do? Once again, Eddie noticing the Shadow Dance. I really reckon Silverscale, he's normally not this tough. He's normally not this weak. There we go, George is poisoned. Tox isn't doing good. Alright, fire, scramble. I'm gonna use the poison mushroom on him. Poisons all but heals poison and undead folk. 1,500, nice. Alright, that's Silverscale down. He is usually a lot tougher than this, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go over time. Hang on a minute. Going a little over time. Just let my mum know. All right. I'll heal Eddie. Here's the thing about here's the thing about Georgie. Aside from being named after the little kid from It, and yes, that is where I got the name from, because I was thinking of a little kid's name and that came to mind. He actually doesn't have the Shadow Dance ability. This is because, like, this is like a thing to mention. The Shadow Dance only applies to those who are evil. Hence why all of the bosses you fought had them, and so did Whirlon in one of Grim and Ed's scenarios. Georgie doesn't have it because he's technically not evil, he's still a child. Crud. Ha, in your face. And everything else, too. That's what you get for breaking my prized instrument. Instrument? Come on, partners. The boats are past this door. Let's go before they get more mooks. Blink and you miss. Yahoo! So long, suckers! Captain, there's a hole in the ship. We're sinking. Patch it up. Georgie, lift the ship. Keep it above water. I got it, Captain Daddy. Talks, kids. This is the last you'll see of us. You've angered me for the last time. What am I having for dinner? Sausage and egg butties. We escaped. Fugitives for life. Serves right for messing with us. Don't get cocky, kids. We still have the ocean to get through, but I'm loving your enthusiasm. It's okay. I can swim. Sorta. So what are you going to do now, Tox? Let me ask you a question with another question. What are you going to do now? We got to find our friend and his evil heart before him does. But you need to put a Twitch link in your Twitter bio. Sure, I'll do that. We have no idea where to look for Eva, but we were told to try Toad Town first. Sounds like you got a lot of work to do. Let me help lighten the load. You want to keep helping us? You kids are crazy, stupid, and you're always getting yourself into trouble. Hey! I don't always get into trouble, just most of the time. And I love trouble. I can only imagine the wild and insane things you'll get yourselves into, and I don't want to miss a single bit of it. In that case, you better not disappoint you. Like your attitude, kid. Let's get to Toad Town. Onward to new adventures. So yeah, Tox is Tox is someone who really loves trouble. So hence why he's more than welcome to go on this crazy adventure. Now to show off the last one. Now this is what happens if you pay to get on Captain Silverscale's ship instead of like sneaking in or trying to find a blueberry for Sky. And this one, in my opinion, this was admittedly done for two reasons. One is a personal fan favorite thing, not just from me, but for the crowd. And B, I wanted to emphasize a lot more comedy. Oh, right, whoops. You don't go to the ship to deliver your coins. This little Cooper guy here. Talk to him. Yo, the captain gave me orders to wait for you to give him the money. Talk to me if you're having the loot. So you got that much, eh? You got the loot? Well, hiding in a shell and kicking into Goombas. Good job. Alright, let's get going. Oi, Captain! Shut it, Boots for Brains. Georgie's still asleep. Zoinks. Sorry, Captain. Anyway, we have their payment. Well, I knew they'd give up and... Wait, what? You got the coins? What's the prob? We have the money. I didn't think you'd get 400 coins on this good-for-nothing island. In a short time, no less. Oh yeah, we had to fight a lot, but it was fun. These scallywags are idiots, but they did their job quicker than most of me men. I wonder... Hey, we got your money. You letting us on or what? We got a deal. Aye, a deal's a deal. Men, get the bridge, let them on, and we're shoving off too. I gotta hand it to you. 400 coins on our island, no less. And in a short time. Bet you regret not letting us on sooner? Of course not. You made me 400 coins richer. If anything, I should have said 1,000 coins. Yeah, that jungle had a lot of baddies and gold turtles for us to fight. This is the bit where I said I was going to assume you weren't going to grind out against all the little enemies and not go after the gold turtles. Because that's real. That's just insane. Don't do it. What's up? You fought gold Koopas and stole their coins? Well, yeah. You never said how we had to get them. Well, that explains a lot. You aren't as tough as I thought. You just got lucky. Oh yeah, they kept bumping into the trees. This is me also making fun of the AI. To think I was going to recruit you, but now we know we can just get. Now we know we can get just as many coins there. Look, how long until we get to Toad Town? It should take about 5 days. We got a route to follow, so we're just going to drop you off when you get close. You're walking the rest of the way. 5 days? We don't have the time. And don't think this is a luxury cruise either. You're going to work for us while you're here. Are you, kid? After all that work we did? You just fought gold Koopas. Even micro Goombas can take them. Now you're going to get down to the deck and start cleaning. That's it. I've had it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm sick of being your stupid maid. Your third partner, if you get the 400 coins, is Waluigi. Who's that? She's a maid? She's really ugly. I signed up to be a pirate, to steal cash, fight sea monsters, and make a name for myself. All I've done is clean up your stupid mess. And I told you, you gotta prove it. You keep backing down, and frankly, you're being a huge pain in the shell. And who are these runs? Gonna make them pirates instead of me? They paid for a lift, which is more than what you've done. What do you mean? I paid too. Yeah, in bottle caps and groveling. Just be thankful Georgie likes those bottle caps. Look, you've been nothing but trouble since we took you in, and you demand to be as stupid as you look. The next time we dock, you're out of here. Got it? And congratulations, you two lads. Sorry, and congratulations, you two lads. You get his job. I'm sure dishes and mopping isn't too taxing. I already pay taxes to Mandy, so... You're a huge jerk, you know that? I'm a pirate, you coconut-headed clots. I'm not supposed to be nice. Why you? I demand my bottle caps back. And I'm not doing your chores. We paid for this, we should get extra service. And I demand milk with my cookies. Ah, so noisy, too noisy. I want to sleep. Oh no, Georgie's awake. Now you've done it. Do you know how much of a handful Georgie is when he has his nap disturbed? That's it. First rock we find, we're dumping you lot, whether it's inhabited or not. Heh. Didn't you say you weren't supposed to be nice, and here you are trying to be a nice dad? What did you say? Yeah, the maid's right. If you're being nice, are you even a real pirate captain? For the record, I'm not with them. I'll get to work on those dishes now. You know what I think? I think you're not qualified to be a captain. I think one of us should be in charge. Yeah, do you even give your crew evil snacks? Because I don't think you do. When I say us, I'm not part of that us. So where's the broom kept? You dare mock me? That settles it. You guys, you shouldn't get bossed around by a loser like him. I, Waluigi, declare myself the new captain. And I'll be the first mate. We'll set sail in high seas and find the greatest of snacks and lemonade. Once again, I didn't really have much of an idea for like Billy's like dialogue. You realize that most of it boiled down to snacks. I'm not with them. Who's with me? I love this bit. Immediate cut to the islands. That's one of the funniest things I've been able to do. Well, this is a fine how do you do. What idiot came with the idea of trying to claim captain of a pirate crew? That idiot would be you. This is just great. We worked our butts off and getting the money. We worked our butts off getting the money and getting that ship, and now you two ruined it. Now we're stranded on the smallest island in the universe. So what do we do? This island isn't that far from Yoshi's Island. I'm sure we just wait for another boat to pick us up. And if not, then we eat the small one first. Dibs on a liver. Noted. Ooh, I want the pancreas. Guess just wait for a boat now. Sadly, yes, but the less you panic, the better. Hopefully it's nice pirates this time. Hey, Eddie. What? I gotta pee. What am I, your babysitter? Just go in the water. I can't with you two so close to me. Then deal with it. Nothing, but I gotta go too. Aren't you old enough to be my great-great-granddad? Why do I have to babysit you too? Hey, I'm not that old, you pig-faced pumpernickel. Yeah, and your granddad ain't that great either. Why does he get two greats? Does he like to share? What was that noise? That's not a normal noise. Monster! I don't have to pee anymore. I'm in Evo. Paco from Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Alright, Paco and Poco are weak to fire. So, just scramble. And I love this. Waluigi, he has his own magic. Just letting that sink in. He's got arrow and drain, no time magic. But he's got a special called Vicious Mockery. Insult the enemy doing MP damage, low chance of rage. Watch. Alright, here it comes. No, this next bit. I don't know if you heard that properly, but he shouts, "You're lousy." I don't know why it's so quiet on my end. I definitely want to make it... I'm going to try and make it louder once I continue with this. Well, once I get back to doing this. Oh, I don't have all that money anymore. Oh well. Yeah, he's got he's got magic as well, so be sure to use that. Admittedly, the Vicious Mockery isn't that good. It destroys MP. And I'm also saying about bosses, they have a move called MP Refill, where if they run out of MP, they'll use it automatically. But In some cases, you could say it's good for making them waste their turn. I don't know, maybe you'll find a better use for it. I'll see if I can, like, try and implement it a little better. I might make it that it does more than just what it normally does. Like, how much does it do again? I could use a Shadow Dance. Wait, what did it just do? 43 MP, so... Actually, that's quite a lot, considering that most MP uses is about, like 4 to 10 points. Cure on Billy. Mushroom on Eddie. Here's the thing, despite the fact that I'm blinded, this doesn't affect magic. So you're just as accurate with your magic than you are with you're just as accurate with your magic, even if you do have the blinded status. So don't worry too much about it. I might make it that magic is less accurate with the blind status on, because that feels fair. But I think that's also like a thing in like the classic Final Fantasy games as well. Where like if you were blinded it didn't affect your magic, but I could be wrong. Alright, that's him down. And he's down. But... jerks. I think I hit a pipe. Phew, all that flying really dried up my pants. Never mind your disgusting pants. You, that was tarot card magic. You got one of our cards? Huh? Oh, you mean this? Awesome, now that's free. I found this before I joined those pirates. You know what this is? Yeah, they came from our world. Your world? You kids are from another world? Look, it's a long story, but the gist is that our friends just got sent here, and those cards are really important. They have powerful magic. Heh, well then, score one for Waluigi. With this, I'll be unstoppable. I hate you. Nothing to find that out with myself. I am so done with this. We work our butts off for 400 coins, get thrown off the ship, fight an octopus, and we lost a tarot card. Ah, don't worry, we'll find it again. And that funny chicken too. Yeah, what the heck even was that? Hey, you two, look at that. Is that a castle? Looks more like an amusement park. That's Princess Peach's castle. It's the center of the Mushroom Kingdom. Hold on, does it mean Toad Town isn't far from here? Better yet, it's the town that surrounds the castle. Ha! Guess that worked out in our favor after all. We need to get there. Hey, I owe you one, and I'm a bit of a celebrity in that town. You tell me your full story, and I'll guide you there, no problem. Gasp! What now? We're going to the amusement park in this awesome weird world? And pretty much the same thing as before, and I noticed that Billy is clipping through... I noticed that Billy just clipped through Waluigi and Eddie, so gonna need to fix that one. Funny hats, feeding snails, like a donut. It's the same thing as the last time. Does he do that a lot? Not enough, but enough to give you a headache the size of a moon. And Billy's story is finished, and there's no more to see on the team story. That's the end of the demo. Thank you very much for playing. Release date is currently unknown, but I hope to get it out in the not so distant future. This is also a very big project. Hope you enjoyed it now. The credits roll. I have been working on this game since 2018, and this is honestly all I managed to get up. About 2 to 3 hours of gameplay if you're just playing it standard. 6 hours if you do like every possible outcome for that. I had to do a lot of sprite editing, a lot of work, and as you can see, I've found a lot of bugs and like oddities. Like I've got more work to do. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. this game is never going to finish being made. Unfortunately, I had to put this game onto hiatus, like due to a lack of motivation, a lack of interest, from the people that I was like distributing this. And frankly, with how much work I've been putting into it and how long it's been taking, that's another reason like why it's taken so long. But yeah, a part of me is thinking that maybe I should dedicate a day of streaming just to working on this game. But I don't know. Like, I feel like either way, this is something I'm gonna have to work in my own time. So before I close off, I want to discuss the partners. So Sky, a blue-winged Yoshi. I'll be frank, blue Yoshis are my favorite. In Super Mario World, the ones that could fly, I always like have those by default, so I wanted one of them in the team. And honestly, Toadbot just being there as a voice for Sky, is pretty much just meant to be a voice for Sky, like I said. He's not going to be part of the team permanently. Like, I'm gonna say this, like, eventually Toadbot and Sky go the wrong way. Like, having party members that don't talk, it is going to be like a somewhat common thing. So there's Sky and there's Spooky, and I think that's it actually. For Tox, like I said, it was inspired by the Piranha Plant from Super Smash Bros. And I liked that one of his abilities was to turn into a future Piranha Plant to shoot out poison. So I wanted to like introduce that because like the future Piranha is my favorite variation, and making the sprites for it was a bitch because I had to get like 4 different separate Piranha Plant sprites just to get that to work. I'm not kidding. Like, I think I used like ones from like different one from different game. Well, they're all from different games, of course, but like, I can't remember them off the top of my head. Waluigi, I just used the Superstar Saga sprites. That someone made on Sprites Resource. The credits were listed there. I just don't remember off the top of my head. Honestly, that was just more fan service for like anyone who like really likes Waluigi, myself included. That's why I included him. One thing to note though about Waluigi is that he was originally going to play very differently. For now, you don't really see much of it, but like his main gimmick was that he was going to change his class at will. So like one of his abilities was to change it. It's like you could just like go into his menu and like change his class, so you could change his abilities straight up. What those classes were was that they were different power-ups from the Mario series, like the Raccoon Leaf, the Fire Flower, the Frog Suits. Like he could swap between like having different power-ups, and that changed his abilities. The problem that I had is that because Waluigi's sprite is like kind of awkward to put in the RPG Maker battle screen, I ultimately scrapped that because it would have been like too much for me to like get working properly. There is a character that can change its class, but it's not yet, and this is something I want to get into. You saw that this game gave you 9 options for different party members, and not only do they affect the battles, they can also affect the story. Because characters will not only act differently, but there are some events that will play out differently because you have either their abilities or their personalities. So going back to Waluigi real quick, if you have Waluigi in your team for like a future thing that hasn't been implemented yet, where you encounter Wario will actually be more friendly towards you, because you're teaming up with Waluigi, his brother. So like Wario becomes a bit more supportive and actually tries to help you out. If you don't have Waluigi with him, he makes the next event much more difficult for you. So like that's one of the major things to point out. So yeah, this game is massive. Like there are even going to be like I was also thinking of having partner abilities in dungeons where they can make some things easier. I don't know if I'm going to do that because there's just so many partners to deal with. And here's the kicker. There are 18 party members that you can recruit. In the beginning of this game, you got 3 from a list of 9. Around like the second half of the game, you get to recruit 3 more out of another set of 9. And my reason for this is, and you might notice like from some of the characters having a tarot card based on them, that's why. You have a party member equal to the number of tarot cards with the exception of the worlds. So that's 21 playable characters. And because you can only recruit a total of 6, this would increase the amount of replayability for the game. And I want the game itself to be decently, like, not super short, like the main story be short and like the optional stuff like to increase like the beef of it. I wanted the ability, I want to make the game at least about a 15 to 18 hour long experience, maybe a little longer. And make it that once you finish the game and like you try to play the game with a different set of characters, just to see how the story changes. It's a massive passion project, and to put it frank, I don't think I'm ever going to finish this game because I think it might be too much for me. If I can get people to help me with certain things, like maybe the sprite making, the map, like sprite making, the dungeon making, and all that sort of stuff, maybe I'd have a better chance. But I don't see myself like finishing this anytime soon. Stay positive. I sure will. I sure will, Dan. And I very much appreciate you sticking around for the entire thing. Like, I really appreciated like your little quips, your feedback. I also really fucking miss you because I've not seen you proper for a couple. I've not seen you proper since 2019. I really fucking miss you. I'm acting like such a big baby now, but anyway, I think it's about time for me to wrap this up. So yeah, on my YouTube page, I'm going to be uploading this to YouTube. There's going to be a download link if you want to try this game out for yourself, but I've pretty much shown off everything. If you just want to give the game, like, if you want to just give the game... try as well. Ah, you missed me too. And yeah, that did sound a little gay, but, you know, whatever. This has been out for a while now. Anyway, I gotta pack it in now. Like I said, if any of you want to give this a try, go ahead, but I've already shown off everything in the game. I'm gonna try and work on it a lot more now that I've got a bit more motivation from finally showing off the game. And I do also want to thank you, Dan, for talking to me about RPG Maker forums, and also helping me remember some of the bugs. I did definitely forget some, so yeah, you win that one. As you always do. Anyway, time for me to pack it in now. Packing these nuts, God's sake. God, I miss you. Alright, I gotta pack it in now. My voice is gonna be shot by the morning. Alright. Take care, everyone, and I'll see you next time. Take care.